To a rather chilly Oulton Park here in Cheshire for the final two rounds of the 2023 Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and it is a slightly different format this weekend. We've got the cars out for race one, which will be a 1 hour sprint race with a 20-minute pit stops in between, which will be two windows, and it's a very jumbled up grid, as we usually do with our random grid draw, and also all eyes will be on 9 teams who can mathematically win the championship this weekend. Our second race will be a 3-hour endurance race with pit stop windows every 30 seconds. We've got the 251 car, the team JPR LRS, and the Jackpot Racing car number 92 on the front row. But what I'll do is I'll take you through the grid with our voices of this year's Fun Cup Endurance Championship, which is Scott Woodwis. But first, Andy McEwen. Have a good race, guys.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Really looking forward to this, the final round of the 2023 Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and we're at the Championship's spiritual home here at Oulton Park. We're on the full international circuit, and we know that this is a venue that has always produced fantastically exciting Fun Cup racing. It's a track that many drivers like to tell you can't overtake at, but we know from that in Fun Cup that is absolutely not the case. The cars, as you can see, making their way around the circuit. They will be led, I believe, by the WindowFeed.com safety car around another lap before getting the race underway. So we've just about got time to battle through the random grid that has been drawn in the driver's briefing earlier on this morning. It is JPR team LRS who have been drawn on pole position. That car will be started by Antonio Almeida Souza, and Jackpot Racing, the 92, will start alongside them, Chris Brown at the wheel. Rest of the grid, as you can see, cycling through, but Team 3 Motorsport and MJ Tech will share row 2. Signature RV, powered by BBC Motorsport, on the third row, alongside EDF Motorsports with Autotel. Then Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing will share the fourth row with Team Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. Top 10 then completed by Seed Data and Fueled Up Racing. Then it's Team Greenheath and Red River Sport with Team Ratters Racing and GT Radial. Hashtag Marshalls to race. We'll get onto that in a moment or two, but that's a very special team lining up aboard the number 97 this weekend. Race Logic make their third appearance of the season, starting 15th on the grid today alongside Axiometrics with GRD Racing. Then it's JPR Team BSP, that is the 195 car, and that's one really worth watching out for. Actually, 3 youngsters in that car. MX5 frontrunner Ted Bradbury will be taking the start, and he will have EDF Motorsports number 104, that's Victor Cara, starting that car. Then PLR Racing, one of the many championship contenders, will be starting 19th alongside Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. Then it's the JPR Young Guns number 99, that another quick trio of young junior racers. Luke Hilton, Fiesta Junior frontrunner, will take the opening stint alongside number 267 Team Olympian. So that is how the cars will line up for the race. That grid decided at random, as always is the case with Fun Cup, with one exception. The car that starts at the back of the grid, number 267 Team Olympian, were winners in spectacular fashion last time out at Donington Park, with a overtake for the victory just 3 laps from the checkered flag that put them in position to claim what was a 4th victory of the season, and with it move into the championship lead. Now, 2 races today. They are the final 2 races of the season, and that means that we will crown a champion come the end of the day. And as Jamie quite rightly said, mathematically we've got 9 teams who could be lifting that championship trophy at the end of season awards ceremony in a month or so's time. Team Olympian certainly looking the best position. They've had those 4 race wins, had a 2nd place in the night race at Anglesey as well, but they've had 2 less than ideal races, a 14th place finish in the first race at Anglesey, and then they had an even more disappointing 20th place finish at Silverstone a couple of races ago, where they were turned into a spin early on and sustained a fair bit of damage. So they have therefore used up well and truly their drop score allocation of the 8 races across the season. Only one of those scores can be dropped. So the drop score for Olympian, 33 points from that Silverstone race, whilst their nearest rivals, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, they're dropping 32 points. And that was actually from the race here at Oulton Park back in the middle of the season, when they were involved, I seem to remember, in some early some lap 1 contact on this part of the circuit, Island Bend. they were classified 20th in that race, and they're dropping almost exactly the same number of points as Team Olympian. The more consistent team, really, the team sat third in the points. PLR Racing, veterans of the Fun Cup, with Neil Plymmer and Ben Pitch, as ever, sharing the driving duties. They have not really had a disastrous race. Last time at Donington, they were classified 16th, but they had been running well inside the top 5. Mechanical dramas in the final stint, taking Neil Plymmer out of contention. And that means that they do arrive here third in the championship, but have at least been able to use that race as their drop. It's 397 points for Olympian, 381 for Uvio, and PLR Racing on 378 with Team Viking fourth, Greenheath fifth, EDF Motorsports 212 car is sixth ahead of Axiometrics, GT Radial and Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. So we've got one of the real drivers' favourite racetracks in the country, slightly iffy conditions. The track looks largely dry. We have had overnight rain. There's a bit of mist still in the air, but the forecast says that things should clear up as the day goes on. And Scott Woodwis, who joins me in the commentary box, we've got 9 teams gunning for a championship, 2 races to settle it, and this first one is always one of the highlights of the season, the 1-hour sprint, 2 pit stops. It's going to be frantic from the word go.
It's like the dash for the cash, really, isn't it, in many cases? If you look at the racing that we're going to have, I think, in many cases, it's going to be a very, very frantic affair. And of course, they get the same amount of points for a 1-hour sprint as they do for a 3-hour endurance race. So ultimately, every single result is going to count. Ultimately, if you look at the realistic chance, I think you'd agree there's only really at least 3 teams that are really properly in at the top of the table. There's really Olympian, PLR and Uvio. The rest have a mathematical chance, but they would need results to really go their way and have a massive amount of fortune in order for that to happen. Either way, they're all starting pretty deep in the pack, as you'd expect with a random grid draw. Olympian starting at the back of the field as well. And I was talking to Neil Plymouth last night as well, and he was saying that some of the new teams and drivers coming in is going to make it quite an unknown quantity, because they're only in there racing for themselves and racing for the fact they're in the mix for just to get a good result and to get a feel for Fun Cups. So they're going to be running their own race. They're not going to be thinking about or considering really any of the championship connotations. The fact we've got 2 of the big contenders right towards the back of the grid, particularly in PLR and Olympian having won last time out, and Uvio already a few spots up the grid, means that they'll have the early advantage. But of course, as we know in Fun Cup, anything can happen, and it usually does over the next hour, 3 hours or so. They're lined up in 2x2 formation. It's the second to last round of the season. I think it's going to be quite an eventful day's worth of racing, hopefully, but for all the right reasons.
I think you are right. Here we go then. A damp track, 1 hour on the clock, pit stops every 20 minutes, and a championship to be settled. Unlikely to be decided in this race, but certainly if they come from the back of the field, Team Olympian could put themselves in a good position going into the decider later on today. 2x2 they run then over Deers Leap and towards the start line, where the 60 minutes of racing will get underway. And from pole position, it's JPR Team LRS who lead the field to Old Hall Corner. A mad scramble there, 4 wide already as they head towards the first turn, and that looks like Team Viking coming charging up the inside, trying to get into third. There's a bit of touching of doors as they turn into Old Hall Corner, but they all just about, I think, have survived a very robust run through the first turn. Already Olympian have made up 1 place from the back of the grid, but as they arrive down at Cascades, there is more leaning on each other. Team Viking have charged through here from 7th on the grid to be 2nd as they exit Cascades for the first time. A fantastic start there, Scott, for the team who sit 4th in points.
That's going to be crucial for them if they can move up and get an early advantage, but we know how quick some of the fast teams are to wet their way through the traffic. Uvio is a classic example. Of course, they're already up there towards the top 5 or so. The 5th position has gone the car of Farchini and for that Grandaccio. There's a possible change from a lead. Up the inside goes Viking, and it hasn't taken them long to get themselves up into a lead now, so they're going to try and take full advantage as Uvio now tucked in behind the Golf liveried machine of the signature RV squad. And as for Team Olympian boys, they're already up only about 3 or 4 spots it seems, but they're trying to pick up early doors here as they come up towards the chicane back over Hilltop once again for the first time. So they're deep in traffic at the moment, trying to get around the 92, but you can see they're trying to cut their way through as they come back up the hill once again, and that now towards the chicane. It seems as though that 98 car already trying to put the pressure on as they come back down towards EDF as he gets very squirrely under brakes under that damp part of the circuit. Sideways moving, classic to the side of Signature. It's all happening. Signature goes around. He almost gets tagged by Greenheath. Gets very lucky not to get collected. That's drama from the golf cart early doors, but with even completes the lap of the race.
To many drivers, a 1-hour race is an endurance race. Of course, to Fun Cup drivers, this is very much a sprint, and it's showing, isn't it, on the opening lap? No one backwards and coming forwards. They all want to try and make progress, but unfortunately, 1 or 2 of them getting a bit robust, and that did involve the team second in the championship, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. That car, 225, started today by Farchini, with Fabio taking over for the middle stint, and then Farchini will take the car to the flag, but they sit in 4th place then. EDF, who was sideways before all of that, sit 5th, just ahead of the 249 car, and that is Scott Jeffs, who has taken the opening stint. But Team Viking charging away already. That team fourth in the points. They are 27 points adrift of the championship lead, and so they're in a decent position, but they need to try and outscore the championship leaders by as much as they can. The championship leaders, by the way, have come across the line in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 positions, I reckon, on the opening lap already. You can see that car, but they almost get squeezed onto the grass. That was the Axiometrics car that tried to make a move, whilst Team Olympian were already alongside them, and I think sensibly there, really. Bailed out of that to ensure that there was no contact. But I'll tell you what, talk about a race of two halves here, Scott. We've got everybody else battling, and in fact on the grass there, there's Team 3 as they headed in wide coming out of Island Bend. And did that create any major dramas? There's no yellow flags from the Marshalls post, but they're no longer in second place. Uvio are now second. With the JPR Team LRS car back into the top 3, but a 17-3. There is a change for second. Is this Uvio in trouble? I think it is. Uvio straight on at the Britain chicane. And did they sustain, I wonder, Scott, a little bit of damage in whatever happened at the Shell hairpin?
Whatever happens for the rest of the lap is going to be key. If they keep on falling backwards, that'll be key. If they can get back up to speed, then it might. It looks so they're just about trying to get back up to speed. They're roughly separated. No, they've got damage, I think. Is that damage somewhere possibly on the left rear corner of the car, possibly? It looked like either it was damp conditions or something on the suspension, but the car was wiggling around a little bit. Off the road's gone, Rass is racing. It's all happening. Uvio's off the grass as well. This is what, 2 laps in? There's so much happening. Almost. I think it was a literally 15-minute sprint rather than an hour.
I think it's right front, Scott, and that's why the car wouldn't turn left going through the chicane.
But it almost looks somewhat asymmetrical. It's almost like it's crabbing a little bit as it goes down up the hill towards Clay Hill a little bit. It's a little bit tricky.
Well, drama for the team second in the championship then. It's all falling into Olympian's lap, this, isn't it? Because they picked up another group of positions on that lap. I think they might be into the top 10 now as they come through to the completion of lap number 2. Team Viking leading healthily so, as I was starting to make the point, before it all kicked off up at the Shell hairpin, with Team LRS into second position once more. But they're under threat as they head towards Old Hall Corner. That's EDF Motorsport peeking to the inside, and I think they've made that move stick, as they have for second position. Team Olympian also starting to pick their way further up the order. They were 14th, actually. It's not quite as far up the order as I thought they might be. Here comes the second place battle, though, down through Cascades Corner. And MJ Tech also a part of this scrap now as well. And that's sideways on the exit curve, exiting Cascades Corner for Scott Jeffs in the white and orange 249 car. But he did well not to lose control. Right, here is the Uvio car. I think steering's been knocked out of whack, Scott. The car straight into the garage, and this is potentially now championship over, really, for the multiple former champs.
And this is deja vu when they were back in July, because they had that first lap incident.
Same part of the track.
Same part of the track.
Yeah.
So ultimately, Oulton Park is becoming Uvio's bugbear this season. Twice have been here, twice in the opening laps have been involved in an incident, which is going to literally ruin their race. And this is really going to put them, goes without saying, it puts them really on the back foot now. So ultimately, in many cases, let's think really stage the mother of all comebacks here, make it a quick fix. It's initially looking as though it's going to be Olympian versus PLR. I think we can get more info down from Jamie in pit lane. What have you got, Jamie?
Yeah, I'm just down with Farkini now. They're just working on the right front. What's happened, mate?
I just got caught with the Three Shires car, who lost it and had to slow down a bit in Round Island, and I had nowhere to go. It's a repeat of of someone else's crash again.
Okay, all right, thanks a lot. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise the camera was behind me. Yeah, so working on the right front at the moment. Back to Andy and Scott.
Well, there we go, heard it from the horse's mouth. It was that contact at Island Bend, same part of the circuit as where their Oulton Park race came crashing down a number of months ago. This time, though, it may well have cost them the championship. Right, another lap to be completed then. We're only 3 laps into this race, would you believe? And already we've crammed a day's worth of drama into this opening race of the day. The big story, though, is that green car just in the background of shot. That is Team Olympian, the championship leaders. They're well inside the top 10 now. In fact, I reckon they might be 6th at the completion of that 3rd lap. And that means that they are on course to score some really, really strong points. We'll break the calculators out if we get a chance to catch our breath a bit later on in the race. But for now, Scott, they're doing everything they need to. 2 top 5 finishes today will seal the championship for
So the moment, it is Viking who leads now by quite a comfortable margin, 7.8 seconds at this point in the early stages. And I have to say, the two JPR teams that make the first time is leg round that goes 2-1-2. That is the EDF car that was in third position, the Auto car behind the Cheshire. The big question is, did he jump or was he pushed? And given he was in that group for second place, it's every so likely it could be the latter, because there's every chance it could be. Obviously, we didn't have a camera there to see it, unfortunately, but I'm certain that unless you've really caught a damp patch in the circuit, unfortunately, these Fun Cup cars don't tend to go around by themselves very often.
No, although Island Bend is renowned for being a particularly treacherous bit of the track, especially when it is a bit damp and greasy. It's a really quick left-hander, one of the fastest left-handers actually in British motorsport. And you've got no runoff there. You run right out to the edge of the road. If you get a wheel on the grass, you're going to go around or run wide into the barriers. And if you get it wrong for Ireland, that then gets you on the wrong line into Shell. Oh, and I think in trying to rejoin, they have rather gone the wrong way.
Yeah.
Now, here we go. Safety car. I can see that being a safety car. Now, that could be particularly damaging. Oh, 2-1-4 around as well.
That was seed data from 10.
And that car driven at the moment by Matt Hoggs.
And interesting, I also saw there was damage to the right rear of the 2-1-2 car, so I suspect he was possibly contact.
Right, okay. Well, that's not ideal. Lots of cars finding that part of the circuit to be a little bit of a challenge. But yes, that car in a dangerous position. Usually in the endurance races, certainly, we would be absolutely certain of a safety car. Whether Julian Floyd tries to keep us under green, I'm not so sure with this being a sprint race, but it's so close to the edge of the road, Scott, it's going to need some sort of outside assistance at least.
I think so, yeah. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. I know, as you say, Julian likes to try and leave it as long as he can to give them a chance to either push the car clear or to get them into a position where they can do it, or get it into a point of the race over the next few minutes where it's ideal for them to put a safety car and it's not going to disrupt it too much. But also, I think it's going to need a bit of a tow to get it back out properly. The leader's going through now, Shell's hairpin. It would not surprise me if we do see the RunYourFig.com Jaguar safety car being scrambled. One thing I should mention, you talk about Team Olympian charging along, there is the safety car. Looking at it both on the screen and at the top of the pit lane. No flashing lights just yet. I'm also keeping an eye on any boards and flags that are being readied on pit straight around us as well. But looking at lap times, you can tell that it's definitely riding Phillips in the car. Their strategy is sticking in early. In fact, there's this yellow flag, which is, I think we are going to go safety car briefly.
I think that's just for the local yellow, isn't it?
Okay. Telltale sign is when the lights are flash for the safety car,
which they just did
on cue. So it'll be on standby, but it is going to be moving on shores, creeping a little bit. So we'll do the moment. Before we've only done 10 minutes in this race, it's creeping like it wants to do something, and I imagine that Julian Foy is going to scramble it into action any second now, I think, and the timing screen is going to go, the banner at the top of the timing screen is going to go from green to yellow and safety car in probably a matter of seconds.
Now, I would argue this is not good news for Team Olympian. Normally we'd say, a car coming from the back of the grid, a safety car would help them, it bunches them together, but Riley had made such good progress anyway. He was doing exactly what he needed to do in the only 20 minutes of racing that he is entitled to do in this race. He was doing everything he needed to do, charging up the order, pulling away from the midfield battle. The next driver in the car is Chris Davell, who is, with respect, the three drivers in that car. So the bigger the gap Riley could have given him over the rest of the field, the better the position he could have been in the final. This early safety car has not helped them. It's not ruined their race by any means. They're perfectly quick enough to win. They've done so on 4 occasions already this season, but they could have done without this, I think, Scott.
Yeah, this is going to make Chris Davell's task unintentionally more difficult than they wanted it to be, ultimately. And that, again, that's nobody's fault in terms of them and other things. And you're absolutely right, and it's not sounding polite, but I think even Chris would admittedly say himself, out of the 3, he would admit and concede that Christian and Riley are the quicker of the 2 drivers, but even the raw data of lap times will tell you that. But ultimately, I think you're right, in terms of Chris's task is going to be made a bit more tricky. Ultimately now, as soon as that first pit window opens and Riley goes out there, he's going to have to, use the term, literally take off like a scolded cat and try and at least pick his way past the 2 cars in front, because, JPR Team BSP with a decent lineup in itself. Of course, Michael Porter reads as he works with literally fresh energy. They were racing at Oulton Park. Season was last weekend at Oulton Park. He's now his first proper race on a senior license, actually. And I was there not to give that place is behind them. As for Team Viking, we know their quantity. They had that fantastic 20-minute duel in the closing stages to only just win the race at Silverstone with race logic, so they know how to go wheel to wheel on more than one occasion. This is going to be a tricky task, particularly for Riley, but I think if anyone's up to it, given how well he's performed in and some of the miracles he's managed to produce in the closing stage of previous races, I wouldn't bet against Ryan to pull something out of the bag.
No, certainly not. He was the star of the show last time at Donington, wasn't he? That final stint that he put in, he was, I forget the exact number now, but 20 plus seconds, I think, off the race lead when he got into the car and managed to seize the advantage with just 3 laps to go in what was a typically frenetic to the Fun Cup's 100th championship race that we had at Donington Park last time out. This race number 101 since it became a championship back at the beginning of 2011. Having run in the country since 2002 as a series, it's always been run under the guidance of Paul Rose, who is passionate about Fun Cup, almost as passionate about Fun Cup as he is his Friday night get-togethers with his drivers in the Fun Cup awning, which are something you have to see to believe. But a fantastic paddock to be a part of this, and Oulton Park, I mentioned earlier on, Scott, really is this championship spiritual home. It's the only venue that we race at twice in a season, typically with one race at the start and one race at the end of the year. And it's funny, every year we get here, there's almost always a championship on the line, and it produces the drama because it's one of those old school circuits. It's not a Donington, it's not a Silverstone where you've got run-off area and live snatches to recover cars. It's old school here. If you go off the road, you will find yourself at best in a gravel trap, at worst in a barrier. It's going to end your day pretty quickly, and it can really change the complexion of a race for everyone else.
And Silverstone and Donington, goes without saying, are fantastic in their own right. The only thing is that Oulton provides that unique challenge. It's one of those proper, as you say, those old school, practically untouched circuits where kind of the circuit follows essentially just about its original route, the give or take, of where it was first built all those years ago. And it is a really fantastic natural building. It's almost like, best way I can describe it, it's one of those circuits like, if you look at some of the American circuits, like Road Atlanta, Road America, where they kind of, there's fantastic rolling hills. It's no wonder that alongside with Cadwell Park, this is referred to as like a circuit that's very similar to that of the Nürburgring. It's got some narrow confines in it, it's got slightly parts of the circuit that dry quicker than others depending on where you are on the circuit. Some great characteristics, 1 or 2 bank corners, there's chicanes in there, there's lots of huge undulations, dips and drops and everything else. It is a fantastically fast circuit and a wonderful unique challenge, and even regardless of where you are in the country, if you can come to Oulton Park and race, it's a fantastic place to at least experience it for the first time in many cases. So it is a really fantastic place to come. And it almost, Fun Cup has become a little bit like, if you think about the fact that, you know, it's sort of, you think of sort of like key circuits for each big championships around the world effectively. This is pretty much the circuit where you want to bring Fun Cup, of course, because Oulton Park is a circuit where that kind of everyone wants to win. You know, in many championships or series around the world, you've got a race that everyone wants to win. I think in the same case as Fun Cup, you want to win at Oulton Park, because if you can do that, you can probably pretty much win any kind of Fun Cup race, because it is the unique test that these cars have to handle. And in fact, certainly there's a unique test being put on, particularly in the Battle for the Championship. At the moment, it is advantage Team Olympian. PLR Racing, meanwhile, are down 11th place at the moment, so they've not made they've made some progress as the 212 cars carried on, but it has got the left rear is smoking after it had that damage, and I'm not sure about any mechanical damage, but at least the left rear wing is missing from where it looks like it had some assistance getting first of all spun round, and then his efforts to try and get back going again, just planting it in the gravel unintentionally, of course, before he brought out the safety car. Incredible. We've already reached the quarter stage. I was never thinking it's an hour race, but you're absolutely right when you said there's been so much action. It feels like almost enough action to fill an entire regular race. Never mind now as a sprint race in this Fun Cup Championship. We should do more of these.
I'm here. I absolutely love these races, and they always throw up a bit of a surprise result for this exact reason, really. The fact that we are 15 minutes in means we're now, well, just over 4 minutes away from the first pit window opening, which means driver changes are on the horizon. And to my previous point about Riley Phillips, this is sort of not allowing him to maximise his driver time in that 267 car. He has been one of the fastest drivers on the grid all year long, not getting the opportunity really to show that at least through the second half of this stint, but he's come through from 22nd to 3rd, not bad going at a track where they say you can't overtake, and he is, I'm sure, going to be gunning for the race lead before his stint comes to a conclusion. There is the 212 car, it's caught the back of the queue, and will be able to take the restart at the end of this lap, because the safety car is coming in at the end of this lap, and at least they are on the back of the queue. Before it does all kick off again, Scott, points update for you. Obviously, Uvio not in a good position now. This will become their dropped score, 28 points, but they're only scoring back 32 from the first Oulton Park race, and they are pretty much out of it now. PLR Racing also not doing all that well, so the big winners, Team Viking, they're up now to 2nd place in the points as it runs from 4th, 24 off the championship leaders, Team Olympian, who remember have that 33-point drop. So at the end of the race, we'll have to try and figure out exactly what they're going to have to do. Of course, every chance, though, that they will go up there and challenge Team Viking for the race lead before the opening race of the day is done. So race restart then imminent as the cars their way through the quick double apex right-hander at Druids. Get a glimpse there of some of the other quick cars that really haven't made the progress that I expected them to, really. Teams like Race Logic, teams like Axiometrics, PLR Racing down in 11th place. They are often teams who we see take their time getting to the front of the field, but this being a 1 hour race, they don't really have a lot of time to take, and so they are going to have to get a move on, I think, when the race resumes, which is about to happen now. Through Lodge Corner they come. Already the field starting to accelerate. Uvio, by the way, being wheeled out of the garage, so a very quick repair to that car. They will rejoin the race probably just as the race leaders come by to restart it. It is nose to tail for the race lead, though, and Team Viking lead them through the first corner. The Viking car with a very slender margin over the second place team. That is the BSP car, isn't it? The number 195 that is being driven at the moment by Ted Bradbury. He's been one of the revelations of the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 Championship this year, and I believe is seriously considering a future in the Fun Cup for 2024. We'd really value having him along, one of the real quick up-and-coming drivers within the Brscc, and we'd be happy to have him along for more Fun Cup races in the future. He is challenging for the lead as they head through Island Bend, but look, they've been caught by Riley Phillips. A fascinating three-way scrap for the lead here, Scott, as we head towards that opening pit window.
I think it's Ted Bradbury, as many of them in this race. If they're not in the Champion 5, they won't care who they're racing, so ultimately he might well have the champion alongside him, but Ted Bradbury does not care one bit, because he's thinking, it's my own race, I'm enjoying my stuff, you want to get past, I'm not going to lay down and let you through, as you shouldn't, because he's racing in his own right as much as anyone else. If you want to come past me, you've got to do it the hard way. And even though he gave him the outside line, he gave him the inside line, of course he's remembering that the outside line is going to be much better in these conditions, and Bradbury's looking to the inside. He's learned a few tricks in MX-5 racing this year. He's trying to put them all to good use here in Fun Cup, putting some of the regulars under pressure. I think I have to agree. If he can come and do more Fun Cup race, he'll certainly do. Don't tell that with the MX-5 race. He's getting plenty of seat time in a year, and he's only just, he's literally his first season of racing anything out of cars. Remember, just before the MX-5 season started, he only learned to drive a car with a manual gearbox 2 weeks prior to his debut. Ooh. What did he do in the first race? Stuck it on pole position in a Mazda, which is incredible stuff. What's more incredible is Team Olympia squeezing up the inside to get second place, despite being on a slightly more drier part of the circuit. And now they're coming under pressure from MJ Tech, which is currently driven by Scott Jeffs in this first stint. Now the top four are all together. The Team JPI LRS cars also want to watch out for in fifth position. That is Antonio Almeida, Susan Charles Fiesta Junior champion Charles Dell, and Harvey Ryby as well up there in P5. But it's four for the lead in typical Fun Cup fashion. Down the outside looks to lead as Team Olympian. This could be a change for the lead. Down towards the right-hander Old Hall corner, and a great sweep around the outside in typical Riley Phillips fashion. As I think he caught Viking way off guard there. Runs wide onto the curbing, out onto the slippery grass. He loses second and third place by the look of it. Yeah, to both the Team BSP and to MJ Tech, and we're back to where we started between Riley versus Bradbury, but it's now for the lead.
Yeah, this should be an interesting battle, because if there's anyone who Riley won't be able to shake off, it's probably Ted Bradbury. Ted has been every bit as fast as Riley when he's raced with us previously this year, and he's on the attack as they head towards Island Bend. Bit of a shame that for Johnny Hode, though. You're right, Scott, he just ended up on the wrong line, the damp side of the road. You saw the front just wouldn't bite as he tried to turn into Old Hall corner, and that meant that he ran wide onto the grass. The wide line at Shell, though, is the place to be for Bradbury. He learnt that a lap ago to defend second place, and now he's trying to use it to attack for the race lead. Took much more speed off the Shell hairpin than the race leader, gets his node ahead, and Riley Phillips, well, I was going to say thinking championship, backs out, but he doesn't. They go side by side through the Britain chicane. That delays them heading up the hill towards Hilltop and brings Scott Jeffs and Johnny Hode right back onto their tail. So four of them as one as they head over the hill and down towards the Hizzy chicane. It's Bradbury back in front, and Riley Phillips needs to be careful here, Scott. It's so tempting to get caught up in the battle. He wants to hand that car over in the race lead, but it is not worth taking too many risks at this stage, surely.
Yeah, he needs to find the trade-off between enjoying himself and also thinking severely about the championship, because he might well have been told that Uvio several laps down, but again, it doesn't matter. Viking now still back in this, whether they realise it or not. He's got to be super careful, because if he has anything which could potentially hinder him in terms of points and give Viking even more of an advantage to try and catch up, this would certainly have a big effect. Uvio, of course, we should remind, are in the pack here, showing every bit as fast as everyone else. One thing we have to remind, though, of course, they are 5 laps down, which means they are trying to hold on as we come back down towards Lodge Corner. This is the lead from the race, and Bradbury now holds on. Again, Bradbury's going for it, and fair play for holding this one. I think he has got a future both in MX-5 races. MJ Tech jumps in, pit window is open, so they're coming. They're literally the first early call or the first regular stops. And MJ pits it, as do several. I think Axiometrics are in, so stops, and already the first pit calls are making the scrappers. Here comes looking Bradbury under attack from Riley Phillips. Looks down the inside, down the avenue to Cascade, and he forced the issue up in towards the left-hander. As they swing through, he's back in front, but all this is going to do now is bring them back into the clutches of Viking. Keeping his powder dry in these damp conditions. The first few pit stops get underway.
Yep, 251 are in. That's JPR Team LRS. So that's Antonio Almeida Souza handing over to Harvey Ryby. PLR were in as well. I noticed that's Neil Plimmer handing over to Ben Pitch. We've got Metrics having made a stop. That is Neil Burrows now jumping into the car as they head down towards pit exit. There's been a bit of shuffling there. I think Axiometrics possibly gaining a place or two as they head back down the avenue and towards Cascade. So first pit window well and truly open. Even if you've made a pit stop outside of that window, you still have to be in the pit window itself. And I think it's a shorter window in this race than the 10 minutes that they will get in the 4-hour race later on. Right, leading 3 down towards the Hislop chicane. Riley Phillips back in front now, but Ted Bradbury right on his tail as they skate their way through the chicane. In fact, where's Bradbury gone? I think he went straight on along the grass. It looked like the car was running a little bit deep, as indeed it was. So he now loses second place to Team Viking. And we once again have essentially, Scott, the top 2 teams now in the championship, running nose to tail, fighting for the lead.
At least in terms of live standings, they are anyway. So this is crucial. Now Viking has got full license to put the pressure on here because they might know, they might have an idea. If they're doing their own calculations, they might know if we're in this position, this puts us right into contention. And given that Uvium have their own dramas, PLR have made their first stop and they're down the pack as further than they should be. So this is really going to be Vikings' chance to try and attack. The crucial thing is, though, is that you can see some parts of the circuit still have quite a damp part of the circuit on the inside line. It hasn't dried out as quickly as we expected, mainly because it's still overcast. It's still getting into the mid-autumn now in terms of the conditions. So it's not going to clear up as quickly as it was in previous months when, obviously, if we had rain, still quite warm conditions as Uvia comes in for a regular stop in the background. But so it's not clear up as quick as it could be. Also, it is still 11:15 in the morning, so it's not quite got to midday in terms of peak temperatures yet. So it's still going to be quite damp. And so for the most part, unless you're going purposely offline, if you go offline to go off the racing line where that dry line is, you're going to find yourself on a damp part of the circuit. So whether you've accustomed the setup to kind of, sort of be used to that or kind of be more conducive to that, certain parts where you want to try and overtake, which is going to be more damp than others if they haven't dried out yet. That's going to be a crucial thing for drivers to have to keep an eye on, particularly with these guys battling from the front, because they make one wrong slip and they go from the dry part to a damp part before they try and push it as hard as they could given different conditions on mixed surfaces. It could possibly spell disaster for either of them if it catches the circuit at the wrong point.
Which we saw from Ted Bradbury a moment ago, of course, that time he was slipping down in the busy chicane. The track really does look greasy, doesn't it? A huge amount of grip. 92 in here. This is Jackpot Racing. Chris Brown handing over to Mika Brown. They're sharing that car with Martin Davis and ex-Mini Challenge racer Nathan Harrison. The leading trio, though, turn their way through Knickerbrook and climb up Clay Hill then with Axiometric, with Team Olympian, having snatched the lead, not able to escape. So a lot of this now will come down to the pit stops. Bear in mind that for the next stint, Colin Kingsnorth will be getting into the Viking car. He's of not a dissimilar pace, really, to Chris Devell. Whilst the JPR PSP car is taken over by Sir Rutham, and he has come out of Ginetta Juniors, as has Mikey Porter, so that's going to be perhaps the quickest of these 3 cars once the pit stops are complete, and I reckon we might see a bit of activity from these 3 this time around. I can see Reza getting ready, the Vikings are in as well, so Riley Phillips unsurprisingly maximising his stint, but the other 2 from that leading group, Scott, have bailed for the pit lane.
I should remind you, of course, is that ultimately the pit window is open for the length of time.
So, from the Vikings then, so a bit of a check of the car there was being done by Johnny Hone, having got out of the car, but they've waved that car onto the track again. 195, I think have lost a bit of time there, but that's something that they were anticipating, that they may end up losing time in the pit stops because they're just not as experienced as some of the regulars. There's no bit of a pit stop times or anything like that in the front of them, so it's quick as you can get in and out. That is your pit stop duration. So those who are doing this the longer, Scott, do always seem to just gain that couple of seconds in the pit window.
build up that confidence and build up that speed with more experience. But the teams have been doing it, as you say, for season upon season, year upon year, and have that regimented kind of pit stop, almost kind of with military precision, if you use that kind of term, to be so used to it, it almost becomes like second nature. It becomes sort of like has made a stop, or is currently making a stop, if you like, is Team Ratters Racing. The highest paced car that's already back out on track again that's made a pit stop is MJ Tech, which sits in 13th at the moment, and the rest of the field either has to make its stops or do so. There's still about half the field yet to make that first stop. I imagine there's only about roughly 2.5 minutes to go until that pit window closes.
Yes, indeed so. So it is going to be a interesting strategic game in this race. The strategy you'd think in a 1 hour race would play less of a part, but actually it forms a bigger percentage of the race, doesn't it really, these pit windows being quite long as they are. So the Olympian car doing another lap. Riley Phillips is going to wait and wait. I just spotted Christian Rose chatting to Chris Devell behind the garages. Chris has got his helmet on, so he'll be getting in very shortly as more pit activity is taking place here. We're in one of our mathematical championship contenders. Anyway, one turn handing over to Gary Bate. Team car back on his way in a short race longer. He's ahead of them too. And that is David Denyer jumping back on board. Been a while, I think, since David has raced regularly in the Fun Cup. Julian the same, of course. Julian Thomas, who just completed his opening stint. They've done 2 races this year. Hopefully we'll see them making more of a full-time return in 2020.
Race Logic back, because of course they're only meant to really make, it was only really supposed to be a cameo appearance in inverted commas at Silverstone, but they enjoyed themselves so much being in front they thought, I think Julian Thomas got the bug after Jamie spoke to him and said, yeah, we might do some more, and it turns out he's done into now here at Oulton Park, so maybe
very nearly won at Silverstone, of course, didn't they?
Of course, it was, what was it, 97,000 of a second,
yeah,
if that, so and it was a really fantastic battle, 20 minutes or 25 minutes back and forth with Viking, and a proper checkered flag finish sprint to the line. So that's going to be something that will be quite fun to see. If they do come back full-time next season, that'd be great. They're former champions, of course. And I'm trying to think, how many champion teams do they do that will we have probably next year on the grid? Because especially, let's say GCI come back, is there, what, 5-6 champion teams back on the grid? That'd be quite an occasion. So many different cars that are one part of course. PLR and their previous Honeywell guys, of course, in that car have won 3 titles themselves. Of course, Race Logic have won a couple.
Yes.
UVO have won 4.
Yes. They have indeed, yes.
And if you add in GCI, a couple of recent ones on top of that as well. All we need is for Henry Dawes and Chris Chart to come back.
Well, Chris Hart is here today, actually, I believe. So he's, I think, possibly working with the Ginetta Junior guys. His son, of course, has been racing with our racing alongside those two in Ginetta Juniors. I don't know if that's the link. He is a local boy as well, relatively so. So he enjoys his Fun Cup racing. And, of course, there are plenty of other drivers out there who have won races or driven for championship winning teams and are now driving for other teams. So the strength in depth on this grid these days is fantastic. And what's really nice, and I was chatting to Ted Bradbury's dad earlier on this morning about this, is the amount of youngsters now coming into Fun Cup. These cars drive like big, slightly heavier go-karts, and so those who have got a karting background are now finding a home here in the Fun Cup. And it's nice to see that some of these more unconventional championships, maybe for the ex-karters to do, they're starting to realise the benefits of coming along and racing here. It's great fun. You can really learn a lot from racing these kind of cars, and they bring with them some serious pace as well. I think people like Riley Phillips have been played a big part in that. People see what Riley's done, they've realised, oh, actually, yeah, that looks fun, and I think we do quite well there. So yeah, more of the youngsters that come along, the better.
I think it's also good track time for them, of course, because you get a lot more track time than probably some other places in terms of races, 1 hour, 3 hours. So you get some good chance to get, whether you try and learn a circuit. And you also have to remember as well, of course, these cars, the base chassis of these cars is a single-seater, essentially. So it's good for single-seater drivers if you're going that route, because essentially you can experience a central driving position, a car that essentially moves around and is a single-seater with a kind of silhouette body on top of it. And so you don't often get to race unless you're in a Grand Prix or much longer. There's not really such a thing as a single-seater endurance.
No.
Essentially, this is technically, in some cases, in allowed to say this, it's technically kind of what it is, because it's a single-seater chassis base with a body on top of it. it kind of is in a way, and also in a literal sense, a single-seater endurance race. So you get quite a lot of time between one of these cars, whether it is 3 hours, 5 hours, however long the race you're going to do. So you've got a lot of opportunities to learn the circuits, learn the car, perform it purely more mechanical. You have got a small aero package, but it is mostly mechanical that you're trying to work on, and it's going to be key to see them develop. Meanwhile, important pit stop, first stop now for Team Olympian. Here they are, so that will be, as we say, Riley Phillips jumping out, and Chris Devell is going to get in. It's not Christian Rose, because he's just right there on the left, just trying to strap Chris Devell in. And just like that, in typical expert fashion when it comes to pit stops, straight back in, straight back out again. And that should lose them minimal to no time at all.
And they're going to have a good lead as well, because Riley Phillips continued out there a little bit longer, but now we need to wait and see what Chris Devell can do. He will probably only do 7 or 8 minutes in the car, because the next pit window opens with 20 minutes to go. One of the quirks of the shorter sprint races, it means that they are very, very short stints. If you extend one stint to the full extra 10 minutes beyond the pit window opening, which, as Scott said before, is perfectly entitled within the rules, then the next stint can in theory be very, very short, and that is I think exactly what we are going to see from Team Olympian. So they rejoin as the race leaders. There is the number 110 car in, that's the Red River Sport car. Bonamy Grimes handing over to Gareth Williams, then Johnny Molan will do the final stint. A trio there with plenty of experience between them, and they will be jumping into their second stint as we speak. So Olympian lead the way. I reckon it is Viking then second. I think they're ahead of the JPR Team BSP car, which comes down through Cascades now. They're just ahead then of the 49 car that's a lap down. So the 214 is the next car on the... No, that's a lap down as well. 214, I think, according to the timing screen. So there's some big gaps now that have suddenly formed between the race leaders, but no doubt about the leader. It is Team Olympian. Here comes the Viking. In fact, this is the fight for second, I think, isn't it, between Team Viking and Team Greenheath? And that looks to me like Team PLR, Scott, have gained a fair chunk of ground in this round of pit stops as well, because they're right on the tail now of these two cars that had been battling several places ahead of them.
Yeah, they're still showing us, they're still showing us 16th. So they've obviously lost a bit of time. Or that
yeah, no, you're right.
So they've actually lost quite a bit of time.
They're a lap down, aren't they?
Yeah, a lap down. So that... It's obviously refresh that out. It's probably why my hotspot stopped working. So it's a hotspot, not so hotspot.
I'm not convinced hotspots have made it to the north yet, Scott, have they? I'm not so sure, and I can say that as a proud northerner. Oulton Park being my local circuit.
That was the first on my phone then. Right, refreshing. Right, they have made some ground. So we'll correct themselves on that one. They have made it up to 8. Yeah, now on the back of, make that 6th now, that it works out, and now on the tail of both, as you say, Team Greenheath and Team Viking. This is now for 4th, 5th and 6th on track, so the big winners ultimately have been Olympian, also to MJ Tech have been a big winner for this first pit window. Biggest losers ultimately have been Team Viking, from the lead to 4th. So that's been, and that can be simply down to experience, as we're going to throw to Jamie in a second. That can be experience in terms of pit stops, how quick they can be. To find out some more, some latest action from pit lane, let's head back down to Jamie Peters to see what he has for the latest news in race number 1.
Yeah, I'm down with Brian McDermott from GT Tyres. Brian, lovely to see you. Of course, you're used to being out there rather than being stood in the pit lane a couple of years ago. But you're here for a very special reason, aren't you? Because the 97 car, as we know, has been used by so many different VIPs and celebrities throughout the year. But we've done something a little bit different this time. We're giving something back to the marshals, aren't we?
Absolutely unique opportunity, isn't it, for these guys? Without them, motorsport wouldn't happen, and we kind of take them for granted, don't we? So to give some of these young guys an opportunity to get in a race car that probably never ever happened for them otherwise. I think it's just something that we wanted to do, and they're all doing that pretty good actually. For their first time in the car. I know how daunting it is. It could be pretty scary, but I'll tell you what, the difficult circuit is a little bit slippery, but they're doing okay. We're pleased with them.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler's just done his personal best. He's done 2:07.1, and that's less than 3 seconds off, the front runners. And obviously, yesterday was a difficult day for them. The car, it was on its roof at one point, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Mind you, the good pictures, it makes quite a bit of social media activity. So, for us, it helps our brand, GT Radio brand, get sort of, hits and that kind of thing. But, as I said, the guys are just pushing it as far as they can. You know, to be 3-4 seconds off the pace for their first ever Fun Cup, I think that's pretty good.
And plans for 24?
We haven't really made too many plans yet. We're still kind of up in the air about what we're going to do next year. I think you'll still see the GT tyre on the Fun Cup Championship for sure. What we do with the GT radial car yet, we're not really sure, to be honest. So we've got a few discussions going on. But yeah, I mean, GT will stay with Fun Cup for sure for 24. I think we don't get too many complaints about the tyres. Sometimes people say they're a little bit too grippy and they last too long. But you know, hey, we do what Paul asks us to on the tyre front, and say no complaints. I don't think.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Brian. Back to Andy and Scott.
Cheers.
Me right then, I think we have more or less got our heads now around what's going on with the race after that latest first round of pit stops. It is JPR Team BSP who have actually taken over the race lead, number 195. They've just moved ahead of MJ Tech actually, so those two battling away for the lead of the race. Third place now for Team Olympian, so Chris Doval losing a couple of places on that lap. He came out as the race leader, but his previous lap was a 2 minutes 9 compared to a 2 minutes 2 for the race leaders. This was my point earlier on. Chris likely perhaps to lose a bit of ground now. How much ground will he lose? Will Chris Doval then Christian Rose I should say, be then able to regain that lost ground in the next stint? They're 4 seconds at the moment ahead of Team Greenheath, who sit 4th. PLR Racing up into 5th position now. So scoring reasonably well, PLR. They've now moved provisionally into 2nd place in the championship, and as it stands, would be 23 points behind Team Olympian. So Team Olympian in a good position. We can see here that Ben Pitch is catching Team Olympian and bringing with him, Scott, some friends.
Yeah, bringing Greenheath and Viking along for the ride as well. So this is going to be interesting to see how that works out. Ben Pitch, of course, is, as we know, no Satch. He's the younger. He's the young gun compared to the captain himself, Team Neil Zemmer, who I think we can always say has done literally more Fun Cup races, which is practically every one of them since it started back in 2002. So if you want to ask anyone how do you win a Fun Cup champion, how I think with a Fun Cup race, he's probably your best bet in terms of asking for any advice on that, because he's done it all literally. He's been there, done it all, and got however many t-shirts and champion trophies to go along with it. So it's good to see them still looking pretty competitive. And what's quite amazing, I think, is how key consistency is in a champion like this. It's key in any champion, particularly here in Fun Cup and Endurance Championship, mainly due to the fact that, as we talked about, they haven't won a race.
No.
Obviously not, obviously, that goes without saying, but they've been able to stay there and get those strong podium and top 5 results when others have hit trouble, like Uvio, like Olympian, like Viking, like others. When they've sat back, they've been the ones to bank those strong points results in the top 5 in the podium places to get them up into that position. So ultimately, even if they, I'm not sure if it's ever happened before where someone's won a championship and literally never won a race all season in any championship. I can't remember it in my lifetime anyway, at least it ever happening. It probably has happened somewhere, but ultimately consistency really does show to work on pretty well. You can see Ben Pitch is putting Christopher under some big pressure here, so he's going to try and pick himself into 3rd place if he can. Look, puts himself into Chris's mirrors. It's key that PLR have got this consistency thing down to an absolute T, and whilst others might have some issues. They had that hiccup at Oulton Park when they retired or pulled off the last few minutes of the race, and so that was classified as 16th, I think it was, they were classified.
Yes, it was.
So because of that, it's there. Now then, interestingly, 246 has just had, which is very clever with EF Motorsports, so I was getting the wrong mixed up, 246 has had a warning for track limits, as of a couple of others. Also, which you mentioned, there's been a stop-and-go penalty also that's been applied, and possibly done already for car 104. That's the other EF Motorsport car. In fact, there it is. She's come out of the pit lane, I saw momentarily, but all over each other here. It's 4 cars that are battling for positions. Greenheath slipped up the inside of PLR into Lodge Corner there, so interesting enough, taking full advantage of that, and 104 kept out of the way, but Greenheath are on their toes.
Yeah, Ben Pitch got sort of pinched in, didn't he, behind the EDF car there, and Greenheath able to slip through. So Greenheath gain an extra couple of points, PLR lose an extra couple of points, and now Greenheath going for an extra couple beyond that because they're peeking to the inside of Team Olympian. That didn't work though, it delays them on the exit of the corner, and so Ben Pitch gets back alongside as they head through the avenue. Crucial here really that PLR Racing gain a few more places. This is an opportunity to try and cut into the championship advantage being held by Team Olympian at the moment. They're on the verge of being able to do that, but they can't quite get onto their tail as Greenheath do eventually hang on to 4th spot. Down into Island Bend they go again. 18.5 minutes to go, which means that we are now into the 2nd and final pit window, and I reckon we will see Chris Doval in the pit lane pretty quickly. He's under fire once again from Greenheath at Shell, but we've seen a few times in this race that the outside line of Shell headed into place to be. Ben Pitch tries to use that to his advantage, but could not quite get the momentum.
Look who's also joined them too, a rather rapid team in Axiometrics. And they've been a team this year that have had some great pace, but they've had rotten luck, whether it's been getting involved in incidents, mechanical dramas, or just something that's happened to them. Axiometrics, their results, whether on the champion, doesn't reflect the quality of their team and their drivers, because they've had such great results and such great pace, but just things just really haven't, to use the term, they haven't just had the rub of the green on more than one occasion. It's really been frustrating for them. And they're a team that are up there in the top 5 and top up in 6 coming into the weekend, but they ultimately, given them some of their pace, some of the results they could have achieved, should be much higher. You've got a smile on your face for some reason.
People say that I am a nerd. Right, my very good friend Dave Chapman, who by the way is responsible for the wonderful graphics pack that we're enjoying today, tells us that in the 1993 Finnish Superbike Championship, a rider did win a championship without winning a race. And I feel foolish for not knowing that already, Scott.
I'm an anorak, but I'm probably not to that level so far, but well found for Dave there. Good stuff. As we found that one. Right, back to our scrap here for what is now currently 3rd place. Christopher, that looked almost all too easy. He was kind of gave green position as if he was possibly looking to go to pit lane, which he is. I thought that looked too easy. He didn't defend that at all because he knew exactly where he was going. Axiometrics follows him in. This now gives Greenheath, PLR and Viking a chance to go on. So Jamie, be on your toes because you've got Olympian coming your way down towards pit lane. They met the stop.
Sorry, I thought Ben Pitch was pulling over with a problem. I think he was just getting out of the way of Team Viking. But Pitch having an interesting stint here, isn't he? Because he had some good pace, and then once he started getting involved in the wheel-to-wheel stuff, doesn't seem to be coming out of it particularly well. He was looking up the inside of Viking there just as we cut away. I hope that didn't end in contact. It looked like it may be about to, but I think they both managed to survive it. Back into the fray there goes Team Olympian. Championship leaders Christian Rose back on board. And all things considered, Scott, Christopher did his job there. He stood his ground pretty well, lost a bit of time to the race leaders, but stayed ahead, really, of those who mattered.
To be fair to him, that was a really solid stint. Really good stuff from Chris. That was probably one of his... Again, we don't need to be impolite when we say he's obviously not the quickest of the 3 drives, but for him in terms of a stint this year, that's probably, actually thinking about it, probably one of the most important stints, not the most important stint he's done in a front car this year, because it's kept them in really good condition to keep things properly on track despite the early safety car. So actually, Chris, I'm sure does a good job in many cases anyway, but in particular, solid stint, really well done, good team play from Chris there. And that hands it over to Christian Rose, and that's what the man with the boss's surname can try and get on with. Let's see if we can get on here as Greenheath thumping the curb at the Hizzy chicane. Almost running wide there. That's the 110 car. That's the Red Bull Sport car. Which I believe Red Bull Sport it does contain Johnny Murdoch. Not right now, it doesn't. It will in the final stint. But he's just handed over Barnaby Grimes and Gareth Williams getting stuck in there now. And they're currently sat at the moment in 17th place. Now here's a car we should talk about, as we heard in the interview of the GT. This is the 97 car, that's the 246. That's the other vape car, which EDF have those weekends sometimes where just nothing seems to go right. And unfortunately, Oulton Park is that race because they've had one car with a stop and go penalty, one car that's gone off the course safety car, another one's had a track limits warning, and now gone off at the chicane. So unfortunately, Eddie Farrow's team not having the brightest of afternoons or mornings at the moment in time. She's probably stayed in bed by the sounds of it, I think.
Yes, they do have 3 cars in the race. I suppose statistically speaking, they're always quite likely to be front and centre, aren't they? But not necessarily for the right reasons. Right, PLR have just pitted. Ben Pitch letting Neil Plimmer back into the car. You can see that on the bottom right of the screen, and that's a really interesting graphic that will become useful throughout the pit cycle. It will show us the pit time as well, so the time from pit entry to pit exit, and we've spoken already about how the experienced teams such as PLR can gain so much time there.
It looked like Fonchini was either trying to help him close the door, or almost like he's kind of...
Wouldn't surprise me.
A little bit, but he's okay. But I thought either he sort of... It looked like he was driving past and trying to grab hold of a door or something. He was trying to close it, but 27.079 seconds for a full pit in from pit out.
Compare that to GT Radial, they were in the 40s. Now, okay, they're a very inexperienced team, but that's the sort of time you can gain. This is why I love championships that don't have minimum pit stop time, Scott.
And it's just down to experience and how well practiced you are, really. Team Rattlers Racing, they're a new team this season, only 4 seconds off on a pit stop from Olympian, and that can come down to practice and just experience. Literally practice and experience in the pit stops. I've even watched them on a Friday afternoon. Even though we know sometimes Uvio don't tend to try too hard because they do it to be fun. Ironically, they're probably the team that tries the least. Is that Red River Sport with an issue or something? They're either they're not locking up. It looks like it's the right front as GT Radio goes onto the grass to stay out of the way. But it looks like Red River Sport. It was a bodywork sort of rubbing on the right front. It looks like there was some kind of smoke and steam that was coming out. I don't know if the front right of the car, but it must have been simply must be some bodywork rubbing on the tyre. But something was coming off that one tank car.
Yes, and poor Tom Pledger, who is one of these marshals racing in the GT Radial car, that was his out lap. His first ever lap of racing in Fun Cup, and suddenly has the Red River car come storming up the inside into his lops, and I think he did the right thing, really, in bailing onto the grass. Right, this is the fight for the race lead. In fact, that has been a lead change, has it not, Scott? Because that looks to me like MJ Tech have gone ahead. So another lead change then, and MJ Tech move up ahead of JPR Team BSP. So a good stint being put together here by Will Abraham, who took over from Scott Jeffs, who made some good progress in the early stint, and now they've moved into the lead of the race. So that is another leader. Another lead change, and the Vikings also heading for the pit lane, as Scott says. So we are now starting to get into the meat of this final pit window. Out of the 170 car will get Colin Kingsnorth, and Johnny Hode, I believe, will be getting in for his second go in the race. So the Vikings car will head back out. A car that for a period in this race looked as though it was going to move into second place in the points, but now has a little bit more work to do if that's something they're going to achieve.
29 seconds total pit stop time for Team Viking, only a couple of seconds slower than, slower than Olympian. That was maybe a couple of seconds gained at least for Team Olympian, who will try and get back out if they can. I think they've already gone through anyway, which means that they were in better position. Race Logic have risen up to fifth position. You can see them quite nicely. They go to 2.4 car pit lane. That was the second seed data cars. Raw pit callers here. The EDF cars. So that's the EDF Autotel car which is coming over it, but it's not. So there's one car literally prepares to leave for Eddie Farrow's squad, and another one back in for its manoeuvre its way out of pit lane, as I can see just on this, out of my commentary box window and just looking on the screen here. So this second set of pit stops, the only cars left to really make pit stops are going to be the top 3 cars at the moment. Race Logic have to make their second pit stop, as do Fueled Up Racing 210. That'll be Wendy Ellis-Smith handing over to Paul Taylor for the final stint. And that's just about it really in terms of last few pit callers. There is 210, there's Wendy Ellis-Smith chasing down the Ratters racing car. That is 4th position, that's the 10th place on track at the moment, so Wendy's done quite a grand job here getting us the back of the Ratters. And they've really been, as well, I'll talk about Ratters, they've been one of the teams of the season, because they've been a brand new team starting this season. And they've taken the Fun Cup so quickly, but at the same time, whenever Jamie interviews them, they're so enthusiastic, they're so passionate, they love it. Even that was just a line, or that car was, I noticed it too, just coming down under brakes. That car looked like it was almost sort of crabbing a little bit under brakes.
I think it is a little bit, yes. It's had a bit of a knock, but that's something I've learned over the years with these Fun Cup cars. Even if that rear geometry does get knocked out, it doesn't break completely very easily. So you can drive a car with a little bit of left hand down or right hand down. Might not go quite as quickly.
Like maybe the right rear was a little bit askew looking at the back shot. That little bit askew, but it's enough to kind of just put the steering in the front line and out of kilter. Looking here at 210, which is the 212, which is the EDF Autotel car, amongst one of the JPR cars, and also there was Udo. Race Logic in for their second pit stop, so that will be Race Logic handing back to Julian Thomas. Races many cars to historic race these days, and one of them when you're not racing, we see Uvio trying to unlap themselves in the 195 car, which is the BSP car, which now has that was Leeds, in fact. So Leeds has been unlapped by Uvio.
Yes.
Pace-wise, and that's currently got Reza Seawortham, who literally is a week, not even a week, fresh out of the Genetic Junior Championship, racing there last weekend in the final rounds, already onto senior license, just straight into a Fun Cup car, which is quite extraordinary. Which is quite amazing to see, but good to see him and Mikey Porter in the mix as well, of course, alongside Ted Bradbury. And I tell you what, if they possibly try and do a little bit of season, or at least try and do a couple of rounds next year, that could possibly be, depending on how the rest of this race works and the 3-hour race, that could be a key team to watch next year if they choose to come and do a few more next year in 2024.
And I'm not dreaming this, am I, Scott? We did see MJ Tech take the lead a couple of laps ago, didn't we?
Yes.
They're suddenly 10.5 seconds behind Team BSP again, so they've had a drama somewhere, haven't they?
Possibly. BSP are coming into the pit lane anyway, so in for their second stop. This will now be Mikey
Porter,
who will take over from Reza Seawortham. And as for Uvio, they're still going to stay plumb last anyway, unfortunately, because they are 5 laps down, but they are lapping quite quickly. Their last lap was a 2.152. You compare that to, I think the lap, not the one just completed the lap before, but Reza Seawortham did do a 2 minutes .307. That's the fastest lap of the race by quite some time. The only team that's actually made a sub 2 minute 1 lap time, which is pretty impressive pace for them by far. So out now goes Mikey Porter.
And crucially, Scott, no sign of Olympian yet, so they're getting out ahead of Olympian, who have already made that second pit steer leap. So that's a big gap. In fact, there he is, look, just ahead of the Team PLR racing car, which has made its second stop. So this is once again a battle between essentially now the top two cars in the points, as Team PLR's Neil Plimmer tries to take the fight to Christian Rose. Neil Plimmer raced against Christian's dad in Fun Cup back in the day, Paul, when he would come and do the odd cameo appearance in his own championship. And now it's Christian Rose, who not only has stepped up to be one of the fastest drivers on the grid, but also does a lot of the work behind the scenes now, sort of starting to make that transition maybe between his dad and Christian, sharing the duties of running the championship. And a lot on his plate at the moment, Christian, and yet ironically he's had probably his most successful season to date behind the wheel. Fueled Up Racing are in. This is for Paul Taylor to take over for the final part of the race, but the real battle we need to watch here is that one between Olympian and PLR for the, well, not the championship lead necessarily. PLR need to outscore them by a fair few points to take that, but they at least have an opportunity here, Scott, to tighten things up going into the decider.
We do. An opportunity to, again, it's at least in some way take some points out of them if they can, which would be quite crucial. So as the pit stops now shake up, we've still got MJ Tech and Greenheath to make their first stops as Paul Taylor brings the 210 car out, having handed over from Wendy Ellis-Smith. You can tell that in deep down as well, just talking back to Uvio, who are just coming in for their stop now as far as Keeney gets back in. He seems to be really enthusiastic about the paddock just in general. You think giving Wendy Ellis-Smith a thumbs up as she came to the pit lane.
Yes.
He obviously tried to help close the door a bit of Plymouth's car as MJ Tech comes in for its pit stop, so Brooklyn has left the pit. It's going to be Greenheath as they come back through this time by. The gap was about 25 seconds. Off the road goes the 97 Marshall's car. So that's the 97, of course, which has Tom Pledger with a bit. Tom Pledger. Welcome to Fun Cup. Got a baptism of fire for him in this first weekend. Greenheath is in as well, so that's in for that's their final second pit callers. They're in for their stops. This now technically becomes battle for the lead as they come across the line, because it's going to be between Olympian and PLR Racing crossing the grid. There goes MJ Tech. No, MJ Tech have pitted out, so they technically they still hold the lead.
Yes, they do.
Lead this, so ignore what I've just said. MJ Tech do still lead it, but now of course it's going to be a sprint between if MJ Tech can hold on to it. And given the gap they've got actually with 6 minutes to go, I don't think Greenheath and PLR are even going to catch them. I don't think they are. No,
I don't think they will either. I'm not entirely sure where BSP are in all of this. They might be ahead of them as well, so this might actually be the fight for fourth. It might not even be for a podium place yet between these. We think it is for third, okay.
Yeah,
so
because Greenheath just dropped behind them. Of course,
they did, you're right. So it is for third place, but only third place, and MJ Tech might be on course for a victory. And I don't remember them winning a race in this championship before, MJ Tech. They've been there or thereabouts a few times, but not been able to get it across the line, I don't think.
Consult your spreadsheets if there's...
Yes, there we go. It'll come in handy at some point.
And he does have those, don't know, he has a very epic... he has different stats spreadsheets for different champions. He has for the mother of all stats spreadsheets for Fun Cup. He has practice stats for every single race. Just checking through now so they can see MJ trying to what he used to find MJ Tech listed in there somewhere. But either way, if they haven't, that'd be quite a story to see a first time, another team taking their first victory in the championship. We're going to see if that's looking pretty good. He's shaking his head. He doesn't reckon they have won a race.
No, I don't think they have.
A brand new winner on the final set, which would be quite amazing to see. So we'll see exactly what the order is when it shakes out. See what it is now. We see Neil Clever chasing down Christian Rose. Of course, it's fourth and fifth. I think third or fourth position. I think there's really maybe the final stop. BSP could be up in the second place. Olympian third. There is Uvio, of course, who are 5 laps down towards the back of the field. Right, there goes the 195 car. Through they go, and they are currently... There goes Uvio behind them as well. So, time has properly corrected itself because, no, BSP lead.
Right, okay, so they are ahead of it. Yes, I couldn't see them when MJ Tech left the pit lane, so they were either a long way ahead or a long way behind. The answer is a long way ahead, it turns out.
Do you know what's agonising? We've got this £10,000 prize on for a new team of drivers. They can't win it because Ted Bradbury's had the race already.
Before.
So
yeah,
that's kind of that's the scum. If it happens, it'd be a first-time win for Reza Seaworthen and Mikey Porter.
Yes,
but that 10 grand is still going to stay safe in Paul Rose's checkbook because Ted Bradbury's raced already. So Fun Cups, therefore, the rule is if it's 3 drivers that have never raced in Fun Cup before, they win all together on their first time out. All 3 drivers have to make their Fun Cup debut in that race and win it to get the £10,000 prize. And they just miss out because one of them has raced before. So unlucky, but That could have paid for a full season of
Well, yes.
a
fact that I'm sure is not lost on the Bradburys.
Yes.
I think it will be, not that this will help Ted, but I think it is the first time 195 will have won a race. I don't think I've seen that car win a race in Fun Cup before, but we'll await confirmation on that. Right then, this is the fight for third place. It is Team Olympian currently on course for P3, but they've got one of their big championship rivals right behind them. 66 points up for grabs here, basically. As it stands, there would be 21 points, I reckon, between them. But of course, that could all change if Neil Plymouth can find a way through. He immediately cuts over to the racing line there, not even thinking about attacking on the brakes into the Hislop chicane, through which they turn now, through the right, through the left, into this tricky off-camber right-hander at Knickerbrook corner itself, from which you need to try and get a really good exit to then get the run up into Druids. 251 here, moving their way through Lodge corner. That's the Team LRS JPR car, which now has Charlie Liddell at the wheel. He's going through to complete another lap. The leaders, though, I think will have 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, so we're getting towards the end of the opening race of the day. And here comes that fight as Neil Plymouth drives onto the grass almost there, trying to distract Christian Rose. I think it'll take more than that, Neil.
Well, why the old Fox is trying to get a better on Christian. They've also got the 299 car behind them, which is quite an intriguing car. That's the JPR Young Guns machine, which features Jack Noller, who we know from Mazda MX-5, because won at the final rounds at Silverstone. Gracie Mitchell, who's come out of some, I think it's junior racing she's come out of, which she's come out of some of junior racing. And also from junior racing, Luke Hilton, who is, of course, come out of Fiesta Juniors. So he's now making his first, well, not his first senior appearance. He was in the last weekend, whilst his former fellow juniors were racing at Brands Hatch at the festival. He was in, I think, Portugal or Spain racing in the Rally World Finals.
Yes.
So he's already done some senior racing already, just getting himself properly to grips. I believe next year he's got some other plans to do. There's 251 again. Currently sat at the moment in 15th position. But as for their other JPR team, almost high car compatriots, they are currently in the lead of the race at the moment. And given lap times, next time by is going to be the start of the final lap of the race. And I think, again, we'll be looking at least a first time winner, whatever happens in the top 2, because of course it'll either be Team JPR BSP or if something happens, it'll be MJ Tech. Either way, we're looking at a first-time winner, and that's quite a story in itself amongst the championship battles here at Oulton Park.
Exactly, and sort of proves that point, doesn't it, that there are other cars who can potentially get in between these championship contenders, or even just outright ahead of them. Here is the 195 car, then leads the way, and Mikey Porter on his debut in the championship could be on course for a race victory. He was on the previous lap about a second and a half slower than Scott Jeffs in the chasing MJ Tech car, but the gap was 6.3 seconds, so Mikey just needs to keep his head here and he will be a race winner. So they will be getting to the end of their penultimate lap in a moment or two. Here they come out of Druids Corner. They've got 1 more car to lap. There in the background is MJ Tech. Scott Jeffs is just going to run out of time, unfortunately, in his chase for a race victory. There will be 1 more lap to be completed then. Here out of Lodge Corner comes Mikey Porter. 1 more time around the Oulton Park International Circuit. It's going to be a 28 lap race. We'll see plenty more laps than that completed in the 4-hour race to come later on in the afternoon. Here the fight going on in a way for the championship though. Team Olympian still holding on to 3rd place. Can Neil Plymouth find a way past them on the final lap? He's very, very close as they head for Old Hall Corner. Is he going to think about the inside line? No, because Christian Rose carries enough speed into the right-hander and manages to keep him at bay. Out of Old Hall, down the avenue they head, and Neil Plymouth realises now that it is time to strike. He has got to try and find a way through. Peaks to the inside at Cascades, but just can't quite make that move stick. And of course, by going in on that tight line, he sacrifices exit speed a little bit, and it means that he's not necessarily going to be close enough to get the run down into Island Bend, Scott.
Does as he can to try and make it happen. There are our race leaders, 195. They've got a sport car, which has none other than Johnny Boland behind them. So you can see Johnny jumping back into Fun Cup. He does so. He's back with his old sparring partner or co-driver in the brick car days of Bottom Grimes. Those two know each other well. Usually a little bit Ferrari rather than Fun Cup car, but it's still the same in many cases. They go for the final time. This will be quite an occasion for these two. And that's not too bad, actually, particularly for at least Regis Seaworth and Michael Porter. Fresh out of June, your first weekend of senior race. You literally get your first win of your senior race today, which is not too bad. We've got quite experienced young. Actually, here's another stat for you as well. This is one of the youngest winning teams in Fun Cup history.
Almost certainly.
Because Ted Bradbury's 16 or 17 years old. These two guys must be 16 or 17 years old. This must be one of the youngest, if it happens in the next few corners. one of the youngest winning teams in Fun Cup history across the board.
Jamie was telling me, Jamie Peter said this earlier on this morning, I think their combined age is somewhere in the mid-40s, which is terrifying, quite frankly. So yes, I haven't got that data to hand, but I would be willing to put some money on the fact that this is going to be the youngest combined age of winners within the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Out of the final turn they come. It is going to be JPR Team BSP who claim victory in the penultimate round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Oulton Park. Ted Bradbury, Reza Sarurathan and Mikey Porter claim the victory. Second place in the end is going to go to MJ Tech. The side-by-side action behind, not involving Olympian and PLR, though. Olympian will hang on to third position, scoring some valuable points. The Vikings, though, did they get ahead of Axiometrics? No, not quite, I don't think. They were side by side at the line. In fact, it wasn't even, it was for position. And the Vikings did get ahead, actually, by 0.2 of a second. We think we'll update the timing screen in a moment or two, but no, it might well have been Axiometrics who held on to the place. We'll double check that in a moment or so. Here come Race Logic out of the final corner. Now, Axiometrics did hang on by, how much was that, 18 thousandths of a second in the run for 5th position, but some valuable points scored even for Team Olympian. They come home in 3rd position in that race, and that means that they are going to be in a commanding position in the points going into the decider a little bit later on, because they already had that points lead, and they now extend that ever further as a result of that podium finish. They will score 66 points, PLR will score 64 points, and Team Viking, for finishing in 6th position, will score just the 60 points. So they are going to be the top 3 in the points, and it's going to be 463 for Olympian, 442 for PLR, and 430 for Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing. They will be 33 behind, but I think that means they're out of contention because, of course, Olympian are guaranteed to score 33 points. Because of their drop score from earlier on in the season, which means that, no, they could still be beaten by Vikings. What about by Uvio? No, Uvio are now out of it, so Uvio can't win any longer. What about Team Greenheath? Where did they end up in the end? Team Greenheath was 7th, so they scored 58 championship points. Sorry, 58 there, and that means they can also not beat Team Olympian's 496, which is now the minimum that they will end up on. So we are in a position, I think now, Scott, where there are 3 teams who can still win it, they being Olympian, PLR and Team Viking, but a 21-point cushion going into that final race of the season. I think Team Olympian will be feeling pretty confident going into the afternoon.
But also as well, even if Team Viking tie with Olympian on points, don't Olympian win it on countback of wins?
They would indeed,
so
yes,
even
you're
as
right.
a tie. So technically, yes, they are in the mix as well, but even if they were to win it, and let's say Uvio, retired, and had to get their worst drop score back, which is 33 points, it would still get it on count back.
Yes.
Meanwhile, there's the result then. So JPR Team BSP take the victory. It's certainly one of the youngest winning teams in Fun Cup history, of course, between Mikey Porter, Reza Seaworthen, and Ted Bradbury. It's JPR Team BSP who win. MJ Tech in 2nd place. Team Olympian crucially 3rd, ahead of PLR Racing in 4th, and Team Viking Ursus Capital only just just losing out to Axiometrics in the top 5 in the mix as well. Rest of the result is coming through on the screen right now, as you can see. Rest of the order. Good to see the GT Radial car, the Marshals to Race car, got home in one piece in 19th spot as well. Great to refer the rest of that top 10. So Team Viking Ursus Capital was 6th, Team Greenheath was 7th, 8th went to Team Rastas Racing, 9th for Team Race Logic, and 10th Signature RV running out that top 10. Sea Data 11th, Vape Club 12th, with EDF Motorsport in 246. Then it was Team 3 Motorsport 13th, Fueled Up Racing 14th. Then it was Team JPR LRS 15th, Plays Red River Sport 16th, JPR Young Guns 17th, then Jackpot Racing, GT Radio, #Marshals to Race. The other 2 EDF Motorsport cars, 104 and 212, and then Team Uvio Hoffman's Lotus, sadly, with the carbon copy of what happens to them back in July, now puts them out of championship contention, finishing plumb last. What it does guarantee actually now is one thing we can guarantee for next race. Team BSP now to start from the back of the grid, because as in a typical Fun Cup tradition, if you win the previous race, or if it's the first race of the season, if you're the champions, you have to be mandated, you've got to start the back of the grid, because the grid is also set by random grid draw. There's only one spot that is always guaranteed, and that's whoever starts at the back. So that's going to be crucial to see. We'll be intrigued to see over now 3 times the distance how Bradbury, Seaworthen and Porter get on for the back of the grid, how much progress they can make in the early laps, and how well they can do. Ultimately, there is that 3-way battle for the championship, and also where they end up on grid draw on top of that too. So all to play for now, with 33 points between the top 3 it seems, and it could be hopefully a race that is conducive to what we're hoping for, which is a real barnstorming finish, as Oulton Park tends to be in many cases on Fun Cup, particularly on those longer races when it tends to fan out and come back together again. So I hope we get the same, and it should be hopefully a really epic conclusion to this year's, well, been a really, in general, epic Fun Cup season all round.
It has indeed, and that final 4-hour race, one not to be missed, certainly. It will be more of a traditional Fun Cup race, being a 4-hour endurance race. The pit stops are more spread out. Every 40-minute the pit window will open. That, if you want a really boring stat, was the 7th 1-hour sprint race that the championship has ever held. As far as lead changes are concerned, the second least competitive. There were only 6 lead changes in that race compared to 9, which was the record from both the Donington Park and a Snetterton race. So says a lot, doesn't it, really? That race, I think, by any other championship standards, was extremely competitive for a 60-minute race in Fun Cup terms. Well, actually, pretty uneventful, really.
So has there been a race with less lead changes than that, then?
There has. Donington Park 2014, there were only 5. I mean, I fell asleep for most of that, I think. There really wasn't anything going on.
5 in a race that was how long?
1 hour long, yes.
Oh, it was an hour long.
As far as 1-hour races are concerned,
okay.
yes. Oh, no, the record for lead changes is 63 in a race at Thruxton a couple of years ago. So,
but that's not surprising, given that Thruxton.
Yes.
And actually, fair, I was there for that race weekend. That was an epic race at Thruxton.
It was,
that was
yes.
so good.
Yeah.
It was typical Thruxton action where you're on that back straight and everyone's trying to be first into that club chicane, and that happened over and over and over again in that sequence. That was incredible. So for those watching on the Fun Cup stream, I'm not sure if we're going to get any reaction from the teams down from Jamie in the pit lane. We're waiting for interviews, so we might well get a possible chance to chat to them if we possibly do. Whilst we're waiting for that, of course, we can prime for those who are on the Brscc stream. That's not the end of the racing, so it's not just Fun Cup here today. We also have the final rounds of both the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula 4 Championship and the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. They're both contesting their final 2 races of the season. There are provisional champions to be settled. Effectively, not really in Super Classic Formula 4, because as I was working out the other day, effectively, we have got to settle there. Before we do that, though, let's head back down to Jamie to get some reaction from that first Fun Cup race down in either pit lane or down in Park Fairway.
Okay. Well, we are hearing, interestingly, that part of the reason for the delay in getting drivers to the podium is that there is a bit of a discussion going on about the results. So there might be a penalty that was pending or something at the end of that race because it was a shorter race than usual. Didn't have the time required to apply it. So that discussion going on. We're waiting for absolute confirmation of who ends up on the podium. Hopefully this doesn't affect the championship leaders, Team Olympian. That would be an unfortunate way for them to lose some points, but we'll give you further news on that as and when we get it, and also an opportunity to remind you that, as I said, we do have that second race coming up later on in the day for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. The championship decider kicking off at just before 1:30 in the afternoon, all being well. Hopefully not too many delays. We've only got 6 races to get through today here at Oulton Park, and the weather so far is playing ball, which is what we like to see. But that Fun Cup race will come after the lunch break, before which we have action, as Scott quite rightly says, from the Brscc Super Classic Pre-99 Formula 4 Championship and the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup, both of which had some competitive qualifying sessions a little bit earlier on in the day.
Yeah, now one thing we should mention with Super Classic Formula 4 is essentially all 4 of the class titles are effectively provisionally settled before we even got here this weekend, because there is one of the 4 class title provisional class winners is here this weekend. Scott Rawlinson in the Super Classic D, but the other ones are each of the 4 championship leaders in each of the classes are at least 70 points ahead, which is the maximum score that you can get from a weekend, which you get 32 points for a win. You get 2 points in pole and qualifying in your class, and also you get 2 points for a fastest lapping class on top of that as well, which means you can get 36 points from the first race, 34 points from the second as a maximum. Add that together, that's 70. So if you're more than 70 points ahead, ultimately you cannot be caught in the championship in either of the classes, which means that we get this right off the top here. Morgan Dempsey in Super Classic A, Andrew Schofield in Super Classic B, Scott Guthrie in Super Classic C, and any one of the 4 championship leaders, class leaders who's here this weekend, Scott Rawlinson in Super Classic D, are all effectively champions-elect in many cases, because they have got more than 70 points coming into the weekend, which means even if Paul Mason's second place was to win both races and win his class both times, he would still end up about 12 points back from Morgan Dempsey and couldn't be caught, because it was effectively sealed up for them back at Croft. So the cars I can see just at the out of the assembly area just start to filter out now, just the end of the pit lane, which means we're getting our first Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford race underway very shortly. We have got cars represented in all 4 classes. Again, slightly smaller field than we've normally had throughout the season. I think there's a few sort of logistical and date clashes in the last couple of rounds, which have meant that some drivers have been otherwise conflicted to come as well, and also understandably, I think, that the drivers that can't be caught in the championship haven't decided to rest, except for Scott Rawlinson, because ultimately they understand we'd like them to be here, but understandably in a racing context, if you don't need to be there in terms of the race, obviously they want to try and conserve that lead and not do anything that could have connotations later on. So the cars are making their way out of the pit lane. They'll come back round to the grid very shortly, and once they've done that, we'll have a look and see where we are with the rundown very shortly. We're still waiting to see if we can get some kind of reaction, possibly from the Fun Cup guys. We're just trying to get a bit of a query in terms of that. I know that Jamie was on the radio at the moment to Barry, our producer, and at the moment we're just waiting, whilst that's happening, for our Formula 4s to come back around. They will have I think a regular formation that before they come back around to get going. Okay.
So we are looking forward then to our first Formula Ford action of the day, and it is the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship. Cars about to head out onto the circuit then, and as Scott was saying, a busy time of year for Formula Ford drivers as well. We had the Formula Ford Festival last week, the Walter Hicks Trophy coming up as well, so I'm sure that factors into a few drivers' decision not to race here today. But we do have a competitive grid, and qualifying earlier on today pretty tight, with Richard Frey just managing to grab pole position from Paul Mason. Scott Rawlinson and Colin Williams will share row 2 ahead of Juicy Brscc. Neil Hunt on the 3rd row. Christopher Stones and Grace Parkington are on row 4, with Trevor Morgan and Raymond Fine on the back row of the grid. So we've got 10 cars set to take the start. And the Lotus 61 there of Raymond Fane at the back of the grid. That's a car you don't see all that often these days racing. Good to have it out on the grid. Yeah, exciting time for Formula Ford racing. Scott, we were both at Brands Hatch a week ago for the Formula Ford Festival. Wasn't bad, was it?
It was all right. It wasn't too bad. Yeah, we had, I think, to kind of cover a little bit from where it was reported, it was the perfect antidote for the unfortunate circumstances of 2022, because the race we had across the weekend for the festival was great. I thought 2021's final was a barnstormer. I think that was better, and a lot of people again are saying 2023, the final was an instant classic, and the racing all round from start to finish was fantastic to see. So our live stream producers, you can see now 10 degrees at the moment, 8 mile an hour winds, 100% chance of rain apparently, according to that. I think that's what it means.
I know we're in the northwest, Scott, but that's a bit pessimistic. I mean, it's cloudy, but the cloud is starting to lift. I think. Well,
the forecast is telling at 12 o'clock it's going to be sunny.
Yeah, no, that sounds more like it. Yeah.
Yes, and that'll be sort of more steadier rain at 1 o'clock. So it's going to start raining apparently about in roughly 25 minutes time. Apparently.
Oh, good.
But yeah, good to see the Formula Ford in pretty good. That's a Formula Ford Championship next year, looking pretty exciting. Got a calendar out already for them. They're going to visit 5 different venues. They're going to head to Silverstone twice. They're going to go to both the national and the international circuit. They're going to go to Brands Hatch Indy, to Donington Park, to Mallory Park, and 2 visits here to a regular first circuit. Have to remember this championship was now is become Super Classic, more national out of what it was before, which was the Northern Formula Ford Championship. Over the last 2 or 3 seasons has had a bit of a transition to being more national. It's more come to more Super Classic cars exclusive on top of that as well, and some very nice cars coming out. There should hopefully be a nice pool of cars we can tap into. About roughly between 83 to 98, they have a chance to race anywhere in this grid very, very shortly. So the car's going to come up onto the grid here. I'm going to double check. I have to admit, I'm being slight ignorance. Whether this is going to be a full-on start when they line up out the pit lane, or as Trevor Morgan's taking his time a little bit to get himself into position.
Generally, I think the outlap because it's almost a full lap, it's generally the warm-up lap as well, isn't it? Which it is, because the red lights are on, so we are going to go racing this time then. And Richard Frey from pole position looks to try and get the jump on Paul Mason, which he does. The battle really for 3rd place. Scott Rawlinson on the inside, Colin Williams on the outside line, and Colin Williams chops across his nose and actually gets up the inside of Mason as well, and tries to move into 2nd place. Doesn't quite manage to do it as they head out of Old Hall Corner, or does he? They're wheel to wheel down the avenue, and I reckon he might have got the job done. So Richard Frey holds the advantage. It is indeed Colin Williams, I think, up into 2nd position now, and Paul Mason just managing to defend off Scott Rawlinson for third as they head out of Cascades and down the Lakeside Straight for the first time. So really good start made by Colin Williams there, but he's under threat again now. The slightly newer car of Paul Mason manages to move back through as they arrive at Island Bend, back into second position. So some good battling going on for the lower podium places, but the race leader Richard Frey already starting to get away as they head out of Shell and up towards Britain's chicane for the first time. Great age range of cars on this grid as well, which is going to be interesting to watch actually. Some of those newer cars are going to have the edge down the straights, but some of the older cars sometimes can be a bit lighter, and if they're well driven can be a bit quicker through the technical sections than even some of the more modern cars. Down into the Hislop chicane they come then. It is the number 34 car then of Colin Williams which has made its way up into second position. As they head over Clay Hill, it really looks like being this fight for second place that's likely to take centre stage really, with the leader already starting to march off into the distance. Bit of a tangle further back though, Scott.
Chris Stones and Grace Parkinson, by the looks of it. Chris Stones, the older late 80s Van Diemen, and Grace Parkinson, who's one of the youngest drivers in the grid. She's like 16, 17 years old, having a first proper run in an old school Formula 4, which is good to see. You don't see many young drivers, and that's, I think, what the likes of Alan Bowles and the others. We want to try and encourage more younger drivers into these older machines, because you learn so much from Formula 4, as many people will know. But also, if we can get some of the more younger drivers into the mix to get involved in these cars, and some of these older machines, you probably learn a lot more than they think, which is quite intriguing. Now, you talk about the older cars being quite competitive. One car I'm quite impressed by is Scott Rawlinson in Super Classic D. That is a Merlin Mark 11, if I'm correct.
Yes.
And that car itself, that just, to me, proves that in many cases, to a certain extent, it doesn't really matter what age the Formula Ford is. If the driver's quick enough and the car's well set up and engineered, it can be just as quick as a modern car. I've seen around here in Oulton Park. I think it was Luke Williams in a Thermal Van Diemen or something against, I think it was Ben Tinker or somebody else in an older car. And the older car only kept up with the modern machine, but he beat it. So if you've got a well set up car, regardless of what the age is, this thing can be from 1967 or 2023. Ultimately, the newer cars will be more sleek, going to wear down and friendly like the modern, but count a bit purely, they're all roughly about the same. So you can have a good, well-engineered car, and the drive behind it is quite handy too. As you can see, some of the older cars can get the best of some of the younger machinery compared to the cars that are around it.
Certainly the case. Over hilltop comes the 1992 Van Diemen though of Richard Frey, and he is marching clear at the front of the field. And in fact, really now Mason looking more secure in second place as well. The battle really is the one for third, isn't it, between Williams, Rawlinson and the number 114, sorry, of Neil Hunt in behind. And Neil Hunt in the Mondial is starting to gain ground a little bit now on that group of cars ahead. They're the number 35 car, and that is the little Lotus, the 1961 Lotus, turning its way through the chicane. Raymond Fine at the back of the field, but staying out of trouble, unlike Chris Stones, who has unfortunately retired back to the pit lane at least, and in fact I think back into the paddock, so his race very much done. So 11 of the 15 minutes to go. New fastest lap by the race leader, Richard Frey, 152.7, and that is over 3 seconds quicker than he went in qualifying earlier on this morning. So the track conditions quite clearly improving from them. We've had a change for third place, though, and that is Scott Rawlinson now up ahead of Colin Williams. So he's managed to get that Merlin into the overall podium places, already leading within Class D. But he is now up into third place outright, ahead of Williams, who I think is running as a guest driver, so doesn't score points. Not that that is hugely significant, as Scott was describing earlier on. But Williams down to fourth position, and Scott Rawlinson continuing this giant-killing run, now into the top three.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Scott. I think that's the reason why he's by far and away the man to beat in Super Classic D. All class-leading drivers at the moment in Super Classic B this weekend. The others were Dempsey in Super Classic A, and Schofield in Super Classic B, and Scott Guthrie in Super Classic not here this weekend, but understandably in some cases. In a way, you see what I mean, because obviously they want to try and conserve that lead. One, they're more than 7 points ahead, so they might have felt as though they don't necessarily need to be here relative to the same time. To hold on to the position to remain in front more or less. PRS, again, you see these really good to see these older cars taking the fight to the younger machines and being just as competitive as each other, which is Now this is hopefully should encourage, I hope, some of the more older cars in Superclassic C and D, which are that drivers behind the wheel, to come and race in next year's championship, because of course it means that this is a good showcase of, again, regardless of grid size and everything else, the fact that you've got cars that are up there battling some of the younger machines that from the early 90s and very late 80s, they can be up there and can race that competitively. It hopefully should encourage some more to come out, and even then it just increased the level of competition in those two classes too, because there's more. Yes, there's more of an opportunity for some of the Super Classic A and B cars to come out, class cars, they're eligible for those cars to come out. But the cars that could fit Super Classic C and D, there's a very competitive, historic and classic Formula Ford scene in many cases with those much older cars. Neil Hunt has a look up the inside in towards Old Hall on Colin Williams, and that was a nice easy move up the inside into fourth place. Colin tries to get it back on the exit though, try to pull alongside the Irish-made Mondial chassis. Downhill they go, and Colin Williams gets it back. So, again, more proof that it doesn't matter the age of the car, if you're quick enough when it's well set up, you can pedal it just as fast as anything else.
Yeah, good racecraft as well there. He was overtaken at Old Hall Corner, but knew by taking the wider line he'd have the run down the avenue. They're side by side again now, though, and back up the inside goes Williams, and he will now move through. So, sorry, that is Hunt, isn't it? Sorry, back ahead of Williams into fourth position. So, can he now make that stick? Looks as though he might have the pace to solidify fourth position. Towards Britain's he goes, and yeah, that gap just starting to grow now. A little battle there for half a lap or so. It's a 6-second lead held by Richard Frey out in front. Paul Mason in second place was about 6 tenths or so slower than him on the previous lap. Rawlinson a little bit slower again, so yeah, they're all now starting to slip into the positions in which they started, but I think the difference in conditions between qualifying and the race, meaning that the opening half of this race has seen quite a lot of positional changes. A wet qualifying session this morning, followed up by this almost dry track now.
Safety car.
Yeah, you're right. Now, what's that for? We had Chris Stones in the pit lane, so he's out of the way. Apart from that, I'm not entirely sure what this would be for, but yes, the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar makes its way out of the pit lane. And we'll try our best to figure out where the obstruction or issue is. There may be a bit of debris somewhere, maybe some concern about fluid. As far as we know, though, everybody is still running. So
I'm just looking on one of our screens here, just from our director's screens here, and it looks like there's a driver that's possibly pulled off just on the outside of Cascade. There he is, and it's Juicy Brucey.
It is.
So, oh dear.
Now
he's not had the best of luck this year, unfortunately. I shouldn't laugh, obviously, it's unfortunate to get the luck, but Juicy Brucey he's quite a character in the pit lane, shall we say, and unfortunately, he again, unfortunate for him, and it is genuine unfortunate, he tends to have more issues with the car than he and many others would like, because when he does get out there, he's not half bad actually. He can get up there and get class podiums and do quite well, but unfortunately, just sometimes the car just lets him down more often than he feels it should.
Yes, now that's at Cascades. I know from experience that particular bit of Cascades, that is a gravel trap. I don't think he's pulled off. I think he might have gone off at Cascades Corner. You can't really see it from that angle, but you can see the marshals there sort of trying to dig the car out of the gravel trap. So that's going to take a little while. There goes the Oulton Park recovery vehicle, making its way down to Cascades Corner as someone comes barreling round the first turn a little bit too quickly for my liking. That was the number 74, I think, wasn't it, of Parkington in the Crossley 25F. And yes, the recovery truck will head down and remove the car. It might take a lap or two, maybe, hopefully just the one, to get the scene cleared. So we have also had the race extended, I think, now to accommodate for the safety car.
Yes,
Scott.
I think this is a legacy rule from when we've had national Super Classics, where there's a rule that at the race director's discretion, they are able to extend the race by 5 minutes if it's conducive to do so. So I think, and I've obviously seen that done before in national order course before, and it's almost a rule I almost forgot was in there in any case.
Yes.
But it's in there now, so it gives them at least an extra 5 minutes of racing for the time they probably lose under the safety car. It's a rule I think they kind of inherit a little bit, partially, I'd like to think, from probably inspired by BTCC, because of course they have that rule where I think it's up to 3 laps can be added under the if they have a safety car, up to 3 laps can be added depending on how many times they spend on it, but you can only add them on once. You can't keep on adding them on. Once you've added up to 3 laps on top, that's it. So they're only adding on to the 5 minutes once, means they'll get an extra 5 laps, so they extend it to a 20-minute race rather than 15 in total. The Oulton Park recovery's already got it hooked up, I think, to Brucey's car. and that will be moved out of the way very shortly. But yes, if there is anyone who's watching who is has a classic Formula Ford, aged between 1998 and 1967, it runs a Kent engine. The place was to come and race, and of course there's some more popular kind of Midlands-based circuits that will be visiting, of course. On top of that, up looking Brands Hatch and Oulton Park. Oulton Park is generally quite a popular circuit for Formula Fords anyway. It's quite a decent sort of northern contingent generally. There's Raymond Fain, guest driver this weekend, and I have to say one of the prettiest cars, of course the prettiest car on the grid. And you're absolutely right, with loads of 61s, not a car you very often see on track very often these days. You might see a Lotus or two that pops up in historical classic Formula Fords over there, but apart from that, in terms of super classic at least, I've not seen a Lotus, at least on this grid, for, if ever, a very, very long time. Also, Grace Parkington is in pit lane as well, so she's in for whatever reason, I'm not quite sure. She did have that, whether she was directly involved or not, she was possibly involved in a little tangle with Chris Stones early in the race. Whether it's a legacy of that, if she was definitely involved, if she wasn't, it might be something completely unrelated. Either way, she's in pit lane and just... Well, she stopped and then gone back out again. I'm just looking on the out of our commentary box window, so she's got back going again. Well, and away she goes. That was a rather brief one.
That could lead to a bit of confusion, because I think she's taken the Foster's circuit to get in, because she actually is being classified as the race leader all of a sudden.
Yeah.
But of course, because she's gone straight back out again, she will still be classified as the race leader. Technically, if you cut the international loop by using the shorter Foster's layout, it's because you're pulling into the pit lane to retire, not to then go straight back out again. So I'm sure the timekeepers will manually adjust that, but for the time being, she's showing as the race leader. But as we can see there, it's very much still the red number 68 of Richard Frey who leads the way, with Mason second place. Wonder if Mason now might be able to take the fight to him upon the restart of the race a bit more than he did initially.
I should point out that not everyone's not retiring. There might be a bit of confusion on the bottom right graphic screen, where the timing screen is getting a bit confused and showing the triangle, which showing people have stopped on circuit, but that's not the case. It's just the timing screen trying to readjust for everything that's going on. Now, Brscc has been recovered, so he's... I did think for a second he'd gotten out of his car. And technically, are you not supposed to get going again if you got out of your car again? I think that's the rule, isn't it? But either way, he's got back in, and he's just trundling his way through the runoff area at Hislops.
I suppose he's allowed to take the car back to the pit lane. He's not allowed to continue in the race, and this is quicker and easier than putting him on the back of a truck and towing him back and whatnot. So this, I think, is all that's happening. He's just being let back towards pit lane.
He's kind of being led by the recovery truck. So I suspect that's probably what's happening here. He's either being an Grace Parkinson, who's just rejoining, and she's coming right behind her. And that's the second time she's come across on that recovery truck. The first time she's coming around Old Hill corner, I think, to be fair, a little way too quicker than maybe we would have liked in many cases. The recovery truck, I think, has now said, right, off you go, back to the pit lane with you. And I think Grace Parkinson... Now, Grace has been, I think, moved down the order again, thankfully. She's moved back down to 8th now, as I think that's where she should probably be. And I imagine now what they're trying to do here is possibly wait for her to, if possible, wait till she gets to the back of the queue now in order to get this race back underway. Whilst we've got a chance as well, big thank you once again, as always, to Brscc partners at Run Your Fleet. Go and check them out at runyourfleet.com, and they continue to supply us with the Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. On duty once again this weekend. Race is now only just going past the pits in towards Old Hall on this map, whereas everyone else, I think the safety cars are trying to slow them up enough so that Grace can catch up to the queue, and once she has, then they can get it back going again. So they're just coming out of the Britain chicane over the hilltop. So I imagine that she'll catch them up relatively shortly. Timing screen suggests, if I have a quick look myself, the timing screen suggests that safety. It says car 33 doesn't have a working transponder. That's the least juicy Bruce concern, I think, at the moment. No message yet that the safety car's coming in, so it might well be just, they might wait for another lap, go around whilst the race catches up, I think. You make a face like you disagree.
I'd prefer it if they didn't, but and I'm sure that Grace will disagree with me, but the track is clear now, and I think the lights will typically go off anyway as they start the final sector, so I think there is Grace. She might well catch up anyway.
She might well do by the time they get round to do the restart on this lap, I think. If they're just going out of sight of Clay Hill, she's going down toward out of Britain's and over Hilltop, so she's not that far away. She's on sort of as maximum pace as you can be on. The big telltale sign, I can't get the words out. Yeah, easy for me to say or not, is if the safety car lights are out, which they
think they are.
By the looks of it, once he comes out the bridge. Yes, so race will get back underway this time by with just under 5 minutes left to go. There's ultimately still a battle of a second place Super Classic A going on for points between Richard Frey, Paul Mason and Neil Hunt. So ultimately between these three, it's really, in many cases, whoever finishes ahead of both will give them the advantage, but we'll see how that all turns out. Now as Richard Frey now waits for the safety car. He's not fully sat back, he's just gone with the safety car and thought, okay, you're going to the pit lane? Oh, now I'll go now, put my foot down. We're back underway racing at Oulton Park with just under 4.5 minutes to go in this first Formula Ford race of the day.
And we do have a challenge for the race lead. Look, Paul Mason using this opportunity to try and apply some pressure to Richard Frey as they head out of Old Hall Corner. They're nose to tail, and they might even be overlapping slightly. No, there's not quite an opening as they head for Denton's, the right-hand king, and then drop downhill into the left-hander at Cascades. But Richard Frey with the lead, but yeah, it wasn't initially a great launch off the line for Paul Mason, but from a rolling restart, he's had a good opportunity here to really take the fight to the lead. There was someone stationary then coming out of Cascades.
It's Colin Williams,
corner.
I can see. There he is.
Oh, it is, yes. Colin Williams off the road. Was he the only one? But I almost wondered whether we had two cars involved, but Colin doing his best to get out of the car anyway. We'll get back to that in a moment. The leaders are exiting Shell Hairpin. 3 3/4 minutes to go, and Paul Mason doing his best here, Scott, to make a race of this.
Yeah, he's put the pressure on this restart as they come up through Britain's once again. Over the hilltop once more. And this is now Van Diemen versus Switch. You can see the old Switch in the 90s back out in service once again. Switch was doing quite good work last week. His best. Yeah. Richard Frey there, big moment over the curve, it was almost slightly sideways. He almost threw it away there. Van Diemen on the straight and narrow. Neil Hunt has got ahead of Scott Rawlinson.
See, I think because I'm sure I saw a darker coloured car stationary as well.
I think you're right, because Scott hasn't really started that week on third place. So I think Neil Hunt's gone through, or so,
yeah,
maybe Scott Rawlinson inadvertently got involved in it. Either way, he's up there in third place overall. It goes without saying, the Super Classic D leader, so he was holding on for that point. 2.5 minutes to go now. Still Richard Frey keeping Paul Mason at bay as they turn through Old Hall Corner once again and back down the avenue. And is that safe? Colin Williams' car is stationed around the inside of the corner. Let's see if it's still there as it comes through. It's just hidden there on the inside. I imagine that'll be okay, because if it's not a high-speed part where we can get to it easy, that's Trevor Morgan either just taking his time or just going out slower than the way he's allegedly paced for a radar Formula 4
place. It was a very slow lap. He was about 15 seconds off the pace, so I think he's stopped briefly down at Cascades with a spin, presumably. And was involved in some way with that incident, but hasn't been carried on. The gap now starting to grow. We're on the penultimate lap of the race, and Richard Frey was half a second ahead at the start of the lap, but that gap has probably doubled, if not more so, as they arrived down at the Hislop chicane for the 8th time. What's going to be a 9 lap. Hickford corner they will go. And once he shook off, advantage over him. So there, running 4 positions higher than he started, Raymond, and having just released ahead, had a trouble, to be honest. Not the fastest car on the grid, but certainly one of the more interesting design cars out there.
I think if not arguably the prettiest, it's a really nice example of that. Unless you're in maybe proper classic or historic Formula 4, so loads just pop up on the Formula 4 grid. So good to see that the Colin Chapman mark is being represented in loads forms of historic single-seater racing. In terms of where it sits on the ladder, term, I can promise. When I said that, I thought I didn't even find it like that. Race before we hit the checker flags, and checker flag next time by Richard Frey. Help him in terms of points for Super Classic 8 anyway. So I have to say also that's Grace Proctor's come up to 4th place. There is Grace. Yes, up to 4th place. That's not But again, just keeping relatively out of trouble, although that does have, that's got a slightly dislodged front nose. Okay, apart from that, she's had a relatively trouble-free. As well for Grace Parkinson too, I think, because she'll win her class. Because Colin Williams is the only other car in that class, and he's not going to finish. So, yeah. As Colin Williams, he's a guest. So Grace Rose is going to finish. She's going to win her class anyway, so that's not too bad. But the time has hit 0, which means that Richard Frey will head out of the final time. Thankfully, keeping off the curve, no drama there this time. By quite a gap now. There is Grace. Initially in a classic Formula 4 car, which is great to see. Time looks like a fairly straightforward picture.
Is going to claim the race victory, and it's also in Super Classic Class A, and he does so in relatively dominant style. Had to fend off Paul Mason on the restart, but once he settled down, pulled a big gap. Mason comes home in 2nd place, and it's a new fastest lap as well for Richard Frey there at the end of the race. What did he get down to in the end? 152.2 compared to a pole position time of 55.1. Then it is Neil Hunt who comes home in the number 114 car. All of those cars entered in the here she comes with the battle scars on the nose. Still going to come home in 4th position and claim Class C. So across the line she goes. Then with a 4th place finish overall. Then it should be the Merlin Mark of Scott Rawlinson, hopefully, to come home in 5th position, having had his sort of mystery drama really on the restart, but then his next lap was pretty slow as well, so I wonder whether he either picked up some damage or developed a bit of a mechanical malady towards the end of the race, not so sure. But after 9 laps, Richard Frey is the race victor. Richard, a regular in the Northern Formula 4 Championship, out of which sort of grew the Super Classic Formula 4 Championship, because that always was a home for those sort of 80s, 90s Formula Fords. And as Scott was saying, now sort of merging into 2024 with the National Championship, and should welcome along hopefully some of the newer cars and the younger drivers as well, many of whom we saw taking centre stage at the Formula Ford Festival a week ago. So their first race complete. Race number 2 will be at about 20 to 5 this afternoon. Got one more race before lunch, the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup, a 20-minute race for them. Again, championship more or less decided, but still an entertaining pair of races to complete their season to be done. And I think we're going to hopefully catch up with our podium finishers from the Formula Fords in a moment or two as well. So we will also have that final Fun Cup race to be done. And we've got one more car still to finish, and it is the number 52 of Trevor Morgan. So Trevor Morgan claiming the points for, or claiming the final position at the end of the race. Richard Frey then the winner, Paul Mason second, Neil Hunt third, all of them running in Super Classic Class A. Class C winner, Grace Parkinson came home in 4th ahead of Scott Rawlinson in 5th. Also a class winner in Class D, Raymond Fine was a guest driver running in Class D though, and Trevor Morgan, the last of the finishers home in the 1988 Reynard, was also a winner in Super Classic Class B, with Williams, Juicy Brscc and Chris Stones all failing to reach the finish. So that's our first Formula Ford action of the day done. Like I said, their second race still to be had later on. We've also got that 3-hour Fun Cup race. I keep saying 4-hour race. It's a 3-hour Fun Cup race to come later on this afternoon. Slightly shorter than normal here for Oulton Park before that second Formula Ford race. And then we finish things at about 5:10 with the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup final race, ending their debut season with the Brscc. Those cars lining up in the assembly area ahead of their first race to come in a moment or two. And again, it was an interesting qualifying session for the Metros earlier on today, with Rhys Claydon claiming pole by over a second, but it was still a slightly damp circuit, and so a good chance that we'll see those positions and the lap times get a little bit closer as we move into the race. But Rhys Claydon and Mike Williams, they've had a season-long battle for the championship, with ultimately Rhys Claydon coming out on top as the champion with 6 wins, I think I'm right in saying, over the course of the year. Mike Williams has won 3 times, including the first 2 races of the season at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. Then took him until Cadwell Park in late summer to get back onto the top step of the podium. We've also seen some good runs from Matthew Simpson. He's been on the podium a number of times. Ben Williams has been competitive too, but all of the winning really done by Rhys Claydon and Mike Williams, with the exception being a win at Snetterton for John Moore. John Moore won the opening race of the weekend down in the southeast. So those drivers heading out onto the circuit very soon, where maybe we'll see a 4th different winner of the season, but likely to be a resumption of the Rhys Claydon and Mike Williams battle that we've enjoyed all season long, really. So we're just waiting for drivers, Formula 4 drivers, to arrive down at the podium area. As you can see, 1 or 2 drivers only just making it into assembly, but I think our podium finishers have made it to the podium, where they will be greeted by Scott Woodwiss.
Well done.
Thank you.
Good stuff. You've got an extra trophy. I'll give you a first place class one as well.
Oh, fair play.
There you go.
Helmet down, yeah.
I'm not used to this. I'm not used to this trophy, so it's not a problem. Yeah, it's brand new for me, so I'll give you those 2.
Okay. Got a bottle as well.
Do you want me to put that down there?
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
right.
no problem. We'll do that. I know.
Have a word in a moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
What you photographed?
My mum said that. She said, who cares what's Grace in the league?
It's on you. I'm absolutely over the moon, and I've got to say massive thanks to Dave Bailey, massive thanks to Tom MacArthur.
Very well done.
Are you cutting to us?
Yeah, it was close. I could see my window full of fuel dark, and I was a bit worried.
Yeah. Yeah. So, an excellent first race for the Super Classic Formula 4s. They're just having a quick chat with Ian Titchmarsh, the circuit commentary, in a second, but excellent stuff from the top 3. I'll have a chat if we can. Let's see if we can quickly bring down Richard Frey, because we've got the next race coming up in a second. So, Richard, do you want us to quickly just come down and have a chat whilst circuit commentary is doing its thing? We'll have a quick chat with Richard. Richard, that's a strong result for you, of course, a win, decent points to keep yourself in the battle for second in Super Classic A, and a decent first race all round, considering the safety car.
Yeah, I'm absolutely over the moon, to be honest with you. We were quite conscious that we needed the points going into this race, to be honest. But thanks to Tom and the team, we just managed to sort of focus, got really good qualifying in, got pole, and that race, although the safety car was there, as you said, kind of went to plan, if I'm honest.
Of course, it had some good racing earlier on with likes of Colin and also Scott in there as well with some of the older cars. It's quite impressive how some of the older cars can keep up with some of your slightly younger machinery.
Yeah, definitely. There's some very talented drivers out there on the field, to be honest with you. I'm not sure where Scott finished, actually, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Those older cars, a bit harder from my perspective to drive, but absolutely they're up there.
Well done. Congratulations. We'll see you for race 2. Let's bring in Paul Mason for second place. Paul, if we just bring you across so we can have a quick chat. Well, you were kind of out in front a little bit for most of that race, but you had a chance to catch up, but then that Van Diem was a bit quick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a bit quick since Croft. I don't know what they've done, but they found something since the start of the year. I noticed he's running on ACB 9s now, not 10s. Maybe that's made a difference. But to be fair, my one shot was on the restart, and then it was a bit slippy into Brscc chicane, and I lost a bit of ground there. And then he'd gone and got the pace on me, to be fair.
But so, any change to make for race 2, or are you good for that?
We should be all good for that. I don't think there'll be many changes. Just try to be quicker on the first couple of laps. Stay with him.
Great
in front.
Stuff. Well done. We'll see you for race 2. Really quickly, we'll have a chat with third place Neil Hunt. Sorry to interrupt the conversation, Neil. decent battle with some of the older cars out there, wasn't it?
It was good fun to start with, and then squeezing past Colin, and then just as that had got done, the safety car came out. So I know Colin is a good restarter, so I was keeping an eye on him, going through Cascades when Scott spun in front, missed Scott by the smallest of margins, shall we say, and then caught the glimpse in me peripheral vision of a yellow car going backwards, and that missed me by a similar tiny margin. So I was quite relieved to have got through Cascades on the restart.
That was the great escape then.
It really was, yeah. And then it was a bit of a lonely race for the remaining laps, but it had been good fun up to that point. So.
Good solid result for points in the podium though, so more the same for race 2 hopefully?
I hope so, yeah. I'm sure they'll be back on the grid and trying to do something about it, and I'll just have to try and do something about stopping them, won't I?
I'm sure you can. Well done, congratulations, we'll see you for the next one, that race 2. We have to quickly dash back up to the box with Andy, and I'll have him up there in a second to join him. We've now got our first race of the day for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yes, we have got cars out on the circuit. They're just completing their lap from the assembly area to the grid, after which we'll be into 20 minutes of racing in the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup's opening race of the day, their penultimate race of the season. And as I was saying, Rhys Clayton and Mike Williams, who have been doing much of the winning, really, this season, are going to be starting from the front row of the grid together. And this is how that grid lines up. Claydon and Williams row 1, Mark Wilson and Robbie Kenning share row 2, ahead of Matthew Simpson and Ben Williams. Then it's Benjamin Young and Dan Willars row 4, Phil Goodwin and John Moore on the 5th row, with Tim Shooter and Tim Davis completing row number 6. 7th row then for Richard Garrard and Richard Cowley, with Melanie Garrard and Paul Deacon completing the 16-car grid for this opening race of the day for the Metros. Last race before lunch. We'll have Fun Cup action after that and whisper it, but I think we're running more or less to time at the moment as well, which is always a good thing. So, well, okay, we're about 5 minutes behind time, but not too bad at all. Track, you can still see, still has these damp patches up towards the back end of the circuit through Druids and Lodge. It's always the last bit of the track to dry, just because you are under the trees and the sunlight doesn't really reach you there. Oh, only 94% humidity now, apparently, so the conditions improving according to the weather forecast. And that threat of rain that we had at 1 o'clock does seem to be passing us by, which is good news. So track conditions should keep improving. Still rather chilly out there though, so gaining tyre temperature, not the easiest of things to do. And these are, of course, short wheelbase, front wheel drive cars. Those rear tyres can be a little bit sketchy in the early stages. That's going to be on the minds of the drivers, I'm sure, as they look towards that starting gantry in a few moments' time and prepare for their first race of the day here at Oulton Park. So Rhys Clayton and Mike Williams on the front row. Clayton, the yellow and black car, former BMW Compact Cup front runner was Rhys Clayton, and Mike Williams starting alongside him in the red and black number 28 car. Green flag then waved from the back of the grid. 20 minutes on the clock in the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup here at Oulton Park. Lights go out now, and away we go. Good start made by Rhys Clayton, I think, from pole. Mike Williams not that rapid away. Good start, though, has been made by Ben Williams, who has broken through from 5th on the grid into 3rd place already in the green car there, as he tries to now continue to make some progress through the first turn. So the leading 2 stay as they were, but Ben Williams on the charge, actually from 6th on the grid he was, up into 3rd place already, as they barrel down towards Cascades. Mark Wilson, the red, the orange and yellow car, losing a spot or two. Just ahead of Matthew Simpson there, the orange and white machine. Then it is the number 3 of Phil Goodwin, who's gained a couple of positions as they head for Island Bend for the first time. So clean run through the first couple of corners. Rhys Clayton looking to try and break away here if he can. Now his qualifying pace would suggest that he should be able to, but in these now much drier conditions, is Mike Williams going to be able to take the fight to the champion-elect? I wonder, although as I say that, there are a few little spots of rain appearing on the commentary box window. I just had to make that little comment about the rain passing us by. It's not heavy by any means, but a bit of psychological rain maybe for the drivers to deal with as they head for Britons for the first time. But Rhys Clayton, the leader, Mike Williams up in 2nd place, but the real man on the move there, Scott, was Ben Williams, from 6th on the grid into 3rd into the first corner. Kenning, that is.
Simpson, by the looks of it, in the white and orange kind of tiger liveried Metro as he turns it towards Lodge Corner. There he goes. After the strong start, he's dropped a couple of spots, but Rhys Claydon not just on the threat from Mike Williams in the championship, but also technically to uphold Claydon honours alongside Gareth, because of course a couple of weeks ago he was made champion in BMW Compact Cup. So ultimately there's a bit of a family relation there, and pressure for Rhys to try and get the job done to make it 2 Claydons to winning champions this year and try and match the efforts of Gareth this season too. And so he said that to me earlier on. He said, "Oh, don't say that. Don't start putting me under pressure." But I'm sure he can get it done. He's up to the mix. He's got about 22, 23 points going this weekend with 2 races left to go. And all he needs to really do is keep it on the straight and narrow and do a good job and finish ahead of Mike both times essentially, and the championship is pretty much provisionally all wrapped up for him.
Yes. Is this one of those championships in which you can't drop races for the final round? I don't think it is.
I believe it is.
But then, having said that, Rhys already has a non-finish, doesn't he, from that first race at Cadwell Park, and he's very wide actually at Shell there. Mike Williams peeking to the inside of him. So it means that if Rhys were to have a non-finish, he would be perhaps under a bit of threat from Mike, who has finished every race so far this season. So Rhys does need to just be a bit careful about that. You get 20 points for winning a race, bonus point for pole, bonus point for the fastest lap as well. And yeah, all of a sudden that 20-odd point advantage could disappear if Rhys were to have another non-finish. I think that Cadwell race, if I remember, Scott, was the one where the bonnet came, wasn't it?
Correct.
And he had to pull over to get that fixed. So yeah, Rhys Claydon will be ruining that because it's been pretty much a flawless season apart from that. And that was something really out of his hands, but something that could potentially end up costing him should things not go his way as the day goes on today. There goes Phil Goodwin with 3. Dan Willars. Willars had got back ahead of him earlier on in the lap, I think. Yes, he had. Those two had swapped positions there, I think, for 7th place. All of a sudden, Rhys Claydon getting away now from Mike Williams. I don't know whether the rain has caught Mike out, but he's not had such a good run through the middle sector. So as they arrive at Lodge Corner, that gap now significantly bigger than it was at the start of the lap, certainly bigger than it was up at Shell Hairpin that time around. Rhys Claydon will hold the advantage. Yeah, 2:07.6, nearly 2 seconds quicker than Mike Williams that time around. Kenning 3rd, Simpson 4th, Williams 5th, with Wilson in 6th position and Dan Willars in 7th, as I said, now ahead of Phil Goodwin. This, though, the fight for 5th. Ben Williams, having made that really good start, now starting to slip backwards again. Doesn't seem to have the pace in the race now that it's settled down that he did at the very start of it. And under threat now from Mark Wilson, who of course started 3rd, didn't he, in the orange and yellow number 196 car. So these two sort of did a complete role reversal from where they started to where they were running on the opening lap. But now it's looks as though Wilson is in the ascendancy. A little bit. Shell up towards Britons, and yeah, all of a sudden, Scott, Rhys Claydon looking a lot more secure out in front.
Seems to be doing everything he needs to pretty much put one hand on the championship trophy. There's quite a tight scrap for 3rd also going as well at the points too. That's really quite intriguing to see how that was. Only about roughly 6 or 7 points between them. And that's it. Always that was Ben Williams almost overstepping himself into Britain chicane. Now that puts him under threat now from, that was Dan Willars, and I think also as well there too is Tim Davies as well. So those two are going to move past pretty straightforward. Yeah, 196 just move past there. 196. Time screen. 196 is
196. Mark Wilson.
Mark Wilson. So Mark Wilson made a good move up into 5th position, and then you've got Tim Davies who's made a couple of spots, I think, on top of that as well. So, yeah, there's Goodwin. Maybe it's Dan Willars, forgive me. Dan Willars in the red car, because Phil Goodwin's just behind him there in the kind of oddly kind of yellowy green and white and black number 3 one. Now, Mike Williams' windscreen wipers are going tenor plenty on the windscreen, which suggests that if there is starting to race raining a little bit more than it was at the start of this race, then we absolutely right. The damp patches around the circuit haven't dried as quick as maybe because of the general temperature anyway. It's only about 11 degrees or so, but even so, even though it is pretty much dry, there's still some damp patches on the inside, but it is drying, but not as quick as maybe we expected it to be at this part of the world in Cheshire.
Yeah, indeed so. And of course now this extra bit of precipitation is not going to be helping things either. Most cars running with windscreen wipers on, at least intermittently. Good battle going on here a bit further down the order. That looks like the number 72 car of John Moore leading this group. Number 29 in behind is Tim Davis, the red car. Then it's Tim Shooter and Richard Garrett. So those four battling over 9th position at the moment. Well, sort of over 10th really though, because actually Moore pulling a nice little margin over the three behind. Very close little group heads out of Cascades corner, and I think we might be about to see maybe a move attempted by Tim Shooter. He's had a good exit from Cascades. Just to try and get up the inside towards Island Bend. Now, this lead gap is coming down again, isn't it? So whatever happened to Mike Williams a lap or so ago must have been a blip. I can only assume a mistake on a damp part of the circuit or something, because suddenly a 2.3 second advantage that Rhys Clayton enjoyed at the start of the lap is down to something like half that, Scott.
Yeah, it really is. That's quite a mega first half of a lap, it seems, from Mike Williams. He's brought that gap down quite substantially. That looks like I think you're right. He's practically pushing on. He's trying to keep up the chase as they turn out at Brooks. Further back, you've now got that is Davis. So then Garrett's now ahead of Davis. That was Davis walking into place in 29. Here comes Garrett looking up the inside, just putting himself into his mirrors and had a think about it up the inside. He almost shows him a wheel into the first part of his slots, looks to the outside for the second part. Well, they turn right for Nicky Brooks. Davis sweeps across, takes the racing line. There are more spots of rain forming on the camera, I just noticed there as well, so maybe it starts to get a little bit more drizzly out there at this point in time, but there's more coming up on the commentary box window, so I think the rain we expect around about 12 o'clock has arrived, albeit about roughly 15 minutes late. Whether or not this turns into a downpour, we'll have to wait and see. That's Paul Deacon staying out of the way. No problem with that car, simply just literally keeping out of the way of the other cars too. Peter's come across the line, and the gap is down from 2.3 to 1.5 now. It's 0.8 of a second taken out of Rhys Clayton's lead by Mike Williams. Kenning is a further 3.2 back in third. It's Simpson fourth. Mark Wilson running at the top five, and Paul Deacon having problems and just not having problems, just moving out of the way. He's been into pit lanes. Maybe it was generally keeping off the pace, but also an issue forming on that car, unfortunately, as well. This is the key battle, though. This is for 10th, 11th and 12th. They also try to get involved. There's Benjamin Young, and they're in 13th place, not just far away from them, about 2 points back. There he is in the grey Metro just behind them. So another one of those championships where it doesn't matter where you are on the field, at the front, mid, pack or towards the back, there's always got at least somebody to race with and have some good fun with out on track.
Exactly, good parity between the cars as well, which is what we like to see. Now, here is the lead pair, and they are almost running as a pair again now. Mike Williams, as we approach the halfway mark in this race, starting to apply the pressure to Rhys Clayton. Remember, Clayton doesn't need to win the race to put himself in a championship winning position. Just needs to make sure that he's outscoring Mike Williams, and he should be good going into that final race later on today. Kenning in third, Simpson in fourth position. Downhill, and then the battle for fifth between Wilson and Willows. So Willows bouncing back quite nicely. Not a great start to the race. He's back on the tail now of Mark Wilson as they head for the Hislop chicane into Nickelbrook corner. Willows tries now to get the run uphill over Clay Hill into the woodland section, right through Druids and Lodge corner. Here are the leaders already at that part of the circuit, and Rhys Clayton was 1.5 seconds clear of Williams at the start of the lap. It's coming down towards second now, I'd say, as they the completion of another lap. This will be 5 laps in the book. And what's that margin going to be now? Is it less than 1.5 seconds? Rhys Clayton crosses the line, is 8/10 slower than Williams that time, so the gap is definitely under a second. But Williams not yet close enough to think about attacking. Third, Simpson fourth, battle for fifth just spreading out again slightly. So the closest pair of cars now on track, really, certainly within the top 10, are the leading duo, who are down at Cascades and heading in now to the second half of the race.
With 8 3/4 minutes to go, if Williams has got any chance to pull himself into a bit more contention here, to put Claydon under more pressure. This is the scrap we've been watching also, that's a little bit further down the order for 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th. It's now Garrett ahead of Davies, now coming to threat from the white and green number 4 car of Tim Shooter. Watch Benjamin Young, he's the grey Metro with the novice cross on the back. He's at the back of that with a little fluorescent yellow trim around the grille. You can see differences, slight differences in trim between some of these cars, different sort of generations of these Metros. You've got the MG Metros and then the Rover Metros when they were kind of in the latter stages of this car's lifetime. The 2 cars that are leading are definitely Rover Metros, so I can tell that by the kind of front ends, and they also have a slightly more rounded shape of these cars. MG Metros are a little more, it's less aerodynamic, but you can put it past. There is one of them, of course, which has been driven by Willis by the look of it. No, sorry, Mark Wilson. There's that scrap, and still no change yet between this group battling over the last top 10 spot. Still Garrett ahead of Davies, ahead of Shooter, ahead of Young as they come out of Britain's and over the hill. And Shooter's now having a look to the outside line as they come over hilltop now. This is a good momentum, a good run off the corner there from Shooter. Tries to bring himself level. Davies' car's got plenty of poke in a straight line too. He's going to try to sweep across if he can, which he does, and that Shooter up into 11th place now at the expense of Tim Davies. He might try and get involved with here too if he plays his cards right. Leaders come across the line in the background just behind us, and what's the gap now? Slightly, because Claydon set a new fastest lap of the race. He was still a 10th quicker that time, so back out to 0.8 between the 2 leaders. Still looking at Mark Wilson ahead of Dan Willers. This is over 5th and 6th. Over the crest they come, underneath the bridge, over the elite. Back across the line again, so that's now 5th and 6th between them. So this second half of the race, just for the most part, most of the field settling down a tiny bit, but still with the battles at the front and battles for 10th or so that are keeping us mostly entertained. And they're starting to go back and forth a little bit as Shooter runs a little wide on the exit of Lodge Corner as they come back over Deer Leap. Underneath the bridge and back across to start another lap with just under 6.5 minutes left to go.
Hall corner, and we're going to see a move made by Tim Shooter. He's been close for a little while now, but not committing to an overtake just yet. Head of the field, by the way, 8/10 of a second between Claydon and Mark Williams now, so new fastest lap for Rhys Claydon, but almost matched by Williams within a 10th of a second or so of each other. Heads up the Lakeside straight, coming over hilltop. Look at that, perfect timing. Here come the race leaders. Down into the Hislop chicane, closer than ever. It's that first half of the lap, isn't it, where Williams really seems to have an edge over Claydon. And then maybe from here to the end of the lap, the gap seems to creep back up again, which is interesting because Oulton Park starts off with some fast sweeping stuff through Old Hall, Cascades, Island Bend, and then it gets very technical in the middle, and then it's fast again up through Druids at the end of the lap. So interesting to see such variation between the 2 halves of the lap, between those two. Bit of a wobbly line there from, was that Davis, I think, getting it a bit wrong through the chicane, so he's now under threat from Young as they come over the hill. Young up the inside line. I think he's going to slip through here down at the Hislop chicane. Yes, he does. So 2 of the Rover Metros doing battle. Go Young then gaining 1 extra spot. Yeah, lead gap goes out by another half a second at the end of that lap. So something Mike Williams is doing in that final sector really just isn't quite working for him. Kenning still 3rd, ahead of Simpson and Willers. Wilson Willers, who continues to battle over this 5th place, although not all that close together actually as they go through the first corner. Down towards Cascades corner with that gap just starting to increase again. There goes the race leader. Now this time around, Williams not massively gaining through the first part of the lap. Is it Shell where he looks strong? He carried more speed through Ireland. You can see that, ran a bit wider through the left-hander. That puts him on a tighter line into the right-hander at Shell. Because it's a banked corner, you can sort of get away with that, but on this occasion actually Williams not massively gaining, really using all the road through the British gate. You can see the Scot that he's not given up here, has he, Mike Williams? Continues to push hard, but just can't quite get within striking range.
No, Rhys seems to have enough to keep him at bay now. He's just holding back a little bit. There's a black and white flag that's gone out for car 46. My mind went points. I thought second was Reece Clay, but it's not. He's gone on 5. That's quite useful. It is for Benjamin Young. So he's been given a black and white flag, a warning on certain the track limit. So if he keeps on transgressing, he will get a penalty for that. There is the 16 car, Matt Simpson, tying the stripes style on the side. Still chasing after third place car of Robbie Kenning, that's their own little battle in itself, because these two have really pulled away and been the class of the field pretty much all season. Mike Williams won the first 2 races of the year at Brands Hatch, and even though Clayton did win one of them on the road, he was given a time penalty, I think for track limits, ironically. And because of that, he's then done. New fast lap of the race again for Reece Clayton. That's a 2 minutes 5.0048, some 6/10 quicker than Mike Williams. That was it that lap as well, was a personal best for Mike. So I think while Reece has sat back a little bit and kind of maybe kept his tyres cool enough for a couple of laps, now he's starting to get into the groove, and now the track's starting to rubber in a little bit more as it starts to keep on drying from going damp. He'll be able to go a little bit quicker. That's what he's showcasing that he can do. So the gap is now 1.982 seconds with 2 minutes 22 on the clock. So I reckon this time around and one more time by, and Reece Clayton could be in a good position here to go into race number 2 in a very good position to pretty much put one hand on the championship trophy.
Yes, because what did we say? He was ahead by 23, so Williams had to outscore him in this race in order to have a chance.
So it looks as though essentially, if he getting the, I think it's just a point for fastest lap. I think this one, no point for pole.
Yes.
I think so. He wins its 21 points compared to White Williams' 19. That's another 2 point score that put him 25 ahead, which says to us at least that should, provisionally at least, we think, make Reece Clayton champion-elect in this first race.
Yes, I agree with that. Although maths never was my strongest subject, but I think that's...
The fact I got a C at GCSE level, it just shows everything, and it's funny because it's true.
Still anyway. More than I achieved, Scott, I can assure you. So you're in safe hands, everyone, when it comes to working out the points calculations today. We'll do our best to get some confirmation maybe from the championship coordinator after race 1 to see exactly what the situation is. But the maths are in a way quite simple. If Reece Clayton keeps on winning, then Mike Williams ain't going to beat him to the championship. Now here comes a good battle coming through the British chicane. This is Goodwin and Moore continuing to scrap over 8th position. So Goodwin, who started 9th on the grid, John Moore started 10th. They were separated in qualifying by only a couple of tenths of a second, and as we move into the closing stages of the race, they continue to be separated by only a couple of tenths of a second. Phil Goodwin in the sort of lime green number 3 car turns his way through Knickerbrook corner. John Moore in behind as the leaders begin their final lap of the race. 2:06.6 for the leader, 2:07.0 for Mike Williams behind. So suddenly both of them are running about 1.4, 1.5 seconds off their previous best pace, which suggests to me, Scott, that we've got another wave of rain starting to sweep in, and that perhaps the track is starting to slow down just a touch.
Perhaps. There's still 1 or 2 light spots of rain spitting on onto the windows of our commentary position here from the media centre, but nothing I don't think that's causing them too many headaches. I don't think. Maybe they just either that or just backing off because they're that far ahead. They don't need to push that hard. I know probably Mike still probably does, but either that or he might resign himself to thinking, look, I push as hard as I can, but Reece has got a bit more pace than me, so one would possibly just sitting back and just giving up, essentially probably conceding that ultimately Reece is in a better position at the moment. So ultimately just saying, look, I'll race as hard as I can, but ultimately Reece has got it for me. And to double checking some stuff in the regulations, there's no non-ability to drop any rounds in this round, so you can use these rounds as a top score if you need to. But the fact is, as I say, in order to try and beat him, he would need to be still 21 points in the mix and then try and win. But even then, I think we probably might still have a chance to win on countback and wins. But if it stays as it is, at least on our maths, it seems as though this man is about to, we think, become provisional Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup champion. As I say, that would be a fantastic achievement for both players. Of course, it was the title, of course, the BMW Compact Cup for Gareth. To Reece now do it in his first season of front-wheel drive, no less. Of course, he's come from the world of BMWs where he's been nothing but rear-wheel drive. To jump to one of these cars in front-wheel drive in his first season and, we think, provisionally become champion-elect in Metros, it's quite an achievement for him. And of course, it's more champion silverware to what I think would be quite a successful year all-round if your name's Clayton.
Yes, absolutely. So Reece Clayton then makes his way out of Druids towards Lodge Corner, and the checkered flag beckons now for the driver of car number 5. It's going to be another race victory in what's been a very, very strong campaign for him. Took him a few races to get going, but this is going to be his 7th victory, his 4th in a row, having swept the weekend last time at Silverstone. Across the line he goes. Rhys Clayton wins the race and provisionally is the champion in the Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup. Second place goes to Mike Williams, as it will in the championship. That was already certain that he was guaranteed a top 2 finish before the weekend even began. Then we wait for Kenning to come home in 3rd position. Robbie Kenning, there he goes across the line. He's pretty happy with that. And Mike Simpson will be 4th across the line, with Wilson, I think, still ahead of Willars. Now, we've had a change further back, haven't we, look, because we have now got more ahead of Goodwin, and actually challenging Ben Williams here right at the end of the race for 7th place. But Ben Williams, I think, is just going to hang on. So as they head for Old Hall Corner, some battles still to be settled further back. Tim Shooter here trying to find a way ahead of Richard Garrett, but that is how things look like finishing. I don't see Shooter getting past him on the run to the flag, which indeed he doesn't, and then Davis and Young behind will also remain as they were. So Rhys Clayton victorious in our first Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup race of the day, and in doing so provisionally has wrapped up the championship. I'm sure he'd done the maths before the race. He knew that winning the race would be enough for the title, and therefore he is going to be very, very happy. I'm sure in the mood to celebrate that when he gets down to the podium to be greeted by Scott Woodward in a couple of minutes' time. Makes his way up over Hilltop and down towards the Hizzy chicane in what are now seemingly ever worsening conditions. Actually, it really does look like it's getting a bit sketchy out there, a bit damp and greasy. And that could play into our afternoon's races. Don't forget, we're only halfway through the day now. We've got 3 more races, basically a repeat of what we've had this morning, with another Fun Cup race, followed by more Formula Fords, and then the Metros once more. Second race later on today as the provisional champion after his 7th win of the season here this afternoon. Mike Williams 2nd, Robbie Kenning 3rd, then Matthew Simpson and Mark Wilson complete the top 5, ahead of Dan Willars, Ben Williams, John Moore, Phil Goodwin and Richard Garrett, with Tim Shooter and Tim Davis 11th and 12th respectively. Ben Young was 13th, Richard Cowley 14th and Melanie Garrett 15th, with Paul Deacon the only non-finisher in the end, having pulled into the pit lane in the early stages. So Claydon then confirmed as, provisionally confirmed as champion. Mike Williams 2nd. Now, it was very close between Matthew Simpson and Ben Williams and Phil Goodwin, actually, for 3rd. They were only, 1 point apart were Simpson and Williams, who was then 3 ahead of Goodwin, and then only about 9 points further back to Tim Shooter and John Moore, so that may well have all changed. But specifically with regards to Simpson, Williams and Goodwin, Williams finished 7th, Goodwin 9th and Simpson 4th. So yeah, those gaps will have gone out slightly now as they actually finished in championship order, but with a couple of cars in between them. So whilst we wait for Scott to catch up with our Metro podium finishers, we can take a look ahead to the afternoon's action. The lunch break getting underway about 10 minutes late. Now, we may extend the lunch break, but I would imagine we will probably get racing back underway as planned at 1 this afternoon, and that will be a race start time at 1 for the Fun Cup, so make sure you're here about 5-10 minutes earlier for all of the build-up for what should be a very, very good second race of the day. Remember, that's a 3-hour race, so we're back to sort of closer to the full-length Fun Cup endurance race format, with pit stops, I would imagine, every half hour, and that should be a very, very entertaining one. The championship on the line. Just had the official points confirmation through from the championship. Thank you to Liz from the Fun Cup for that, and she does confirm that Team Olympian will take a 21-point lead over PLR Racing into the championship decider, but PLR Racing will not be giving up at all, that's for sure. We're going to have an entertaining 3 hours of racing, kicking off, as I said, at about 1 this afternoon. So just waiting to hear whether we're going to hear from the drivers after our Metro race, or whether we're going to have to perhaps wait until this afternoon's second race to have a chat with them. We'll wait and see. waiting a couple of minutes, I think, before we get the Metro drivers there. So we're worth speaking to them, though, because obviously Rhys Claydon will arrive there with the news, hopefully, that he has wrapped up the championship. I wonder what Rhys's plans will be for next season. Raced in a couple of different one-make series, as we documented, often within the Brscc ranks, but he's a quick driver, quick enough, you would think, to do well in perhaps a single-make championship elsewhere. Wait to see what he does decide to do. Recovery vehicles here heading back to the pit lane as well, so the marshals and recovery crews can have a well-earned break. Big thank you to the marshals, as always, for their work done during the morning so far. A couple of little incidents to deal with, but actually generally a very clean day. Not a huge amount of drama that's required marshal intervention, which is what we like to see. And we will hopefully have, again, a relatively uninterrupted run through the afternoon's races as well. So, still waiting for drivers to head for the podium area, which those of you who've been here to Oulton Park will know can take a minute or two, because it's a bit of a walk actually from Parc Fermé around to the podium, and I can really see the rain starting to come down now as well, actually, outside the commentary box window. So the drivers are going to be trudging through the rain, but I believe they have made it now to Scott Woodwiss, who can catch up with our podium finishers.
So we have our top three here. Our first Hickford Construction Metro Cup race to have a quick chat for. First of all, we're going to have a chat with our race winner, so we'll bring across Rhys Claydon. So Rhys, first of all, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
And we think on calculations, given the fact you're now 25 points ahead of Mike and there's 21 points for grab, we think, actually provisionally as well, we think that's enough to give you championship as well.
Yeah, that's it. So I come into this with 23-point head. So as long as I outscored Mike in the first race, then the championship's sealed. So yeah, it's done.
So how's that feel? First attempt at Metros and you're the champion.
It's relieving, I can tell you that. Especially after my spin on the warming up the tyres on the first corner.
Oh really?
Yeah. You didn't catch that?
I don't think we did. I think we're doing interview for Formula 4, so I think you got away with that.
Oh good. Yeah, so, yeah, there we are. So it's fine. Yeah, come back and we won. So.
Yeah, that like a race where kind of you sort of had the pace initially, you fell back a little bit and sort of just looked after your tyres a bit for a few laps, and then by the time you got towards the end, just the car was in the groove by that point.
It started spitting. Bits of the track started becoming slippery. I had a bit of pad knocked back going into the hairpin. I nearly went straight on, so yeah, it was gather my thoughts and crack on from there.
Excellent. Well, obviously one more race to go and essentially have some fun, but congratulations on provision becoming champion, and all the best for race number 2. We'll let you have a chat with Ian for second commentators now, so we'll have a chat with him in a second. Second place, of course, was Mike Williams. Have a chat with Mike. You pushed him as hard as you could all that race, but ultimately just second on that one, but still a really good result.
Yeah, no, in qualifying we had a bit of a big misfire, to be honest. We've changed some switches, a bit of wiring and stuff, and it was a lot better in the race. So when it wasn't misfiring, we were having a good time, and I was on his tail, pushing. I thought I might get the lead here, and then all of a sudden it's making a misfire again, so I'm losing 5 or 6 car lengths. I made that up once, and it happened again. I couldn't catch him after that, but I think if I'd have got in the lead and it had happened again, he'd have just sailed straight past me, so it wasn't meant to be. Hopefully we could sort it for race 2 and put some proper entertainment on, because I think when we're both running with the cars at 100%, it's such a good show for people to see.
Yeah. But even so, you pushed him all season, so to be still there at this point in time, and so battling as much as you could to give yourself the best possible chance, it's still been a great fight nonetheless.
Yeah, it's been a great season. We've been pretty much closely matched all the way through, so you know, I think he might be leaving at the end of the season, which is a shame, because we've had some good battles.
Well, listen, I'll let you have a chat with Ian, commentator for second place, but well done, and we'll see you for race number 2. Robbie Kenny for third place as well. Well done to Robbie as well. A slightly distant third place, but third is still third meanwhile. Good result nonetheless.
Yeah, probably the best finish we've had all year. We've changed the type of car, so we've gone from an A series to a K series. So John Moore's let me the car for the weekend, so thank you very much for that. But yeah, quite good. Enjoyed that.
Yeah. Any tweaks to make for race 2?
No, maybe just put some fuel in it. Apparently that's the way the K-Series boys do it. Don't touch it, don't look at it.
Fingers crossed it works out well, but well done anyway. We'll let you have a chat with Ian for Circuit commentators as well. Now going to the lunch break, we've got 3 more races to come up, of course. The first of which, of course, is the final race of the season for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. 3 hours of racing coming up. This should be intriguing. Is it going to be either Team PLR, is it going to be Olympian or Viking that takes the title? And of course, more racing from these guys in the Metros and the Super Classics coming up after lunch. So stay tuned. More action coming up very shortly, roughly round about, hopefully, 40 to 50 minutes time.
Well, welcome back to Oulton Park, and it's now time for our main race of this finals day here, and it's round 9 of the 2023 Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and it's our 3-hour endurance race. After a 1-hour thriller earlier on, which saw the JPR team BSP become our youngest ever winners, they now have to start 22nd and last. So I recommend you get the drinks in, get the snacks in, because this is going to be one epic 3-hour thriller. I will hand you over to your commentators, which will be Scott Woodwist, but first, the voice of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, it's the one and only Andy McEwen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jamie. Really excited then for our final round of the 2023 Championship here at a slightly soggy Oulton Park. We've had a little bit of drizzle over the lunch break that was just starting to creep in actually during our MG Metro race earlier on, and it means that the track conditions are less than ideal, but as we've seen in the past in Fun Cup racing, that shouldn't dampen the spirits of the drivers one little bit. Pole position taken for this race by Axiometrics with GRD Racing. Team Ratters Racing start alongside them with Team Olympian Championship leaders and Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing, one of their big championship rivals, sharing row number 2. Then it's JPR Team LRS starting on the 3rd row of the grid alongside Signature RV powered by BPC Motorsport. Then it's MJ Tech and C Data with EDF Motorsports with Autotel starting 9th ahead of Team 3 Motorsport. Team Greenheath and Vape Club with EDF Motorsport share the 6th row ahead of Team Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport and JPR Young Guns on row number 7. Row 8, EDF, the 104 car, and Red River Sport. Then PLR Racing. They will start 17th on the grid. They are 2nd in the championship, but starting significantly further back on the grid than their other 2 title rivals. They will have race logic on that 9th row. Row 10, Fueled Up Racing and Jackpot Racing with GT Radial's Marshall's team and the JPR Team BSP squad starting at the back. Of course, JPR Team BSP starting at the back because they won the race earlier on today. So this one, a little bit different. It's a 3-hour race as opposed to the 1-hour race that we had earlier on. There will be pit stops, I believe, every half an hour during the race. And so the pit windows slightly further apart, but they will still be open for 10 minutes, and all cars must make a visit to the pit lane during each of those pit windows. Now, from a championship perspective, we've been doing the maths, we've been working out exactly what that first race meant, and well, the long and short of it is that there are now 3 teams mathematically in contention still. So we've gone from 9 today down to 3. Coming into this final race of the season. Team Olympian are on 463 points. That is 21 points more than PLR Racing, who are on 442, and they are 12 points clear of Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing. So for the Vikings, realistically, they've got to try and win the race. They've got to try and win the race and take maximum points. If they can do that, and Team Olympian were to finish basically lower than what is their current dropped score, then they would just about be the champions, would the Vikings. In fact, I'm trying to work out exactly what the Olympian squad would have to do. I think they'd have to finish 17th, basically. If they finish 17th or better, then they will be champions regardless of what Team Viking can do. For PLR, well, they also realistically need to try and win the race and hope that Olympian have some trouble. So there's no doubt about it. If we're going to see a last-minute change of championship lead, it will be because Olympians have had dramas. There's really very little that PLR and Vikings can do to actually go up there and take it from them, but that won't stop them trying. And of course, there is a race to be won. It's always a special thing to win the final race of the season, particularly here at the Fun Cup's spiritual home at Oulton Park, a venue where the championship has been racing ever since its inception. And this latest chapter of Oulton Park's Fun Cup history, I'm sure, is going to keep us thoroughly entertained throughout the course of the afternoon. As you can see, the weather conditions, it's actually brightening up now as I say this, but it has been raining. It's definitely a bit damp out there, but possibly the ambient temperature just starting to creep up a little bit, and that might help the track to dry out a little as we move through the 3 hours. So, getting ready to go for one last time in 2023. Axiometrics with GRD Racing on pole. That car started by Simon Rudd, who went last in the earlier race, but I chatted to Simon between races, and he said he was looking forward to taking the start of this one. Team Ratters Racing alongside. That car started by David Ratcliffe. Row 2, Team Olympian. Now, they've had a last-minute driver change. It should have been Chris Devell doing the opening stint, but I think possibly because the conditions have changed, they've decided to put Christian Rose behind the wheel, and so he will be starting car 267. And the Viking car alongside them, that's Colin Kingsnorth, whilst the third of those title contenders, PLR Racing, starting deep in the field, it is Ben Pitch doing the opening stint. So through Lodge Corner then, preparing to get underway for the final race of the season, the 9th round of the 2023 Fun Cup Endurance Championship here from Oulton Park. A very slow pace being carried by the field. The safety car has long since headed into the pit lane, and the field comes very slowly, 2 by 2, over Deers Leap and towards the start line. When those red lights go out above the bridge and above the starting gantry, we're away and racing for the last time in 2023. Who's going to get the jump into the first corner? Will it be the Axiometrics car from pole position? Let's find out. The lights go out, away they will go, and Axiometrics look as though they will hold on to the advantage, running down into turn number 1. A big move being made already by the JPR Team LRS car up the inside, and that was the championship leader that they were trying to overtake, but they bailed out of that move as they skate their way through a slippery Old Hall corner, 1 or 2 running wide onto the concrete, but everyone keeping it pointing in the right direction. That's good to see. Axiometrics lead at Cascades then. Ratters Racing hanging on to second, Olympian a third, MJ Tecker up into fourth, look ahead of Team Viking. So the team who finished second in the early race, still looking for their first ever win in Fun Cup, have made a place already at the start. Down the Lakeside Straight they go towards Island Bend. Christian Rose starts now to try and find a way past the Ratters Racing car. A difficult position this for Christian. He wants to try and get to the front, and he knows in the lead of the race he should be relatively safe from any early drama, but to get there he's got to make a couple of overtakes, and they have to be clean. If he has issues in the early stages of the race, then their chances of scoring really good points could be pretty slim. Towards Britons for the first time. Things just settling down a little bit, but as always in Fun Cup, there are quick cars trying to march through from the back, including the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car. Makes a nice move around the outside of the JPR Young Guns. That car started by Luke Hilton, the number 99, as they went through Britons. Here they come though down towards the Hislop chicane. Axiometrics leading the way. Change maybe on the cards for fourth. Yes, there is. That is Harvey Ryby going up the inside, nicking fourth place away from MJ Tech as they drop downhill. As there is contact and the Uvio car sideways. That was the 195 machine of Ted Bradbury getting involved. You're not racing MX-5s anymore, Ted. This has got 3 hours to get this done, and he's trying to really make some robust moves on the opening lap, but Ted knows that he has the pace to get to the front of this field, and he's wasting no time in trying to get there. Over Clay Hill they go then, towards Druids and the completion of the opening lap, and, well, a very healthy lead held already by the number 103 car of Simon Rudd. They approach Lodge Corner, Scott Woodwiss, and the Axiometrics car clear out in front.
Yeah, and they will try and see if they can get themselves into a position where they could be another first-time winner this year. And oh dear, well that's probably going to be an early safety car. That will definitely be an early safety car. That is Greenheath and Red River Sport involved early. So that would have been Gary Bates at the wheel of the Greenheath car and Red River Sport with Gareth Williams at the wheel. So those two have come together down at Hislop chicane, I'm afraid. And that will be an early call for the RunYourFleet.com safety car. Julian Floyd, that's it, thank you. We'll have to call that one, I'm sure, pretty quickly. He'll be on the race service to everyone. Yeah, that's,
a lot of damage.
Well, that's hopefully the cosmetic damage, but if that's not, that's quite substantial damage. But it might even be, if I'm seeing things, it might even be just underneath the bodywork, possibly the right front wheel is possibly sort of laying down, which suggests sadly that the contact they've had has done enough to pretty much rip the front right completely off, almost. So unfortunately, Gary Bate looking at what's happened, and I'm afraid that's an early end to what's been a decent enough 2023 season, but unfortunately for Team Greenheath, their races ended prematurely, really, before it ever happened, as they say, before it ever really started. Yeah,
they did have that mathematical chance of the title coming into the day. That's now gone after race 1, but their chances of a debut win in the championship seemingly slipping away too. That's the 110 car of Gareth Williams, hopefully rejoining the race, or at least driving off the track.
Not if Gary Bates got anything to say about it. He's kind of stood in the way thinking, you ain't going anywhere, sunshine. I want to word with you.
Yes, so Marshall's having a word. Here come the leaders into a yellow flag zone. Unsurprisingly, no overtaking therefore allowed. No sign of activity from the safety car yet, though, so they're perhaps going to try and deal with this under yellows, but I would have thought they'll try and get that Greenheath car back to the pit lane as well at some point, which would require some outside assistance from a recovery vehicle, and the lights do now appear, as you can see, on top of the safety car. So by the end of lap number 2, it looks as though we're going to have our first safety car period. 3 times in the Championship's history we've had a safety car within the first 5 laps here at Oulton Park, and it's going to happen again here this afternoon. Perhaps not that surprising though, Scott, with the conditions as they were. It's the last day of school as well, and unfortunately an early incident.
Yeah, end of term tends to be drivers get to kind of let their hair down, so to speak, a little bit. Sometimes a little bit too much. Oh, and the 97 car's off as well. That's the Team Marshalls car, which is a shame. And that car's off the road. Now, that's also requiring a tow as well, but it's not immediately clear as to whether they've actually suffered damage for somebody or if that's a mechanical issue. It's gone quite far off the road at Island Bend, but I guess the big question is, did they jump or were they pushed?
It is one of those places where it's easy to fall off the road by yourself, isn't it, really? So give them the benefit of the doubt, but yeah, either way, that car stationary. It didn't look like it had made contact with the wall unless it bounced back off it, but anyway.
If it had, it's a heck of a distance to bounce back off the wall.
Well, yes, and not very much obvious damage done to the car, which makes me hopeful that they can get that car recovered. It has always been the philosophy of the Fun Cup that if you stop out on track, be that because of an accident or you're in a gravel trap or you've got a mechanical issue, they will always try to get you back to the pit lane, and if they have to throw a safety car to do that, they will, and that's because it's all about value for money, this championship. You get a huge amount of track time on each event racing within the Fun Cup. You've got your Friday testing, you've got qualifying, and then here 2 races over the course of one day, and the organisers want the drivers to get their money's worth. So if you're paid to enter, they'll try and get your car back out on track, even if it means neutralising the race to allow that to happen. There are 3 cars potentially that need recovering, and 1, Scott, that has just made its way into the pit lane. That looked like another bit of misfortune for EDF.
Yeah, 104 in the pit lane for reasons we're not quite sure, although they are looking at the right front of that car. I don't want to put 2 and 2 together, but obviously 97 cars out of the mix, and if you look at possibly where they were around the grid and where they started, I don't want to immediately point fingers, but it's almost one of the things where you kind of look at it and you initially in your head put 2 and 2 together. They were...
97 started on the back row, EDF on the 8th row, so that something would have happened to EDF, I think, for those two to have met, unless, of course, they were involved in this down at, because they were starting just behind Greenheath and Red River Sports. That perhaps is more likely.
But then that would mean that essentially they've had dramas, or at least the GT radio cars had dramas, another half circuit round from what happened over here.
Potentially, yes, because I think they went off on the second lap, didn't they? So maybe that was a separate issue, whereas the Greenheath Red River Sport issue was linked to EDF. We're not too sure. We'll try and find out. Maybe Jamie can do some digging down in the pit lane and find out exactly what happened on what was a busy opening lap of the race. Now, what progress of the championship contenders then, I hear you ask? Well, Team Olympium sit 3rd at the moment. The Vikings have slipped down into 6th position, and PLR Racing's Ben Pitch is only 16th at the moment, so needless to say, we don't need to break the calculator out to work that out. Team Olympian in a championship winning position, but Scott, we've got a lot of racing to do before we crown any champions.
Boy, have we. And as we know in the Fun Cup races, we both know, and if we keep on trying to tell people who don't seem to get, some people who wrongly don't seem to get the concept or get the fun of Fun Cup, anything can literally happen, and literally 9 times out of 10 it absolutely does, because we've seen all sorts go on. We've seen leaders retire last minute with issues, we've had, you know, contact between championship contenders, we've had, you know, people who go course for first minute and then heartbreaking the last 3 laps. Genuinely anything can happen. We've had incredible season finales here at Oulton Park, so anything literally can happen in the Fun Cup race. As the saying goes, it usually does. As you see here, we've had the incident down at Hislops and Hickford, sadly, where 2 teams have at least prematurely had their races, well, severely compromised, if not completely ended. The car, well, the rear clamshell is slightly loose, but it's unless they've probably done that just to get a hook it round. But either way, it's being loaded up, and I'm not sure we can see maybe there's anything on that car which shows any obvious damage. There is watching on in the garage, and that is the squad of 252.
It's Race Logic.
So Race Logic are watching on that one. Now the 97 car, they appear to have, they're trying to push it going again.
I think it might just be stuck in the mud, you know. I don't think they've actually hit anything, have they?
I don't think so. No, I think you're right. They are trying to get it going again. Obviously, if it slid through the mud, it would obviously something would have got bugged up or caught up in there a little bit. Either way,
unless there's damage on the left-hand side, but I do think it's just.
Well, we'll see in a second. We'll see in a second once it gets pushed right. Whoops, steady.
Bit slippery out there, on and off the track.
And some, yeah. I'll take a break, lads. You two keep pushing. I'll go around the front somewhere and push them through. Obviously, we obviously say we're entirely in good faith in Germany, of course. We have to say a massive thank you to all the marshals, not just this weekend, but also the last race meeting of the season. So a massive thank you to all the marshals, as we see a few more of them having a look at the Team Greenheath car. Now I want to see just how much damage that car really has, because has it ripped the front right off that car, or has it simply just got, is that just the broken bodywork, is that just deceiving us as to how much damage it actually has? I'm trying to work that one out. It looks as though you can see it there though.
Oh yes.
That is comprehensive damage on the right front. So yeah, that's not going any further anytime soon. That's going to be at the very least a lengthy repair job to get that out. And even then, I'd be surprised if wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't get out until the second half of this race. That's going to be quite a lengthy repair. But then again, these are race teams, they can perform miracles, so they can do quite amazing things when it comes to repairing cars. But the point I was going to make is, going back to the marshals, a big thank you to all of them as usual. It goes without saying that they do a fantastic job, and we thank them for all the efforts that they do. You have to remember, all the marshals that do take part in this are all volunteers, so ultimately they give up their free weekends, they give up their free time to be part of the sport that they have a love and a passion for. As you see the Red River Sport car being put together. Now that's had left front damage. So that's left, so left front to right front. That kind of says to me as if maybe Red River Sports tried to move down the inside into his slops, hasn't worked. Greenheath has turned in, and Red River Sport have clattered into the side of. That's how I interpret it. But of course, without cameras, it's difficult to look at anything else. But as I say, it goes without saying, these marshals are all volunteers. They all do it for the sport that they love and enjoy, and without them, genuinely, these race events couldn't happen. Any race event couldn't happen, whether it's Formula 1 or a club event like this. It couldn't happen. So to all the marshals, the recovery teams, the rescue crews, everyone that plays their part voluntarily, and also volunteers and officials and everyone else on top of that plays their part to make these race meetings happen. Massive, massive thank you for all your efforts. It genuinely doesn't go unnoticed. It genuinely doesn't go unappreciated, because, as we mentioned, without all of you playing your parts, this race meeting wouldn't happen. And the great thing they've done with GT Radio with 97, with the BMMC supported initiative to get these three marshals in the mix to go racing. That's their way of thank you, to give them an opportunity to do so for all the efforts that they've done. So it's great stuff, great work by Fun Cup and GT Radio, and getting the support of the British Motorsport Marshals Club to get those three marshals on the grid. Also, two marshals, members of the pit crew on top of that too, so they're getting an opportunity of a different kind in the mix. And a massive thanks again to everyone's hard work throughout this season. And of course, there's still one more race event. It's not, we call it a regular race event. It's special for a good reason, being the Race of Remembrance. It takes place at Anglesey on the 10th to the 12th of November. A combined 12 hours worth of racing. It's a remembrance weekend, a remembrance service weekend with a race meeting kind of wrapped around it. In many cases, it's the remembrance service is the focal point in that event. So. Racing takes place on the Saturday, then through early on the Sunday morning, gets paused for the mandatory Remembrance Sunday service, and then it goes racing again. So 12 hours total has been elapsed there. Fine. It's all based on aggregate times as well on top of it too. So some exciting times there. Good entry stacking up for Race Remembrance this year too. Looking forward to that before we truly go into the off season, where we look forward to plenty of exciting things happening for 2024. We should mention also as well, calendar's been released for 2024 for the Fun Cup, so they've got quite a decent calendar. So before we get into that and anything else, we can quickly head down to Jamie Pizzettis in pit lane and give us some info on what's been happening after those first few rather eventful laps. Down to you, Jamie.
Right, so while we're under a prolonged safety car period, we've got Farkini, but you might recognise the guy on the right. Mr. Hart, what are you doing here?
I've just come for lunch. Have you? Yeah, wine and cheese.
And was it lovely?
Yeah, really nice. Yeah. No, we've brought some young guns to beat the old dogs, just for a bit of fun.
I think he's announced my retirement for me.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to get Chris back in a car. We know you've been really busy doing other things, but it would be nice to have you two lock horns again, wouldn't it?
Oh God, yeah. No, I missed my old sparring partner, but I don't know why he was so scared that he had to bring the kids to humiliate us because he couldn't do it himself. But yeah, I hopefully we're getting back in a car next year. It'd be great to crash with him again.
And sprint race obviously went really well for the boys, and as we say, Mr. Rose's 10 grand was safe because obviously Ted had raced on a couple of other occasions. But from what you've seen so far, I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I mean, I've been saying it for years. I just think it's fantastic to get some of the young blood in. None of us are getting any younger. We're going to have a Masters and then a Classics race in a bit, I think, aren't we? So I am going to come back and smash doors with them at some point. But no, I'm really enjoying helping the kids out. Brilliant to see some new talent on the grid.
And your thoughts for the race? Disappointment in race 1, now it's just all guns blazing and get some decent points?
Yeah, we'll just enjoy it. I think the grid is great. I think it's what Chris has done bringing the kids in is phenomenal, and very impressive. I think the transition from karts to Fun Cup works really, really well, and lots of other motorsport doesn't actually work tremendously.
Please, Daddy, can I have another one of those lollipops?
So yeah, I think that it's interesting how many people have come from other forms of motorsport and not taken to it so well. But they've just jumped in and they're attacking. It's interesting watching them drive in the wet because you can tell they come from karting. But yeah, great, really great. And I think the field is it's great final race for the season.
All right, well, for you, good luck for the rest of the race, and enjoy the snacks.
I'm going to do it, and I mean, we're even trying to get the biggest child back, Henry Dawes. At the moment, he's in rehab. Okay. They've stopped him wetting himself now. He's off the medication, so we're hoping to get him out by at least 2026 when the drink's worn off.
Thank you.
We'll have him wetting himself in no time.
Right, boys, go and behave. Right, back to you guys.
Fun Cup, doesn't it? Because that was a fantastic sequence talking to them. The beginning of that was almost like, you know, these influencer boxing fights that are happening too. Can we get Farkini versus Chris Hart? Because that looked like it was a square up, although I think Farkini would crack at the pressure because he was trying to distract him and give him the eyebrow raise.
Yeah.
And whatever happened middle of that interview is beyond me. But even so, but good to see Farkini. That's the thing. Farkini, regardless of what happens in the race, is always a good spirit. Case in point I love to refer to, as I think you know what I'm about to say, Oulton Park a couple of years ago. His car gets involved in an accident at the final chicane with PLR Racing. Is he upset? Is he frustrated? No, he's laughing his head off watching it on the pit wall. Not concerned about his car or his driver, just thinking it's absolutely hilarious the fact they've come together. But anyway, he's someone who truly enjoys this championship, truly enjoys this paddock, and he's one of the best characters you can have in this paddock. And if we can get Chris Hart and Henry Dawes back, I mean that's just asking for trouble, isn't it? It
certainly is. I mean, you said that was almost a square off between Farkini and Chris. I think that they've had a few over the years. In fairness, they were both very competitive. Often found themselves competing at the front of the field. And yeah, great to have him back even just for a one-off entry. They've been off doing some GT racing, and obviously Chris very much focusing these days on his son Charlie, who's turning into a very rapid junior racer. And yeah, fantastic to have him back in the paddock this weekend. Now we're getting some more answers now. There is a bit of damage, I think, to the left rear of the GT Radial Marshall's car, so that maybe had a knock somewhere that led to it going off the road, but certainly to not being able to get back on the road under its own steam. So he'll he's going to take another lap probably now to get the race back underway, which does give us time to talk about next year's calendar, Scott, that you touched upon earlier on. That has been released, as of all of the Brscc calendars for 2024, and it all starts again here in the middle of April at Oulton Park with a 4-hour race. We then head to Croft. We've got the traditional summer meeting at Anglesey, which I'm sure will include the 3-hour into the night race. Snetterton on the 300 circuit, a 4-hour race at Brands Hatch. We're back at Donington in September, and then it all finishes again here at Oulton Park almost exactly a year from now, the 26th of October. So if you want to get yourself out on the grid, contact the Fun Cup, contact Paul or Christian Rose, and they will be only too happy to get you out in a car. Not necessarily just at a race meeting, but also they do lots of track days with these cars. We've got a twin-seater that you can go out with, get a bit of coaching, and you can learn your craft and become perhaps one of the Fun Cup regulars yourself. It would be great to have you out there. So one more lap of safety car then. We're unfortunately eating into this opening stint of the race. This being a 3-hour race, Scott, we're looking at 30-minute stints. We are already nearly 20 minutes into this race, so we're getting towards the time when we might see a load of pit stops. And again, Team Olympian finding themselves a little bit on the wrong side of a safety car here, because they've specifically put Christian Rose in at the start to try and build a gap, get to the front, sort of solidify their position at the front of the field. Chris Devell, we believe, is going to do stint number 2. And actually, Christian's not had that opportunity, has he, to make too much progress?
Not quite. I think if they were, ironically, if they were planning to put Christian first, ultimately that would have been worked out slightly better in many cases, because being behind the safety car would have then allowed Christian and Phillips to get in there in subsequent stints in order to be able to maximise the driving time they've got. Then again, safety cars can happen any time, so they are an unpredictable element. So ultimately, I think in any case, whoever's going to be in that car was going to be caught out anyway, regardless of who's the fastest or the faster or the slower driver of that mix. But yeah, half an hour stint. And of course, to remind you of the pit windows last 10 minutes. You're only allowed to pit once you've passed the pit open board once, if I'm correct.
Yes.
And then you obviously pit within that window, and also when the pit window closes, as I mentioned in race 1 earlier on, you can pass the pit closed board once, but you then must come in the next time by, otherwise you will get a penalty for pit stopping out. If you then pit any time after that, there'll be a penalty for pit stopping outside of the designated window, and everyone has to make the mandatory stops within that 10-minute window. It's all mandated in those pit stops, and of course Julian Floyd and co will know exactly what's going on, because they're all eyes and ears. And of course he has a brilliant race receiver system, which means he has one-way communication to all the cars at once, but none of the drivers can talk back, which is the best thing. So within reason, he can say what he wants, and the drivers can't say anything until they go up and see him at the Park course afterwards. Now, 104 is back in the pit lane. I noticed that when you were just about to intro me and back in there again, and that's now having more repairs to the right front. Now, again, I don't want to put 2 and 2 together too much, but it sounds like I am. But is that an indication possibly of them being involved in a separate incident with the 97 car, or with what went on down here at Hislop? It's tough. The only marker we've really got is kind of where they started in amongst each other, whether one car dropped back or not, because 104 had its own dramas. I think, Jamie, if you can hear us, it might be worth possibly going down to 104 and just trying to figure out why that car in particular is in the pit lane. But Jamie's looking down in pit lane, putting his arms and thinking, I've got no idea either. So he's going to have a monster. Either that, or he's just wandered up to this part of the pit lane. We've asked him to go down there. He's gone, are you serious? I've just come up this pit lane all the way out there.
I think you cruelly waited until he got to this end of the pit lane.
I promise you it was not on purpose. Absolutely not on purpose. I kid you not, it was not on purpose. I was simply curious, and the man who gets the information, I know he's down there in pit lane, and he's the best person for the job. So he can do that. So we love you really, Jamie. We wouldn't purposely bring you down the way top. Much, but anyway. Speaking of racing, safety car is now has its lights off. Good. Talk about all busy going on in the 1 hour race. It's 20 minutes into a 3 hour race. You've had all sorts going on: comedy, drama, safety car, everything else. Meanwhile, safety car is now going to come in. Axiometrics gets a chance to get the good restart. They've got Ratters Racing and Team Olympian right behind them, and instead of leaving it right at the last minute for the restart, to the start of the race, they're getting restarted pretty early. So Axiometrics now has a chance to take the next 8.5 minutes to try and build as much of a lead as possible before the first pit window opens up in this final race of the season.
Yep, so across the line we go. We're racing once again with 21.5 minutes gone of this 3 hour championship decider here at Oulton Park. Axiometrics leading the way. Ratters Racing second, Olympian in 3rd position. And then keep an eye to that 4th place car as well. That is the 251 started by Harvey Ryby, and he has looked very, very racy indeed ever since those red lights went out at the start of the race. Down into Cascades we go then for the first time back at racing speed. Track conditions starting to improve steadily as well, I think, as we get deeper into this opening hour of the race. Uvio there trying to make some ground up whilst the work continues on EDF Motorsports number 104 car down in the pit lane. So through Island Bend go the leading group. Axiometrics already started to pull away, but that Ratters Racing car in second is not going to be easy to get past necessarily. David Ratcliffe is driving that car in the opening stint, and as Scott mentioned in the early race, they've massively improved as the season's gone on. First full season racing in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. They are about to come under threat from the championship leaders. MJ Tech slithering their way out of the Britain chicane as well. They have been one of the quicker teams here today so far. And as we mentioned in the earlier race, Will Abraham and Scott Jeffs looking for their first victory together as a team in the Fun Cup. Uvia around the outside of Vikings. Another 2 places maybe lost by the Vikings because Ted Bradbury follows through the Uvio car started by Fabio Randaccio. So those two working together nicely, pulling their way up the order. And Ted Bradbury latching onto the tail of that black and gold number 225 car, and they have now moved up an extra position each on this restart lap. Leading group, though, turn their way through Druids Corner. Very sedate restart to the race. Look how much wetter it is, though, Scott, up at this part of the circuit than it is anywhere else. It could take the majority of the rest of the race for that particular part of the track to dry out.
It's also much brighter as well up there, just too.
Yes.
It seems that it's a strange concept called the sun starting to break through, which I didn't think existed today, but it's just started trying to peek through the clouds at this point and try and dry things up a little bit. That might help in terms of track conditions a bit. You see Ugo trying to get around Team JPR BSP by the looks of it. They're side by side over the line. They're following MJ Tech as they come across the stripe. And Uvia now up to 6th as a result of that. So they're picking their way through the pack now. As for PLR Racing, still 16th. There's a little wiggle there from MJ Tech on the outside offline. And BSP got the BSP car, Ted Bradbury, just showcasing his car control on the exit. Car got a little bit tail happy on the exit of the corner as he put the power down. As he holds on, he's still got to try and find his way around if he can. The Fabio Randaccio himself, and Randaccio holds on for the place, and Bradbury now just slots back in behind as they both continue the pursuit of Will Abraham just in front of them. There is Axiometrics in car 103, started by Simon Rudd. He's a pretty handy driver in his own right. The Rattas car, which is started by David Ratcliffe, and there's Christian Rose at the wheel of the Team Olympic car. I've got to say, it's quite a start. Rattas squad are doing quite well to hold off Christian Rose. This is really good stuff, and again, they've not just been one of the newest drivers in the field, but also I think one of the most improved. They've had that really good steady progress to the point where now, at the moment, in these conditions permitting, in a legitimate pace, they're keeping the rest of the pack at bay a little bit and holding off the current, well, if it says it is, possible champions-elect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in fairness, I think Christian Rose is probably not racing at 100% aggression right now. He knows that he doesn't need to force the issue right now. I've just been doing the maths. I think 11th place by the end of the race would guarantee the championship for Olympian regardless. So he knows he can afford to pace himself. Here, though, is a man who doesn't know the meaning of the phrase pace yourself. That's Ted Bradbury going around the outside of the MJ Tech car at Hislop's and making the move stick. That's 3 people now I've seen him do that exact same move to. Outside into the Hislop chicane, a proper MX-5 move that, and Ted Bradbury, one of the real revelations this year, gains another place. Right, so as things settle down out on track, Axiometrics continue to build their margin. Let's head back down to the pit lane with an update from Jamie.
Right, very quickly, I'm down with Gary Summers in the 104 car. They're very quickly putting the clamshell on. What happened?
Going round Ireland, got pushed off on the grass and then taken out by 97.
Okay, thanks a lot. Back to you guys.
The EDF 212 car, this is the Autotel machine, in the pit lane has come...
Oh, that's 251. It's Charlie Harvey Ryby.
That's Team LRS, isn't it?
Yeah, they had been running top 5, hadn't they, earlier on? So this is a drama. We're not in the pit window yet. And so, unfortunately...
They're down in 17th at the moment.
Yes, they are, and they were still on the lead lap, but obviously they have dropped to the back of that lead lap, and not a huge amount of activity around the car for the time being, so we'll try and figure that out in a moment or two. For now, though, we've got Uvio up into 4th place. There is the 251 car, Harvey Ryby in. They are going to do what? Well, they brought the cable ties out, so something's loose on the left rear corner. Is it just the wheel arch? Yes, it is, isn't it? I think they've just dislodged that wheel arch slightly.
Yeah, they're drilling holes into the wheel arch to cable tie it together.
Yes. Yeah, so that's obviously had a knock somewhere, and that's brought them into the pit lane. That's a shame then. So they were looking rapid as well in that opening stint. I was about to question why Uvio were up into 4th place, and part of that was that they'd overtaken a couple of people, but they'd also been gifted a position with the issues there for the 251. So a couple of them in trouble early on. The strange line through the Hislop chicane. That's Jackpot Racing. Mika Brown at the wheel for their stint. Very good looking car. Very NASCAR that, isn't it, Scott?
I thought you'd like that being NASCAR-esque in that many cases. But yeah, it looks like a strong car, and good to see another different new team out there in the mix. 251 are back out there now. Looks like whatever the issue was, the classic fix of if in doubt, stick it together with some tyre wraps. It's managed to get it back out there. It's down towards the bottom of the field, but it's got work to do now. But good to see. It's good to see just new cars, but also new teams, and actually putting the whole effort in, not just running like a plain car and a plain colour, just making the effort with delivery and making it look nice, making it look smart as it should do. This is a battle for second place. It's side by side between Team Olympian and Team Uvio. And Uvio, again, if they really didn't care before, they totally don't care now, because of course they're not in the championship fight anymore. They can't win the title, so they think, well, let's just have some fun and try and make it, purposely or not, as hard as possible for Olympian to try and deal with this to get positions. Also Team BSP in there as well. It's fully for second place. Now the next challenge for Ratters Racing is, can they hold off the flying Fabio Randaccio, who is going to really make it difficult for them now towards Shellor's corner. But fairness to the Ratter squad, they have held the outside line, and even though he looks up the inside, they're still giving it as best as they can. It might squeeze out the edge over the curve. Just hold on, and here comes also, that's BSP. So BSP have got just past, not Ted Bradbury's got past not just Christian Rose, but also the Ratters car as well. 2 positions gained for the price of one, and now we can start chasing after Uvio again. So the backfield was where they were before, but now it's Olympian ahead of Ratters, and now both Uvio and BSP are ahead of those two cars as well, and they're still fighting amongst each other, with Uvio still ahead of BSP. Follow that? No? Good.
More or less, I think. Yes, lots of overtaking, and none of it really favouring Ratters Racing, who lost 3 places in about 2 corners, not really 1 corner actually, through Shell, but they will try and tag along on the back of this group, and I think the pace they've got, they should be able to do that really. But Uvio and JPR Team BSP have been making some fantastic progress through the order. Don't forget that Uvio started this race. Where did they start? They were a long way down the order, weren't they? They started 13th on the grid, and BSP started 22nd after that victory earlier on in the day. Right then, that battle is about to kick off for second place, but before it really does, let's head back down to the pit lane and hear once more. Oh, hang on, we might have a change for second. Yes, we do. BSP slip up the inside and get themselves ahead of Uvio. So Bradbury up to second. Jamie, though, has news from the pit lane.
I'm down with Joe Smith, who's within the GT Radial # Marshals to Race car. Unfortunately, you were faced with a spinning car at Island Bend. Not ideal.
Yeah, there's 3 of us following each other quite close, and the first guy spun, and I had to swerve to the grass and accidentally tapped him on the way off. I think it knocked the radiator out, so hopefully we should get out by the end of the race, so the other guys can have a go at least. But yeah, good.
But the main thing is, you're still smiling. I mean, we heard from Brian McDermott from GT earlier on today. This is a money can't buy opportunity, isn't it? I mean, you guys do a fabulous job on circuit, keeping us safe, making sure we can enjoy the sport we love, and we're giving something back. And you know, to get the opportunity to drive one of these is brilliant, isn't it?
It's brilliant, yeah. It made it worse that I knew everyone pushing the car as well, so that wasn't great. Yeah.
And yeah, as we said, it was an eventful day yesterday as well. But so the car's still running. We'll get you back out, and you'll live to fight another day.
I hope so. I hope the other guys get their go, and I hope it's all right.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. That's Joe Smith from the GT Radial team. Back to Andy McKeown and Scott Woodward.
Thank you very much. Great to hear from you there, Jamie, down in the pit lane as the battles rage on down on the track. Ted Bradbury up into second place, as we said, ahead of Uvio, who, astonishingly, Scott, are looking for only their 3rd win of the year. I mean, 2 wins is not bad out of 8 races, but when you consider that last year Uvio won 5 races, the year before that they won 6 of the 9 races in 2021. It's been a very lean season, really, hasn't it, for the former champs?
It's just luck of the draw. They've had had competition that's gone up against them and beaten them. They've had times when they've faded back a little bit. They've had their own reliability issues and bad luck. They've had bad luck in the first race today, bad luck at Oulton Park back in July. They had a mechanical issue back at Silverstone. They also had one which cost them the lead with a lap and a half. Well, they were following at Oulton Park with a lap and a half to go, and they had some it was an electrical or some kind of a power or fuel issue, which then saw them fade back with about a lap and a half to go. So they only just about made it across the line. Is that EDF back in again for a 3rd time? It is. So that's more work on the right front. So whatever happened to it after the incident with 97, the GT Radial Marshals car already has done a number. In the pit lane, is that the 251 car back in again as well? That's the the LRS car. Yes, it is. 251's back in again as well. So 2 cars that have hit with their own problems are there. We are into the pit window. Oh, of course, we're into the pit window, of course, on top of that as well. So ultimately, the car's going to be coming anyway. Now, Vikings has just come in as well. They're the first of the championship contenders in this race to come in. So in they come from what was... I'm not quite sure where they were exactly, but where were Viking? They came across the line. They come in... Well, they're showing us 12th, so they're coming from 12th of it. There's Olympian, still being chased down by Ratters Racing, who's still giving them the run around here up in Shell's head. Christian Rose is not being allowed to get away. Whether he's sort of purposely sort of holding back a little bit or not, he's not being allowed to get away by Ratters Racing. So either it's just him just pacing himself and steadying the ship, so to speak, or he really is being kept honest by the Ratters squad here in this early stint.
Well, he, on the previous lap, he did a 2:12.8. That's 2.8 seconds slower than Ted Bradbury. I know Ted's quick, but Christian's not slow, is he? So
no,
either they're managing a little issue, or, and I suspect this is the case, they're just very, very mindful of the fact that they have to finish this race. They have to have a clean race, because what they can't afford is a mechanical failure that puts them in the pit lane for 10 minutes or so, and that will then ruin their race. It'll ruin their chance of a good points haul, and they don't have a great drop score to fall back on. So they've got to be consistent. They've got to stay out of trouble in this one. Maybe their game plan is to run to a set lap time. Don't go any quicker than that. An 11th place finish. They can easily... Oh, he's off! No, he's off! Christian Rose is off at Druids. The championship leader off into the gravel trap. He bounces back on the road. Now, does that lend maybe some support to my theory that there is a little issue with that car? There's definitely a bit of bodywork hanging loose on the left-hand side there, but the championship leader's off the road. They've got back on again, lost a couple of places, but is that car wounded, Scott? I think something's not quite right.
Gee, I think that gave me and all the whole team heart palpitations watching that happen. He doesn't go to pit lane. Is it me, or is that rather odd?
Very.
That off was rather odd. Yes, he was going offline. There's been a sprinkle of rain on top of that as well, so that it's saturated the track a little more. But maybe not the only one thinking. Something seems odd with that car.
It's not going as quickly as it should.
I don't know what.
No, it's not going as quick as it should be. That was a very bizarre moment. Yes, it's wet at Druids, but it's been wet the whole race, and it's not like he's been pushing really hard and sat on the limit. You know, that's when you'd expect him to maybe get caught out. He's obviously been driving within himself, and Christian Rose with a bit of a moment from which, thankfully, he emerges largely unscathed, but that could have had major championship ramifications. There are the Vikings, meanwhile, so they pitted, as Scott said, one of only a handful of cars actually to have made a pit stop so far, and so they dropped down the order. They have now plugged in Johnny Hode for the next stint. Of course, he's just here, Colin Kingsnorth sharing the driving duties. Colin, though, arguably the quicker of the two, so we should see that car start to move forward now. They really do need to try and win this race, though. If they're to have any chance, realistically, of the title, they need a race win and need to hope that Olympian run into some misfortune. Team Vikings, who have not had a victory this season. No, that's a lie. They did. They won at Silverstone, didn't they? That almost dead heat finish with Team Race Logic on their return to the championship. But just the one win this season. PLR haven't won at all. It's all been about Team Olympian, but just their up and down inconsistent season, and that's why they've all been feeling a little bit nervous today. They know they've had some bad luck in the past, and the last thing they want is more of it again today. Gracie Mitchell, meanwhile, heads out of the pit lane in the JPR Young Guns car. It was a slow pit stop, minutes and 23 spent in pit lane. So a very slow stop, about a minute lost there, and you can't afford to be doing that in a championship as competitive as this one. So Gracie heads back out on the trap, but she'll find herself a long way back from the battle that team were enjoying earlier on. Meanwhile, new fastest laps being set at the front of the field because the track conditions are clearly starting to improve now, and that lead gap, I think, here, Scott, is starting to creep down now. We've got Axiometrics, who on the previous lap were just the 1.8 seconds slower than Ted Bradbury in second place. Ed was about a tenth slower than Uvio in third, so the top three bunching together. If they take that sort of time out of Axiometrics on this lap, they'll be nose to tail by the end of it.
Yeah, that'll be quite a sight to see on that side in terms of those three going together. Just want to give a mention to, of course, we've got the Young Guns car out there, of course, with car 99. Just checking with three drivers. So we've got two drivers that have stepped up from. You've got Jack Noller, who's been racing in MX5s and took his first victories in the final rounds at Silverstone. We've also got Luke Hilton, who was in contention. He's been a race winner and sort of title contender most of the season in the Fiesta Junior Championship. Good to see a Fiesta Junior driver stepping up to senior racing. The other one is Gracie Mitchell, who just jumped into that car. She has come directly from the world of karting. She's also part of the newest intake of students, so to speak, for the Motorsport UK Academy, which is good to see. So that's good to see that a Motorsport UK Academy driver getting her first proper taste of circuit racing, and seems to be enjoying herself out there at the moment. Certainly enjoying themselves here. I think these three, as out goes Signature RV, in comes the 92 Jackpot racing car, and that will be... Oh,
that's Christian Rose slowing. That is Christian Rose slowing. The championship leader. There must be an issue with this car then. And Christian Rose in the Team Olympian car slows coming over Hilltop. He waves by the EDF 212 and Team 3 Motorsport car, number 98. But this is all starting to just slip away slightly now for Team Olympian, isn't it? Remember, a top 11 finish wins them the championship. Even if they're outside of the top 11, it still then is reliant upon PLR Racing scoring enough points. But this is now really putting Olympian's fate in their opponent's hands, because that car quite clearly is not performing as it should be. Now, is it better, Scott, to just keep on limping round, hope that the car can make it to the end, or stick it in the garage for 5-10 minutes, get it fixed, and get it back out there at full pace? Because they've still got just under 2.5 hours to get this back.
Yeah, the trouble is, though, if you stick it in the garage, you're at risk of losing 2, 3, 4 laps, depending if it's a long or a short fix, and that's the trouble. If you do keep going around, it'll depend on what lap time you can still run and keep yourself up there, so that's quite tricky. Now, Christian Rose has carried on, so maybe he is taking simply just the... If there's an issue, try and limp as much as possible, then whatever we can fix in the pit lane, fix it. I think PLR have just come into the pit lane in the background, so they're pitting from what was 9th. And so I think the key thing is that ultimately I think the teams, correct me if I'm wrong here because I should know this, the teams, like, can they talk to their teams on the radio, the drivers on the radio, or is that's only just one-way duly into the teams?
I don't believe that they can, no.
Right.
It's pit boards, I think, are the way to... mind you, you don't see a huge amount of pit boards, do you? But no, I don't think there is radio from the teams. So, difficult to get that message, certainly from the drivers, across to the team members. Out go PLR. They're going to be ahead of Vikings significantly. So that's important as far as their championship hopes are concerned. Right, if this were to become a dropped score for Team Olympian, and that now is looking increasingly likely if they can't sort this issue out with the car, PLR Racing, I reckon, need to finish 8th or better. If they finished in 8th place, they would outscore Team Olympian by 2 points for the championship. So that is what's at stake. PLR Racing know they've got the pace to finish inside that top 8, so that is doable. But Team Olympian are not out of this yet. They're still running in 8th place. So at the moment, they are scoring 56 points, which would be enough for them. But if that car keeps on ailing, of course, the danger is, Scott, if they leave it out there and something breaks comprehensively, could be day done altogether, or at the very least it will take them even longer to get the car back to the pit lane than it would if they just brought it in now. So a real conundrum here for Team Olympian, who I'm sure did not have this in the game plan when they woke up this morning.
I don't think anyone did, to be fair, and this one did. But I hate to use the typical phrase, but that's motor racing. It happens, and it's just the luck of the draw, and it's the roll of the dice, and it's what happens. Axiometrics continuing to lead. It showed them as being a new leader, though. So
yes, because Bradbury briefly got the lead and then pitted, so he was ahead for a moment. Right, gear selection issue for 267. It's stuck in 5th gear. It is stuck in 5th gear, and they know that because, yes, there is radio from the drivers to the team. I always forget which championships do and which don't. So the team have been in contact with Christian Rose. It's stuck in 5th gear. That is not probably a very quick fix, is it, unfortunately? So I don't know, Scott. I don't know what the best thing to do. They've 2.25 hours to go, though. Surely they can't keep limping around in 5th gear for that long. We're going to have to do something.
And depending on what gear you put it in, you have to drive it in one gear. Sometimes, I mean, I don't want to use too much of an example, but if you think of like Senna in Brazil 91 driving in a high gear, particularly if this is quite a physical circuit in itself. Obviously, yes, you've got driver change and so. One thing it's going to struggle with is that what they're doing for pulling away in pit stops.
Yeah,
stuck in 5th gear. How are they going to get away from that properly? Stuck in 5th gear, they have to severely push it and try and bump start it as much as they can. And then out on track, they're just going to have to try and pray that whatever they can do in 5th position, is just going to require some more Riley Phillips heroics, or what else is going to do? Because Chris Devell will have to do as much as he can in the stint that he can do. But we're looking at the order of drivers they've got going out.
But it's Devell next, isn't it?
Yeah, I think unsurprisingly, they've put Riley Phillips as the final driver. So if they need a final flourish to get 1 or 2 key positions that they might need, he's your man to do that. 97 appears to have had a quick clean up and repair, and it looks like it's ready to go back out again. I also saw, whilst we were talking earlier on, that the Greenheath car was in the process of being fixed, and that right corner was being sorted out, which is quite good. I told you race teams can do miracles. Looks like the team are doing that one. Change for Malee because Uvio's gone to the front. Essentially, they're just going to try and get their 3rd win of the season and to try at least, if they can, try and cement a good position. I'm not sure if they'll end up. I think they could possibly still end up on the championship podium if they get a good result, can't they? Because they possibly. Because
they're still 4th. As it stood, so where are they? Well, they're now leading, so they can absolutely move up.
But in order for that to happen, at the moment, as far as we can see on our calculations, they would need Viking to finish much further down than they currently are at the moment, because Viking are currently sat in
12th place.
And if it says it is, they would take 3rd into the championship by 5 points, according to our calculations. Speaking of Uvio, here they are, making a pit stop. I saw Farkini was prowling around in pit lane, as he typically tends to be earlier on. He's now slotted himself into the Uvio Hoffman's. We have to call it Uvio Hoffman's motorsport car, but they've still got Uvio Hoffman's Lotus on the side, which is quite ironic. There are other.
That's not the only thing they've got on the side of the car that you shouldn't read on air, Scott. Let's just say that.
Or if you do read it, don't read it in a certain way, is all I'll say. There was, all I'll say is there was an adaptation of the Duckham's logo, which it was a different version of it than its current form, and it's something that you definitely can't say on broadcast. Right now, this is going to be a crucial pit stop, I think, to see what
they're just doing a driver change. So they're not attempting to fix the problem. They're just going to do a bog standard. They're waiting for a safety car, perhaps.
Yeah. Now, this is the key thing. How does it get away?
Yeah.
They're going to have to push it. They have to push it. They've got no choice.
But this is the kind of thing that can so easily break a drive shaft or do more damage to a gearbox.
Right, if they bump started it, it's gone.
Ugh.
But that's going to stuck in 5th gear. That's going to be horrible, even more horrible for the gearbox than it already is.
Yeah.
If they're going to keep doing that every single time, honestly, I know it's a mechanical thing, but I feel for that gearbox, because if they have to keep manually starting it for 5th in pit stops, that ain't what a car in 5th gear is meant to do. So that's going to be really tricky. So, Christopher, I think the instructions to each driver is going to be, look, just drive it as best you can. Try and drive around the problem as much as you can. I think if anyone can, once he gets in it, it's going to be Riley Phillips. He might well do things with that car in 5th gear that no one else should be able to do. But he is that kind of driver, though, he's Riley Phillips. So it could be, it might not. He's re-exited out in, we don't know yet, but we'll have to wait and see where he is. So ultimately, there needs to be 11th or better, is the instruction.
We think so, yes.
11th or better is what we think. So I think for them now, it's just literally just drive as best as they can, roll the dice, hope the car sticks around. The other thing they've got to hope for as well is the hope that the gear selector thing fixes itself somehow, and that they can get the gears back in and they're back up to speed. If that car starts going quicker again, either it's Riley doing miracles or the gearbox's issue sorting itself out. Either way, this is going to be a very tense 2 hours and 15 minutes for Team Olympian, which they didn't need. They thought coming to this race, not made directly, but they probably thought to themselves, hopefully it's just a simple task, get it to the finish, get it in a good position, and let's take the championship. As we know, Fun Cup is never as simple as that. It hasn't been that simple all season. It's been one of those almost like odd Fun Cup seasons, but in a good way, in terms of there's been all sorts of different things happening that have made it just a little bit more interesting round by round. And this is just another almost quite literally spanner in the works to kind of make it even more interesting, and this could be quite a climax to the championship. And we've still got 2 hours and 15 minutes still to go, and literally anything can happen, and again, it usually does.
Indeed so. Right then, we need a moment, I think, to take stock of the situation, hopefully with some news of a Team Olympian variety down in the pit lane, is Jamie Peters-Ennis. Jamie, what can you tell us?
Yeah, the issue with Team Olympian is that the car is intermittently... Said challenge accepted, but 2 drivers who are enjoying a fantastic battle out there were Simon Rudd and David Ratcliffe. And firstly, Simon, for a first-year driver, he's keeping you on your toes, wasn't he?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, we've. I think this is the first time we've been garage mates, and we've got just everyone seems to be getting along. So it felt good when we had pole and second. We had a chat about it, and we had a plan, and we executed it.
And that plan is always, Dave, to work together and try and get away from the pack behind you, because as you know and Simon knows, if you get caught by the pack, that's it gets very busy, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right. As soon as you let one past, I think I let Uvio past, and then suddenly 3 were past me, having had no one past me for the whole stint. But mega, I mean, great stint by Simon. It was lovely to not be on pole actually and have someone to follow, because the conditions have changed so much since the end of race 1 that I had no idea where I was supposed to be. So to have that marker, I still couldn't take full advantage of it because he still got away from me. But overall, to come in, I think we probably came in 4th or 5th at the end of the stint and sort of up there is fantastic start, and it's lovely. Long may it continue.
And both of you, sum up your first year in Fun Cup.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. I think we had a couple of issues in the first 2 rounds, so I think given our consistency and the results we've had, we probably could have come here at the back end of the championship battle. But it's been really good fun, and obviously these guys have done really well for their first season. Really impressive, especially keeping Christian behind in that first stint as well. So yeah, really enjoyable.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks a lot, guys. Right, let's quickly run up to the Team Olympian car now, because they've been having some intermittent gear selection issues where that caused Christian Rose to go off the road at Druids. I'm just going to make my way up here now. I am certainly, Andy Scott, getting my steps in today, so it's been a very, very hectic race. Right, let me see if I can grab Christian Rose now. It's not ideal, mate, this, is it?
No, it could be better. We like challenges. We'll see how we got on. It makes it more interesting this way, I guess. Let's go with that.
So it was momentarily stuck in 5th, it then sort of being intermittent, and I'm guessing that's...
Yeah, it threw us off, got back on, then we were stuck in 5th for quite a few laps. Then we managed to get gears again using the clutch, but then a lap into Chris's and the clutch stopped working. So we're trying to work out what it is, and we'll go from there.
Challenge accepted?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. Back to you guys.
Yes, so thank you, Jamie. So, I mean, wow, I don't really know what to say, Scott. Championship leaders are in. They are likely now to slip a number of laps down. If they do that, it becomes ever more likely that this will now become a drop score for them. And as it stands, PLR Racing, sat in 8th position, are scoring 56 points, which is enough to win the championship by 2 points. There they come towards us, the red car just coming down towards us. That is the car that, as it stands, would win the championship, despite, Scott, not winning a race all year.
Who said that Superbike Champions in nice side in Finland were the only ones that could win a championship without winning a race? These guys can do it as well, and this would be it would be Neil Plymouth's 4th title,
yes,
but the first as PLR Racing, because the previous 3 were done by Honeywell, and that was, I say this nicely, that was quite some years ago, wasn't it? It was quite a few years ago, so I have to quickly consult the Fun Cup website, because they do have lists of all the different previous champions and check exactly when they won their last title. I think it might have been possibly over 10 years ago, I think maybe.
Well, he's not won it since I've been covering the championship, and my first race was at the back end of 2012.
Let's have a look.
So I think you're looking around 2009, 10, 11-ish, somewhere.
Your last shout in a year was correct. Last time they won the championship, 2011 was the last year they won it.
Wow.
And in previous years, they also won it in 2007 and 2006.
Yes.
So there was then... They won 2006, 2007 back-to-back as Honeywell, and then there was another 4-year gap before they won it again as Car 147. So they went into 2013. That was just before the 3-year domination or 4-year domination of Team Race Logic. I thought they'd won less, but they've actually won more. So Race Logic won 4 championships. So essentially, in terms of those teams, with everyone out there on track at the moment, you've got that was Axiometric, but it's now Team Olympian, of course. Olympian, they've got the clamshell back on, so that's possibly a good sign, hopefully. But they're taking their time about it, really. The clamshell's on, but and this team, I think it was not this year but the year before, had really awful luck at one point. I mean, there's one point where they were short on fuel at Donington. This is 2021. They were short on fuel. Then in the first Angus race, they had an engine go pop. They had other issues that put them out of the race. So they've had just all sorts of bad luck. This year they've had all the good luck going with them. Just this last race of the season, just the gear selection issues decided to crop up right when they don't need it, and there's still 2 hours of the race to go. One thing I want to point out, just so you can see on the screen here, the 212 EDF car, as it is going down towards the Hislop chicane, is smoking quite heavily on the left front. Either that is a bit of bodywork that's rubbing or not. Now, they're pushing the Olympian car back out the pit lane, but they're pushing it rather than it going of its own accord, which suggests they've tried to give it a quick fix and just pushed it away, but the car might still be ailing somewhat and still possibly not in proper gear. So that's unfortunate to see. Now, I think they've put Christopher back in as well, so they're going to go back out. In terms of where this now puts them, This now puts them currently,
well,
3 laps down it's showing.
So, we'll give it another lap to update. At the moment, they're showing 18. That would mean it's not a drop score. They'd score 36 points. And guess what that would mean, Scott? They'd win it by a point if they finish where they are now, and if PLR don't gain any more places, which of course there's a very good chance will happen. But I think there's a good chance we'll see the Olympian car back in the pit lane at some point, and PLR really ought to be able to improve upon 8th place, especially because they're catching EDF Motorsport and Team Viking, who are only a few seconds ahead of them. So yeah, temporarily Olympian getting away with it, but I'm not convinced they're going to be able to keep getting away with it for the rest of the race. Right, here is Uvio. There is a race going on here between drivers who are teams who are fighting for a championship, and this is it. This is the fight for the race lead. We're not even an hour in yet, and we've already had a season's worth of drama in this race, but this is now the JPR Team BSP car, winners of race 1 earlier on today, trying to find a way past the multiple former winners, Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport. This car has, I believe, won more races than any other in Fun Cup Championship history, and they're looking now to try and get another one, trying to keep the youngsters at bay, but they're nose to tail, Scott, as they head towards Clay Hill. Towards the right-hander at Druids at the top of that hill, where overtaking is not going to be all that easy to do, but that's not going to put them off around the outside line. Attempts to go, Reza Siratham. And has he made that one stick? He's sideways on the exit of the corner. The Ginetta Junior racer absolutely on the limit here to try and get to the front. We've got just under 6 minutes to go before the next pit window opens, and it is just about going to be the inside line, I think, for the 195 car. They're over the curb. They're almost into the side of the Uvio car. These two cars have made contact on a number of occasions across the 2 races so far today, and I think they traded a bit more black paint once again on the Apex at Lodge. They're side by side across the line. Almost a dead heat at the line that time around. Inside line, though, belongs to the JPR car, and they will go back to the front. Fantastic racing at the head of the field, and it is the race 1 winning car that gets back to the head of the field. That is the 5th lead change of the race so far, and we're not even an hour in, Scott.
Yeah, it's brightening up as well. It's still quite patchy out there in terms of track conditions, but really good effort. I did question how these guys were going to go in a 3-hour race compared to a 1-hour race. That is Red River Sport, who are preparing to get themselves back out again. So after their lap 1 dramas, I did see also Team Greenheath are back in as well. So
good.
They did get the car back out, and they managed to do a few laps. But obviously not all is totally well with that car after their first incident. A bit of a comfort for Olympian is that they are 3 laps ahead of the next car behind them, which is EDF Motorsports. As long as whatever they're going to try and fix doesn't cost them at least 3 more laps, I'm certain they can be quicker than that 104 car in terms of lap time. That all might well be okay in terms of holding on to that 18th place, but I've never really known somebody who wins the championship by finishing in the 18th place rather than it's usually a win or a top 5, even at the most a top 10. But 18th place, I've never really heard of that before for someone winning it from that far back.
It doesn't happen often, although Uvio managed it a couple of years ago. They finished 17th. And won the championship, but they did already have a good lead coming into the final round of the season. But yes, doesn't happen very often. So back into the race goes the Red River Sport car, just seeing that out of the window as they head onto the circuit once again after a lengthy visit to pit lane. Now, this is the other thing that's benefiting Olympian. There were all of those early dramas, and some teams have had it far worse than they have and are multiple laps down. So in a way, they could afford to have that issue, lose a few laps, and they were only ever going to lose a certain number of positions on track. And so, in a way, they've dodged a bit of a bullet. What are Olympians' lap times now, I wonder, though, with Chris Devell at the wheel? Well, his last lap was an out lap from the pit lane, so hard to tell. But they've got a 2-lap cushion over EDF's 104 car, which of course has been in and out of the pit lane 4 times so far, who are then an 11 further laps clear of GT Radial. So Olympian shouldn't lose too many more positions. It's now really what PLR and the Vikings can do. The Vikings are up into 6th position now, by the way, which means that the top 3 teams, as it stands, would be covered by 9 points if we were to throw the checkered flag at this particular moment. But sadly, for Team Olympian, that's not what we're going to do.
No, and that's on based on positions right now. If you look at where they are compared to 5th placed Ratters Racing, the gap is 7.4 seconds. And at the moment, the Viking are lapping at least quicker than the Ratters squad just in front of them. In fact, just come across the line, looking at the gap, that ain't 7.4 seconds. That's actually a lot closer, I think, when we're looking across the line. That has it was at 4.9, so actually he was much quicker by 2.5 seconds on that lap. So think that spells everything, is that Vikings might have got the message that Olympian are in trouble. They've probably passed on the information to them. This is where Team Olympian are. This is what we need at least to try and win the championship. Might be 2 hours to go. Go after him. Go get him.
Olympian just did their personal best lap of the race, 2 minutes 10.7. So I don't think they fixed it, because I saw out of the window they were very slow through Old Hall again. But when it's working, they're not too bad. Now that's still 6 seconds slower than the lap time that our race leaders just did, but that is at least quicker than they've been so far.
And it's just about, even if it is slower than EDF Motorsport, it's only by a 10th behind them. So ultimately, if they can run at that same pace, and EDF can't go any quicker, and bear in mind, the last lap for EDF Motorsport was also personal best. I expect that because we've got quite a definitive dry line now. The circuit started to dry out quite quickly, given the fact that this rather odd sort of concept called the sun has come out now in Brscc, and it's shining quite brightly over Oulton Park on this late autumnal afternoon. I imagine that's going to start drying up the circuit even more. And you've just done some more maths, so what have you got?
So if we assume that Olympian finish 18th, there's a chance they might. They're not likely to gain many more. They're not likely to lose many more. I think Vikings still need to win the race. If Vikings won the race, they beat Olympian by a point, whereas PLR just need to gain one more place. 7th place would be enough for PLR if things finish as they are for Olympians. So this is all assuming that Olympian finish 18th. Now, the other thing that could well happen, Scott, is that others fall by the wayside through the race. They drop behind Olympian. That does happen quite often here at Oulton Park, because it's so easy to slip off the track, get stuck in a gravel track, do some damage to a splitter that needs some repairs. So if they finish 18th, that's the situation. Vikings need to win, and PLR need to pick up one more position and get into 7th place. And are they on the verge of doing that? Well, they are right on the tail, aren't they, of EDF Motorsports. We could do with picking that battle out, Scott.
Interestingly enough, Team Olympian's last lap they just did was a 2 minutes 9.1.
Right. Getting quicker.
And that's about the same pace as the Young Guns have just done on their personal best, and they're about 2 or 3 places ahead of them. I think we're getting a signal downstairs to head over to Jamie. I believe we might have some news.
No, I'm pointing desperately at the battle for the PLR car. They're right on the tail of EDF, you see, for that 7th place. They have now caught EDF, and they are, if they get through, going to then be in a championship leading position again. But they were together as they went down towards Cascades Corner. There is the lead battle. You don't know where to look, do you, Scott?
Definitely not. You've got Scrap for the lead, which is actually probably one of the most entertaining scraps of the year already. There's still 2 hours left to go, and it's pretty much exactly. We just ticked over the hour mark literally just a few seconds ago. You got this whole championship battle swinging in the balance. You've got PLR now needing an extra point to go ahead. They've gone through. So as it stands right now, get your spreadsheet back out.
So that puts them 7th now, doesn't it?
So what does this do now? It's 58 points. That currently puts them. So this net, that's the bit you still got at the base if they win the race.
Yes.
You need to change Vikings.
So they are one ahead of Olympian. Vikings are still in 6th position, aren't they? So they are on 60. So yes, at the moment PLR champions by a point, we think, over Olympian. They'd be 10 ahead of the Vikings, but the Vikings are now only a second and a bit behind Ratters Racing. So they are about to start regaining some positions, I think, but that is key. The EDF 212 car slipping behind PLR Racing, and that provisionally puts PLR, we think, in a championship winning position.
How crazy would that be that they end up winning it again without winning an entire race? It's not often. It really is. We heard from Dave Chapman earlier on. It really is not very often it happens. We heard it happen once in Finnish Superbikes, as we talked about, but in Fun Cup racing in 2023, it can certainly happen as well. In fact, there they are. They're just ahead of the EDF Autotel squad. They've just taken the position from. Now, Olympian's lap time. We're going to keep on focusing on that. We've got 2 hours worth of lap times to look through. Olympian's last lap was a 2 minutes 9.379. And they've just gone nearly 4 seconds quicker than Jackpot Racing in front of them, who are a lap ahead of them, but a lap 3.5, nearly 4 seconds slower. You're looking around rather confused.
Just waiting to see what Vikings are doing, whether they've found their way past... yes, they have. They're 5th now. So the Vikings have jumped up an extra position, an extra 2 points going their way. So the Axiometrics car also being caught by an MJ Tech. Now, this is the next... that's not MJ Tech, that is the Field Racing car. But yes, MJ Tech, the next car now the Viking need to catch. And they are 7 seconds or so adrift of the Viking car as it stands.
But the last lap, because everyone's putting up greens now, because it's starting to dry up now. But the last lap for MJ Tech, their personal best was a 2:04.9 compared to a 2:06.0 for Axiometrics. So they're starting to close in on them. So we've got battle for the lead nose to tail, with Uvia having now set the fastest lap of the race. So essentially, to that point currently for any of the 3 championship contenders. You've got the battle for third closing up now. You've also got the scrap for, well, Viking are now going to pull away from Raptors in 5th position. PLR have also just come past EDF Motorsport Autos, I can't even speak. And then you've got right further the way down, that the key thing is going to be is that lap time wise, really the one to watch for, I think, is going to be if Olympian can try and catch and then well, they've got to pass Jackpot Racing twice. They've got to try and...
Oh, he went straight through the chicane, I think, there, PLR Racing. Now, that's not the ideal line through the chicane. That is, it's Neil Plimmer, isn't it, in the car at the moment.
River Sport just come in maybe for some kind of a stop-go, because they've just haven't stopped in their box. They've stopped at the top of the pit lane and then got out again. It must be a stop-go. Somebody else has been seen. Because we're into the second pit window now. So
yes, we are.
Axiometrics are in from 3rd place. They're the first of the proper pit callers now to make their stop. So, in.
It'll be interesting to see, isn't it, what Olympian do at this next... Oh, well, we'll find out now,
straight away.
because they've just pulled in.
And I'll tell you exactly what they do. They want to think, right, be as quick as we can. They want Riley Phillips in. Because they think if anyone can try and manage the issue and be quick at the same time, it's going to be Riley.
Yes.
So they want to maximise his stint as much as possible, and that makes perfect sense.
Well, this is where we'll now really see how much that issue is holding them back, because Christovella's been consistently in the 209s. That's about 6 or 7 seconds slower than the race leading cars. Let's see how close to that pace Riley Phillips can get. If he can get within 3 or 4 seconds, then that shows exactly what that is costing them.
Now, it drove away under its own power.
Yes.
So does that maybe suggest possibly that they've done something to potentially fix it?
Well, Jamie tells us it was intermittent to start with. It wasn't a persistent issue. It was just coming and going. So maybe they've managed to get it to a point where it's working more often than it's not. I'm not so sure. Yeah. But again, perhaps Jamie is the person who can ultimately give us a bit of an update on that, hopefully, in a minute.
He's down that way. I can see him down in pit lane. So he's down that way. He's slightly walking away from it, but he's down that area. I think he's possibly going to have a look, I think, if he gets a chance to do so. If you're in that area, Jamie, if you could, that would be much appreciated. And one thing I will mention is that Riley's car, once it left the pit lane and put the pit across, it did kind of leave the pit lane out the pit exit with quite some gusto.
Yes.
So it looks like that the car, possibly it might have been, I say this politely, it might have just been Chris's pace that he was running to. But even then, now we've got Riley in, now we can see the true pace of what this car's like. And if I've said it before and I'll say it again several times, even in this broadcast so far, if anyone can perform a miracle with a Fun Cup car, particularly that one, it's Riley Phillips. How do we know that? We've seen him do it multiple times.
Yes.
He did it at Snetterton, he did it at Donington, he did it again at, not Silverstone, but he was up there, a couple of really good strong runs up from the beginning of the season. So I think if anyone can get this car back into contention and gain at least a lap back throughout this stint, this have to be, poor Riley who's doing all the heavy lifting on this, these have to be probably 2 of the most important stints of his life to ensure that he can pick up a second title for the team, because ultimately I think he can make the difference, along with Christian of course and Chris playing their own parts, but I think Riley's the one they're probably pinning all their hopes on in terms of putting in some really strong lap times. The key thing's going to be, I think everyone's going to wait for, what is Riley's first proper flying lap time. The next lap time is going to be irrelevant because it's a pit out lap time anyway. It's when he crosses the stripe this time by and then comes round again. That's the key thing in terms of where that car's pace is. If it's up near the leaders, or looking relatively quick around the leaders, so to speak, that's when we'll know that that car has a really good chance to pick up at least a few more spots and keeping that title hope alive. But it'll also depend on where everyone else ends up by the end of the race in the next 2 hours or so.
Well, that's the thing. The damage has been done now. As quick as Riley is, he's 2 laps adrift of Jackpot Racing. Now, okay, he might be able to maybe get those 2 laps back, but it's a long lap here, remember, 2 minutes roughly per lap. That's 4 minutes they have to gain, and they can't just leave Riley until the end. He will only have these 2 sort of 40-minute stints, so it's going to be very difficult for them to actually gain any more places by their own speed. So in a way, it doesn't matter how quickly he goes, it's down to whether others have dramas and what progress can be made by Vikings and PLR, who in fairness have not had electrifying pace in this race either. They've slowly but surely moved their way up the order, but they're not really looking like troubling the podium positions for the time being. So really out of their hands right now, isn't it, Team Olympian? And that is the worst position for them to be in, because they feel completely powerless, I'm sure. It is all now hinging on what their title rivals can do. Meanwhile, fantastic battle for the race lead continuing, and as the conditions out there improve, the lap times continue to do so. These two are trading the fastest lap. It was BSP who had it, then Uvio had it as a big moment for Falchini. The Old Hall corner proves that the curbs and the painted concrete are indeed, but these two trading that fastest lap, not trading the lead necessarily, but running at almost identical pace, and I think it will only be the pit stops that may separate them.
So Riley's out, that was a 2:42.8 on out lap for the pit stop, so that's intriguing. And this is interesting. Here's something interesting. So you want comparison of out laps. In comparison, so Olympian did a 2:42 on the out lap. The comparison of Axiometrics up in 7th, their out lap was a 2:46.7. So that might give some indications to possibly where that car might be at. And who knows? They might well have done it enough to fix the problem for the most part. So if it is hopefully slightly intermittent, then that might be a benefit. I think Greenheath have just gone back out again. Red River Sport are in for their pit stop. So the key thing is going to be also in the back. You can see is JPR Team LRS. This is for their second stop. This will mean that we see Antonio Almeida Souza handing the car over to Charlie Liddell, former champion in Fiesta Juniors and also in Ginettas. Now, lap time wise then, let's see. So Team Olympian, goodness me, right, Riley Phillips is on it. He's got the message then. I think that car's just about getting up to some kind of a better health. So let's put this in comparison then. So Team Olympian does their fastest lap of the race. You compare with these, they're doing 2-minute 1s, 2-minute 2s. They're in a race of their own. The next fastest car on track at the moment, actually, if you look at it, is as in the wall goes 98. Now this could really help Olympian and Co, because Into the Wall's gone 98. That is Team 3 Motorsport. Now that car, has it just made its second stop? It has. So that is Andy Bennett at the wheel. That's gone off at Nicker Brook. Now whether or not they've gone straight on, it looks like possibly they're trying to outbrake themselves, but whatever's happened, they've gone very deep into the gravel by the barrier. And this will almost certainly be a safety car. Now I know Julian Floyd doesn't quite like to put safety cars out during pit windows, but nonetheless, I suspect he might more possibly wait until this pit window closes in the next 60 seconds and then choose to put the safety car out. Either way, out has gone Team LRS now with Charlie Liddell at the wheel. And so this could be a real change of complexion. GT Radial Team Marshall racer in. So the 97 Marshall car is into the pit lane. Now that car's probably quite deep into the tyres by the look of it. Hopefully the driver is out and okay. 98 car, this will almost certainly be a safety car. I can see the safety car lights, the brake lights are on, which means it's on standby, ready to go. Now Viking are trying to try and jump the gun here a little bit by taking this pit stop, and if they can get this done just before the safety car comes out, that will be a massive, massive jump for them in terms of positions. That will certainly gain them a lot of time. A lot more teams are also taking the gamble as well. PLR Racing are also coming in as well for their mandatory stop. Now we know that Olympiad have already made theirs. That will ultimately benefit them. But in terms of the other two championship contenders, they want to try and take their pit stop when they can. Also in the pit lane, appears to be, I think that might, is that MJ Tech also pitched as well at the bottom of the pit lane? It might well be. Is it MJ Tech? It is. MJ Tech have also made their pit stop. Thankfully there is out of the car Andy Bennett. He's just trudging away rather sort of irritated with himself, I'm sure. There's the Ratters Racing Squad, who are still setting at the moment in 8th position, chasing after the laps down Red River Sport team. As for Riley Phillips, his last lap was a 2-minute 3.8. Riley hasn't come across the line just yet, but he will do, I'm sure, quite shortly. Let's see what he is on the track. The tracker suggests that he is, if I refresh it, we'll see. There's the GT Radial Marshall's car, and that car will head out very shortly to complete its, start its next stint. Race Logic are also in as well. And I imagine what Julian's trying to do here, possibly the race director, he's trying to ensure that all the teams, try and make it a bit fairer, all the teams have done their pit stops, then when it's done, then put the safety car out. Because ultimately what they're trying to do is not, he's trying to make it so that not one team gains the advantage by pitting just before what could be an imminent safety car, because quite a few teams have jumped in at the end of this pit window, possibly to try and preempt the safety car going in. Now that's got damage to the left front, so you can see the left front is askew on that number 98 Team 3 Motorsport car. So this in a way, it does help in a way Team Olympian, because it means then that they can gather the cars ahead of them a bit closer together, so that Riley can start to pick his way through and try and get some laps back. 97 is back in the pit lane, sadly, with issues. So a legacy of their early incident. The safety car is still on standby, but nothing running as yet, so I would have anticipated they will probably throw it, but I don't think there's anyone else left to make the stop there. There's Riley Phillips in the background. You can see him just there in the green 267 for Olympian. He's trying to pull himself up the order as much as he can. We're checking with his last lap time to see where he is with that. His last lap time hasn't come through yet. All right, his last lap was a 2-minute 4.447. So he's probably driving around the issue, but he's still comfortably the 3rd or 4th fastest car on the track. So that's looking good for them. His last save, as he's just gone past, now what's he done? 2 minute 4.1. So he's up there in the high 2 minute 3s, low to mid 2 minute 4s. Now, interesting enough, also coming to pit lane is 214, and that is seed data. And that will be Mike Devlin taking over again from Matt Hogg. Matt Hogg has completed his first stint, now he gets. So I still think we're going to go safety car because of the incident, and I imagine that Julian again is simply just waiting for these pit stops to be finished. 214 gets the signal to go, and it does after a little bit of a lengthy kind of strap up and getaway. Also in 2 is, well, Uvio in as well, and so a 195. This is the 2 leaders, and they're in together, so it's going to be a battle of the pit stops between them. Again, safety car still on standby at the top of the pit lane, at the end of the pit lane. But here are the 2 leaders. Now, fuel in for Uvio, and also in for 195 for JPR team BSP. So there's information for them. Andy McKeown is taking a break, please rejoin me just to inform him we have potential imminent safety car because number 98 has just gone off the road at Knickerbrook, damage to the left front. Olympian's pace that we should talk about. Riley Phillips in the high 2 minute 3s to low to mid 2 minute 4s. So actually he's at basically the 3rd or 4th fastest car on the track right now. He's lapping at least 2 or 3 seconds quicker than anyone else in front of him. So at the moment this could possibly work out. And if the safety car does indeed come out, because there's still some last minute pit stops being finished with some last minute pit callers, I think if Julian Foy does put the safety car out, that will be the biggest benefit will be to him, because he's one of the first pit stoppers, and the pace he's going, because he can bring the cars in front of him back towards him in many cases. So if safety car does come out, he could be the ultimate benefactor, because it will cut him, save him some effort and save him a chunk of time trying to catch up to the cars in front.
Yes, they have fixed the Olympian car. I've just been down into the Olympian garage to find out what was going on and to double check the points, because Chris Devell has his own points spreadsheet on the go, so I wanted to make sure that he agreed with Udge, which he does. They fixed the issue. It was essentially an electrical component that had failed, and they had to just hook a new one up, and basically it wasn't charging the gear selector system properly. So as the battery was draining, they didn't have the electrical power required to change gear. That's what the issue was. So they fixed it. The car is sorted. The trouble is, as we've been saying, it's now largely out of their hands, really, as to what is going to happen. But yes, Christian Rose, I had a chat to him just now. Things are not going to plan, he said, but they're not out of it. They know they're not out of it. They are just watching what their rivals can do now over the remainder of the race. But yeah, they are the simple way to calculate this, they've said, Team Olympian, they have to be within 11 positions of PLR Racing. If they're within 11 positions of them, and I think it was 17 positions of Team Viking, then they'll still be champions. As it stands, they are within 11 positions of PLR Racing, but we know that that will likely now start to change as we complete this pit cycle. So it's all going on. Of course, they've gained a place now, Team Olympian, because of Team 3 being in the barriers. So this is what I was saying, a long way to go. They can't really gain any more places on outright pace, but if others have dramas, that could just save them.
Of course, the next car which they could potentially catch quite quickly, given the pace difference, is probably going to be Jackpot Racing, because if we look at some of their last lap times, which I was going to look at.
Jackpot, oh yeah, about 9 seconds a lap quicker than them at the moment.
So there's a good chance, given that his stint, there is 98 car still about. That's where it went on. I'm trying to work out how that's happened, because either he's gone straight on up at Knickerbrook or not. I'm not quite sure. Unless you might have some info on that.
Having spent many a day down at Knickerbrook in that commentary box, I know I'm almost certain he's hit the tyre stack on the inside at Knickerbrook, broken the steering, and straight on he goes. It happens almost every event here in Oulton.
The only thing is that's also quite a low-speed part of the circuit, so he's gone quite deep into the tyres there.
You think it's low speed, but actually it's lower speed than everywhere else. They're still moving at a pretty high rate of knots. You've got to think the apex speed there, you know, I don't know, 60 miles an hour or so. That's not slow, is it? If you're going 60 miles an hour and you suddenly let go of the steering wheel, you're going to travel quite a long way before you hit anything. So
but even at 60 miles an hour, even with the spot the Rentford go because he's driving, I'd expect that car to catch that car before it gets to the barrier. So
yes,
it almost feels like if he has clipped the tyre stick or something, it's almost like he's kind of or had contact with somebody. It's broken with their front. He's gone straight on. Then again, if that happened, the camera would have panned around and we'd have seen sort of red and white, sort of plastic barriers sort of scattered everywhere. So a bit of an interesting one. But the key thing is though is that whether or not this is going to eventually produce a safety car, because that car's quite deep in. But Julian Ford hasn't thrown it yet, which is intriguing.
So Team Olympian have gained a place, so too have PLR Racing. When Team Olympian gained a place, they were ahead by a point. Now PLR have gained a place, they're ahead by a point. So right now, PLR would be champions by a point over Team Olympian, because they are 11 positions different. It has to be within 11 positions, the difference, in order for Olympian to hang on to this, as far as we understand. Safety car is out. That's our second safety car, isn't it, of the second race?
Yeah.
Coming out on lap 31.
And I suspect that, I was just whilst you're taking a quick trip down the pit lane to find out, I suspect the reason why Julian's only thrown it now is because he didn't want to throw it whilst the pit window was going on, and to give anyone what could potentially be a big advantage. He wants to get it out of the way, get everyone these go to racing speeds again, and then put the safety car out. So essentially the disadvantage or advantage anyone else. People thinking, oh, you only got the safety car because of this, that, and the other. People pitted to try and get one up on anyone else. So they've tried to do that to make it as fair as possible in that sequence. And obviously give the marshals a bit more time to try and make sure the car's okay, get it out there.
Now, where are Olympian in relation to the safety car? Because they are in a position now where they could potentially gain a chunk of time on the car that they're chasing, Jackpot Racing. They're a lap and a bit behind. How much that bit is, I don't really know. So we need to try and pick them out if we can. Oh, yes, there we go. Let's have a look at the live tracker. So we're looking for 92, which is at Lodge. And so they are ahead. They were almost 2 laps behind, but unfortunately they're both going to get trapped behind the safety car, so actually it doesn't really benefit them particularly, the safety car. In fact, there went Olympian and there is 92, so 92 are virtually 2 laps ahead of them. They're showing on the timing screen as 1 lap, but it's 1 and basically the majority of another lap, the difference. So that's the job now for Olympian, to gain 2 laps on Jackpot Racing, because the reason this matters, Scott, is this isn't currently their worst finish of the year, so any points they gain count. They're not dropping this score, Team Olympian, so any position they can gain would benefit them massively in the championship. Red River Sport, by the way, in the pit lane, just to fill you in on that, we saw them serving a stop-go penalty. That was for the collision with Greenheath down at Hickford, and it was, as you suspected, was the case. They came up the inside, couldn't stop the car, and clattered into the side of the Greenheath machine, but they're now in the pit lane, and clearly some legacy damage still from that incident.
Yeah, the side of it being left front damage to Red River Sport and right front damage to Greenheath did suggest to me that they tried to stop, couldn't, and they just clattered into the side of it and damaged that right front enough that put them both off. And I think that's the signal, I'm afraid, that Red River Sports' day, I'm afraid to say, is quite prematurely done by the look of it. The body language of said drivers in the car suggests that it's not going any further. Now, in terms of the run through here, that's right, Jamie's given us a bit of information on 98. He reports a stuck throttle, which is one that you never want on a race car at all, particularly. So so that possibly suggests that either they came out of Knickerbrook and they just went to go accelerate and went to lift off to go around the corner and the throttle stuck. The only thing just over the thought of was, again, the approach down to Knickerbrook. But then again, that's quite far back for them to have that, because they would probably give them a chance to try and slow down from that. So the stuck throttle suggests that they're simply just, the car's obviously had a slide, it's bitten to the left, and obviously they can't slow it down because the throttle's stuck, and they've just gone straight in by the sounds of it. At least that's my interpretation. But the key thing is the driver's out, and he seems to be walking around, just obviously feeling rather sorry for himself, I'd imagine.
Now, safety car, we've just discussed what this means for Team Olympia. It doesn't actually help them or hinder them too much. It really helps Vikings and PLR, because they were a chunk of time behind the leading group, weren't they, really? They were actually a minute behind when they came through at the end of that previous lap. They're going to bunch right back in now. So this does now apply a bit of extra pressure to Team Olympian, doesn't it? Because they, as we've said, there's not they can do really to improve their positions, but it does now put PLR and Viking in a position where they could gain some more places. So we've got Uvio coming towards us as the race leader, then 2-lap cars. No,
3-lap
cars.
Then you've got the
then the 195 car, which looks exactly the same as the 251 for the distance, and they happen to be nose to tail in the queue. So 3-lap cars between the top 2. And then Axiometric's not that far behind them, I don't think. There goes the PLR car, the second of those red machines. And the Vikings, of course, a few positions ahead of them even on the road, aren't they?
Interestingly enough, if you look at the positions actually in the queue, Olympian are only just a couple of places on the road ahead of Vikings to go through, because they've got the Jackpot racing car between them, and then between Viking and PLR there are 3 cars, one of which, confusingly, is the Ratters racing car, which is also predominantly red, which is the blue stripe down which defines the 2. So interesting how this is all been put and how this is all coming together. We've still got an hour and 36 minutes to go. This could really dramatically change, but this really does hang in the balance here. The key thing is here, by the look of it, is trying to get the 98 car removed, because of course it's quite, not as it heavily embedded into the tyres. Look, it's quite heavily embedded into the gravel as well, by the look of it, and also it's got damage to that left front too. They are managing to drag it through, although this might be quite a task. It might require a bit of an extra push. They've managed to lift it away or pull it away from the barrier, and I think also this is going to take a very, very slight barrier repair as well. Nothing extensive. It looks like it's just simply tipped over the tyres, which is just behind that sort of barrier belt, so to speak. I think they're just trying to reconnect the 98 car so they can then pull it a bit clearer out of the way. Just a bit more of the drills down there to kind of just reconnect the tyres back up to the belt. So in terms of positions then, coming up to halfway distance, and it's going to be Team Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport who lead the way from JPR Team BSP in second place. Then it's just at the moment 1.2 seconds back. Of course they are, because they're behind the safety car. Should have realised that. Exactum X6 GRD. MJ Tech in 4th. Team Viking crucially in 5th. Rassers Racing 6th. PLR 7th. Seed Data 8th. EDF Motorsport 9th. Signature R 10th. And the other crucial car to watch out for, of course, is Team Olympian, who are technically 2 laps back, but they're kind of a lap and sort of 3/4 lap and lap and
1.99 laps behind, essentially, aren't they?
But the key thing is they've managed to kind of at least gain technically one of those laps back.
Yes, they
did. So it shortens their task a bit more in terms of trying to pick them up. Just got to do it now in an hour and 36 minutes. And what has also been agonizing is Christian Rose had his stint interrupted by a safety car. Chris DeVoe went out, and now Riley Phillips is in the car, and his stint's been interrupted by a safety car. So it's just one thing after another for Olympian, isn't it?
Can't win. They just can't win. It's been one of those seasons for them, actually. It's been a bit win or bust, hasn't it, really? They've either been unstoppable or they've had bad luck that's taken them out of contention. Neither of their 2 bad races were their fault, ultimately, and this is now a 3rd bad race, obviously, where they're putting themselves behind the 8 ball, so to speak, and they haven't really done anything wrong themselves. So yeah, it's massively frustrating for them, and yeah, now they just can't catch a break, can they? And the more laps we have behind the safety car, the less time they've got to overhaul this 2 laps. They kind of want a safety car free race now, and it's just not quite working out for them. So looking ever more likely, I fear, as well, that this safety car may stretch into the next pit window. It's 5.25 minutes away, but they haven't got the car moved yet. They haven't fixed the barrier yet. The marshals, who would normally be assisting with moving the car, are busy fixing the tyre wall. So I think we're going to have at least another couple of laps, and a couple of laps behind the safety car would take us into that window. So this is going to promote a very busy pit lane. One thing we haven't been keeping on top of, and we probably should for our championship contenders, is what they're doing refuelling-wise, because with these being relatively short stints, you can go an hour plus, actually, on a tank of fuel, so you don't have to refuel every time, as a 16-minute pit stop is completed by the GT Radial Marshals car after another lengthy set of repairs. But yeah, refueling strategies could be key here as well, especially between Viking and PLR, because Viking need to try and win this race, and they've just been handed a potential lifeline in this safety car.
Yeah, and of course the refueling strategy is always pretty crucial, because it depends on how much time you're going to save or lose by doing so whenever you make those next few pit stops. Now, we did see, also we should mention for the 2 leaders at least, both Uvio and JPR Team BSP both take fuel in that last pit stop, so that's kind of something to go by on that side. Olympian did as well. They took 1 churn of fuel, I remember seeing as well. I can't remember exactly if PLR, Viking, or what they did, but I know that Olympian did take 1 churn of fuel, so as did the 2 current leaders. So that's something in terms of information on that side for their second pit stop. Yeah, this really is a race now where, not to wish any ill on anyone else, but ultimately Olympian need cars in front of them to hit trouble and to drop backwards. That's what they need in order to give themselves, ultimately is anyone, or anyone in front of them, but ideally what they want is anyone really behind Viking and PLR, really, don't they? Because Viking and PLR, if they lose anything from the top 4 or 5, if they hit problems, it's going to benefit them. Now, I think they've probably finished the barrier repairs, because the car's been dragged further back. It's now been cleared of the gravel trap. It's now just sitting on the grass, looking rather sorry for itself, with its left front damaged, and probably some more bodywork hanging off it on top of that as well. It's now going to be recovered onto the back of the low loader. Lifted up on the back of this when we get back underway. I think you are right in that we are probably just about set to see this safety car go into the next pit window as we get to half distance. So I think we'll do some more maths on your
Yes, well, PLR, the last time I updated it, I forget when that was 6th. They're now 7th. which of course doesn't sound like a lot, but makes the world of difference in the championship. It means that actually Olympian are good by a point. They were definitely 6 at one point, because I remember saying they were 11 places back, so they may have gained that position just as the safety car came out and then subsequently given it back, but I've every confidence that they will get back ahead of Team Ratters Racing pretty swiftly after we go racing again, but of course that could be after, as Scott quite rightly said, a round of pit stops. Now we will complete this lap before the pit window open board is hung out over the pit wall, which means we then have to complete another 2 laps essentially before they can actually pit. So I don't know, we might actually be all right here. We might get back to green flag before the safety car is brought in, because there the low loader is ready and waiting to pick up a very battered number 98 car, one of the older cars on the grid, the 98. The car number denoting the chassis number, so the smaller the number, the older the car is, the bigger the number, the newer. And that 98 car, one of the older ones out there, but still has good pace in it. Who was in that car at the time? It was David Postins, wasn't it? Having taken over from John Perrott at the earlier point of the race. So Uvio leading.
I think it was Andy Bennett who won that car, because this is their 3rd stint.
Oh, of course it worked. Yes, the race flying by. Yes, no, you're right. Yes, it is the 3rd stint. You're absolutely right. So, yeah, the 4th stint, 3rd pit stop approaching. And, well, are they going to get back? Yes, they will get back, I think, before we get to the hour-and-a-half mark, which means then another lap before the pit window kind of officially opens. And then another lap after that before they can actually pit. But assuming the next lap is under safety car, well, it will be, that's going to eat significantly into that 10-minute window. So I think we're still going to see a flurry of activity in the pit lane pretty soon after the race restarts anyway.
So, but then when isn't there a flurry of activity in the Fun Cup pit lane? It always is in any situation. It's been quite busy down there for Mr. Peter Zennis down in pit lane once it all kicks off once again for Henry stint number 3. There's almost a feeling in some cases, you're certainly going to get there before we get to the pit window opening, but there's almost a feeling that, I don't know, they might not. I think it all depends on when the leader crosses the line, really, more than when other people cross the line, or is it more down to individual?
It's individual. So we've had this before, where the first half of the queue have gone through before the board, second half of the queue have gone through after, and that actually means that their pit window has opened before the leader's pit window has opened. So that could be about to happen here, and that could be an advantage for Olympian. They'll be that little bit further back. And if the safety car's out for a couple more laps, they can make a free pit stop. But I don't think it will be. I think we'll go racing at the end of this one, because the car is on the flatbed truck, and that means it should be out of the way by the time the cars let's get around there. So can't see from our vantage point whether the board's been held out over the starting gantry, but I reckon we're going to be racing at the end of this one anyway, so those who want to wait can still choose to do so. Although honestly, Scott, if I were PLR racing towards the back of the queue, I've just potentially seen, which I think it is hanging out, isn't it, the pit open board, I'd be pitting anyway, because you're stuck in traffic. You're going to lose so much time in that traffic. Pit, get the car back out in clean air. It's going to be Neil Plimmer getting back in again, isn't it now, for stint number 4. So you've got arguably your quicker driver getting in, give them clean air, and that for me is the strategy to deploy. If they can pit this time, even if we go racing again, I think you're still going to go quicker in clean air having pitted than you will if you just go racing with everyone else.
Sure you were a tactician in Fun Cup
Well, yes, certainly not, because as confident as I am, I'm not always as right as I feel. So there are many times where I end up backtracking on these statements 10 minutes later. But I don't know, it makes sense to me, but very easy for me to make those calls from up here, I suppose.
Very true. It's a important strategy. Of course, it means that, again, you're absolutely right. They'll take them out of the line of traffic. They'll be able to get some pit, that's some clear air to get some good lap times in. And you probably get a good undercut and get it back from everyone else. You have to quickly adjust the blinds in our college spot, because
it's getting quite sunny now, isn't it, Scott?
It's always quite warm.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting. I got into the car this morning from the hotel, and it's showing 9 degrees, which is obviously it's not chilly, but at the same time it's not quite exactly warm and sunny either. But I didn't quite have sunshine in today's broadcast. I look at the forecast today, and it was pretty much set to be kind of wet all day, but thankfully it hasn't been. It's all turned into quite a nice sort of late autumnal Saturday afternoon in many cases, but it's not too bad. And even though it's get to 3 o'clock, we're starting to get shadows lengthening as well. It's just the point we're at in the year in terms of where we get to 3 o'clock and it's almost getting to longer shadows. It's quite scary. Given how quickly the year's gone. Because it has gone quite quickly. I don't know about anyone else watching here, but this year's gone awfully quickly.
It really has. It really has. We've crammed a lot in. The Brscc alone have increased their live stream content this year, and of course, with championships such as TCI UK coming back on board, that's added a whole extra workload. So the whole, I'm sure you know this better than even I, but the whole team at Brscc have done a fantastic job this year to make everything go ahead without a hitch, and it's been perhaps the busiest season they've had for a long, long time. But yeah, a good season, certainly. I think everyone happy to get towards the winter break and have a bit of a rest, but we are not there yet for our Fun Cup teams because we still have an hour and a half of racing to go. The pit window, we think, for some may be open. We'll wait and see if anyone chooses to dive for the pit lane as we get ready to go racing again. Team Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport with a couple of back markers between themselves and their nearest rivals in the race. The safety car pulls in. Does anybody pit from further back? We'll wait and see. Off we go again. And so far, no, everybody choosing to stay out, and it looks like even those right at the back are staying out as well. So no pit stops for the time being. So we'll keep an eye on the battle for the lead. We'll keep an eye on the championship contenders, all of whom are buried in the pack, really, a bit further back. And these are nervous times now for the likes of Ben Pitch in the PLR car and for Colin Kingsnorth in the Team Viking car, because everyone's bunched together. They're surrounded by cars on different laps in different points in their race, and it would be so easy, wouldn't it, to get caught up with someone on this restart.
It was interesting on that restart that Uber didn't leave a gap like the other team.
No.
They're pretty much on safety car's tail, right into the pit lane, which is interesting. They're quite keen to get on with this because, of course, I think they've recognised that, well, we're not in the championship fight anymore. They can still win this race. They just want to get away from the team BSP car, which is a couple of the cars in between, of course, one of which, ironically, is four-time champions race on. If anyone can try and get themselves up there and make themselves a nuisance, it's going to be BSP. They're going to be quite important right now, getting after at the moment. It's race logic with David Denyer. So it's David Denyer versus Mikey Porter, and he's going up the inside now. So up the inside he goes into, well, just taking track position, and that's Axiometric trying to squeeze past the almost identical sister car, looking sister car, if you like, which is the LRS machine. That's now got Charlie Liddell at the wheel. That was the Axiometrics car, which currently has this Neil Burrows who's taken over from Chris Weatherall in that last pit stop. The pit window is open, so no one's busy just yet. There's sort of 5 minutes left, but I suspect it's going to be quite the traffic jam on this lap time next. People are probably going to pick their moments, but either way, it should be pretty good. There goes Olympian. Now, it looks like they've picked up a couple of places, or actually, I think they really have picked up some clutch spots. They're up there because they're on the tail of this first queue. So I think Riley Phillips realised with his next sort of 5 minutes left he has to go into the pits. He'll go right towards David's pit. There's no question about that. Let's see, anyone on this first time round, they're going to pit just yet. Any pit calls, watch for any cars in the background. First few cars are carrying on. No one in that first group. And Phillips
Vikings.
Vikings are in though, as Phillips is not hanging around. Look, he's going past 1, maybe 2, past LRS up the inside, but he had a look about it. He's at least got past, unlapped himself from green here, so to speak. Still 17th. And of course now showing at the moment, trying to get away from Jackpot Racing, who've gone across the line with a 2 minutes 15. So Olympics to technically get that behind. Also it looks like is the 104 EDF car, Fueled Up Racing is also in. So the first 3 pit calls, not as busy a flourish of cars as there was, but I think for the time he's got left, Riley Phillips is the key person to watch. Because he's in this early group and on track position-wise, sails past Charlie Liddell to get past him. I think he's putting quite a mega stint. For the time he's got, he's going to try and make the most of it here if he can. On the back of MJ Tech already, and Race Logic are there too, so he's trying to just literally pick off cars one after the other, just drive as hard as he can.
27.5-second pit stop for Vikings, by the way. That was about as quick as we've seen. Really impressive stuff. Also, PLR Racing have got ahead of Ratters Racing. That puts them back into a championship-winning position at the moment. Of course, they gained another place now because the Vikings have pitted, but they had passed Ratters Racing on the road before one of their other championship rivals came into the pit lane. Here we come down the hill then. Riley Phillips in behind the MJ Tech car, which is in the hands of Will Abraham in this stint, his second stint of the race. Third stint of the day. The Olympian car in behind. Team Olympian still, though, sat in 17th position. They're 12 places behind PLR Racing. They need to gain a couple or have PLR lose a couple in order for this championship to be going back their way. Right now, Riley Phillips is able to do what Riley Phillips does best, really, drive without any consequences in a way, because he's nothing to lose. He might as well try and dig that team out of this hole if he can, because even if it all goes spectacularly wrong, it was unlikely that they were going to get up there and fight for any meaningful points anyway. Axiometrics getting squeezed over. That's because the EDF car was trying to pit, but Axiometrics were up the inside of them, so a scary moment there for the third placed car. As here comes Riley Phillips up the inside of Team Race Logic. Again, these are not positions, these are not overtakes for position, but they are a demonstration, really, of the pace that Riley Phillips has got. He just did a 2:03.8, which was about as quick as anyone else, apart from the leader, who, of course, is in some nice clean air. The 3-second lead now enjoyed by Team Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport. There is the 251 car in. Charlie Liddell handing over to Harvey Ryby again, who did the opening stint of the race.
And taking fuel.
And taking fuel, yep, you're right. Now, I missed what the Vikings did fuel-wise. I don't know if Jamie can give us an update on that, because they've been and gone, of course, but it was such a quick pit stop that I would imagine they probably didn't take a huge amount of fuel, if any.
Here's a crucial stop, which is the comparison compared to Olympian. Of course, this is the pit stop here for Jackpot Racing, and of course this has been one of their first few races. Obviously they're going to be not as experienced with pit stops, which means they're going to lose further time, which will only benefit one team, and that's Olympian, because they're trying to catch and hunt them down. So we'll see how long this pit stop is. In fact, the pit stop for Team JPR, Team LRS was 57.9 seconds. So ultimately, depending on how long or how quick this pit stop is going to be, out it goes again, and we'll get an idea of how long that pit stop was in total. It wasn't a quick pit stop. And the time for the pit stop is 51.2, so they've lost 51 seconds in that pit stop. If as I'm sure they will do, if Olympian can put in a good pit stop here, they could gain at least another, 30 seconds on them at all, at least. If they have to do a 21-second pit stop, which would be, we've seen quicker, we've seen like 9-second pit stops, but that would require not fuel. It depends if they have to or not, if they're given one churn.
Well, remember, that is time from pit in to pit out. Yes. So that probably was about, if you're doing it in 25 seconds or so, that probably is about 8 or 9 seconds stationary, and then the rest of the time taken to come in and out. But we'll have to wait another lap or two, probably, before Riley Phillips comes in. There was a bit of a query after race one as to whether he'd exceeded his, gone beyond the end of the pit window in the sprint race, but they checked the clock, and that wasn't the case. And they were able to keep their podium finish, which could now prove to be absolutely crucial for their championship chase. Lead gap down by 9/10 that time around, by the way. A Signature RV have just set the fastest lap of the race. That is the car 49. They only made 2 pit stops, so that's still... Oh, it's Marcus Clutton, that's why. Marcus knows a thing or two about Oulton Park, because he does a lot of work here in the week, doing driver instructing and experience days, so he's driven more laps of this place, perhaps, than anyone else on the grid. And not a huge surprise, therefore, to see the British GT race winner, multiple now race winner, up there setting fastest laps of the race.
And the clear thing is also, as you both know, he's a bit good as well.
Not bad, is he?
He's all right.
Not slow.
He's pretty decent behind the wheel. Whereas a Fun Cup car or a McLaren GT3, whenever you stick him in, he's usually quite rapid anyway. So I imagine it's probably going to be exactly the same when he gets back in there and has a run in that one. That would have been his first stint just completed, which is quite crucial. This is MJ Tech here. Signature RV on Patel. This is the position then. This is now between... These two have pitted just yet. No, they haven't. So this is still between, at the moment, between Will Abraham
and Marcus Clutton.
So let's see, Clutton, no surprise, darts straight up the inside and straight into third place. He goes on the road. Meanwhile, PLR are also on their tail, where they've got a lapped car in between them. So they're right on there, and they could pick up another place. That, of course, would benefit them further in the championship if they can move up another spot.
Well, yes, because actually that car is going as quickly, not quite as quickly as Clutton, but certainly a bit quicker than MJ Tech. So, yeah, they could be about to gain another place before much longer.
Here's a key, of course, indicator of pace when it comes to Olympian. Riley Phillips is right on the tail of Axiometrics.
Right.
That came through Druid. So there he is, not just on the tail, he's going past him on track. So obviously not for position, but he's unlapping himself past Axiometrics. That just proves what the pace is like. So come across the line, I want to see his lap time. So let's see, for Team Olympian, goodness me, his last lap was a 2-minute 1.853. He's absolutely on it, and no surprise. Across the line he goes and does a 2-minute 1.866. He's got actually one of the fastest cars in the mix.
Indeed so, although Axiometrics were going back ahead as they went to Old Hall Corner. PLR, though, are in. They've got a churn of fuel waiting. So a fuel pit stop here for PLR Racing. Now this is crucial. Where do they come out in relation to Team Viking? The yellow and blue number 170 car that will be coming somewhere through the final sector now. And this is between the other two championship contenders who suddenly need to keep an eye on each other as much as Team Olympian. Well, Vikings have gone through. So Olympian, PLR, this has not been the fastest of pit stops for Team PLR. They're heading back down the pit lane now. Let's see what the pit exit time is. Remember, a 27 or so is about the quickest that we've been seeing. And it is 38. Now, granted, that was with a churn of fuel, but it didn't look that slick. I don't think that was as quick as they have been. So, PLR Racing back into the fray. There is Olympian. Axiometrics did get back ahead of them. Axiometrics, of course, are on the lead lap and running in third place, so they're under no obligation to move out of the way of Team Olympian, who are multiple laps down, as we've documented. Uvio also now only 1 second ahead of Team BSP, so we've got the top two starting to get themselves closer together again now. And, the Team BSP squad. It's taken me until this point of the day, Scott, to realise what Team BSP stands for, which of course is Bradbury. Yes. Yes. Oh, off the green heath again.
And that was quite a slow one because they kind of drifted off wide and they just couldn't get back on track again.
Yeah, wet grass,
that's been happening for several seconds rather than just a couple of moments.
Yes, now they've fixed that car once. I wonder whether maybe something's not quite right in the steering and that led to that little grassy moment, but there's certainly something not right now because they're pulling off. Now, can they get behind the barrier? They might be able to... 92 with drama. Now, this is significant because this is the car Olympian are chasing, remember?
And, of course, remember... I know Greek either back anyway, so I thought there was going to be a drop. But right, Olympian are in, which is
as our second place as well, top two in.
Yeah, Uvio in as well. Yeah.
Yep.
So right, let's see. Now there is fuel for Olympian.
Yep.
I think there was also fuel for Uvio too.
There was, and 195. I'm pretty sure.
Crucially, and ironically, if you look at the timings, actually, in terms of space, literally they were now down on the same lap. So if they passed, they would have taken that position.
Oh, they've just had a very close moment. Olympian in the pit lane just caught the back end of it on screen. Uvio were released, and Olympian tried to pull out in front of them. So significant to try and get a lap back, but they very nearly clashed in the pit lane then, Scott.
Is there such a thing as unsafe release penalties in World Cup?
Yeah, you've got to be careful of that kind of thing. I'm not sure which way that would have gone. I mean, Uvio had been released already, so if there were to be an unsafe release, you'd put that very much in the hands of Olympian, wouldn't you? But we'll wait and see. PLR, I think, have just served a stop-go penalty. Team PLR have just gone down the pit lane again. That is their 4th visit into the pit lane. They should have only had 3, so PLR have had to serve a stop-go penalty. And what might that have been for? There's no update yet from the pit lane. Jamie, I'm sure, is on the case already, but that is more drama now for championship contenders. They could not afford that, Scott.
I enjoy Fun Cup racing. Let's just calm down for 10 minutes because there's all sorts going on here. We don't know where to look. Right, Viking are now... This is got to be a trap position now. This is Viking now, I think, ahead of Axiometrics.
It is.
In fact, they leapfrog both Axiometrics and Uvio. I think they have, haven't they?
Yes. Now, I wonder if they didn't fuel. That would make sense, wouldn't it? I wonder if Vikings didn't take any fuel.
If that's the case, then it's kind of elementary, really, isn't it? In terms of because if they haven't fueled, then obviously they have to spare that time again refueling. But then again, that might mean what? 2 churns rather than 1 if they don't refuel?
Well, 2 churns at the next stop would get you to the end, I'm pretty sure. So we might see a few teams going for that strategy, actually. Because we're only going to have an hour, well, potentially 50 minutes to go when you next pit. So you can easily do that on a tank of fuel.
PLR are now chasing, well, they've now got this back down in 9th position, and they've got the seat data car 9 on the tail, who are 3 spots ahead of them. No, I don't think it is. No. I forgot that one now. Right, I think it's been pit stops, but it hasn't shaken out the timing. So I think they're now ahead of seat data again. And they'll also probably take up at least past maybe Viking or somebody else if they're still behind them. It'll shake itself out in a minute, but I'm just trying to work out where they are.
Team Viking lead the race, Scott. They had to win to have a chance of the championship, and they are in the lead. Who wrote this script? 70 points for Team Viking then. Now, where are the others? That's the key. PLR, waiting for them to come across the line. Here come Ratters Racing. They were 7th, just behind MJ Tech and EDF. This is a fight for position on your screen, by the way, for 5th position. EDF just ahead of MJ Tech. Ratters are 7th. Then it should be Signature RV in 8th, which it is. and then seed data ahead of PLR. So PLR are 9th, but about to take 8th position. But as it stands, they're 9th. That's 54 championship points, which means that by 1 point, Olympian would be champion, but over Vikings, not over PLR Racing. So for Vikings to now become champion, they need Olympian to drop another place, because even if they win with the fastest lap, they wouldn't win on count that. So if Olympian lose another place and Viking win, then Viking would be champion. But right now, they're not quite, by our maths, doing enough. Do you know, I love it when it's this close, Scott, but I also hate it because it means we really are relying on getting the maths right, and that's easier said than done in our case. But either way, this is going to be mighty close, isn't it?
Glad you look after. I like you do a point set for a couple of times, and I don't. It's a bit confusing me, and I mean, just much as anything else to keep up with it. Right, there goes PLR back past seed data, so it changes again. That now means that
they're covered by 3 points, the lot of them, Scott.
Well, I think Team Olympian, now they're on the same lap as Jackpot Racing because of the drama that they had initially there, which has helped them out no end. I think the slower pit stop and that impromptu stop to fix whatever the issue was has really getting back in. Safety car.
Oh, hello. Now this will be for the Greenheath car, won't it? So the second safety car, I presume so, because I think even if it's not in a dangerous position, they'll want to recover the car.
Want to recover it, of course.
So I think that's what this will be. So a third safety car, 42 this time.
And the key benefactor of this, I think goes without saying, Olympian, because now they're on the same lap as the Jackpot Racing team, and they'll be straight onto their tail now, which means there's going to be a key chance for them to close it, because I think they might be one of the next cars, not the next car in the order.
Now, hang on, maybe not, because Olympian are behind the leaders, but I think 92 was the first car ahead of the leader on track, so they've not quite gone that extra lap down. In theory, even if the safety car picks them up, which they might do, they'll wave them through to pick up the Vikings, so the 92 will come all the way around, tag along on the back of the queue, a queue in which Olympian are stuck, so they might not actually gain out of this. And this is the problem: if you're the leader or you're on the lead lap, it's easy enough to figure out where you stand with the safety car. Once your lap's down, it's not really about where the safety car comes out, it's about where you are in relation to the leader, and by the skin of their teeth, 92 I think have avoided slipping another lap down there.
And also depending if you've got cars around you that can cause a problem also in terms that need to go past and that you can't take advantage of. That's another key thing.
Yeah, so Olympian were 12.3 seconds behind Jackpot Racing, but within that 12.3 seconds were the leaders. So they're actually now going to lose the best part of a lap, Olympian, to the 92 car, because yes, look, they picked up the Vikings, and I'm pretty sure that the next car ahead was the 92 car ahead of the Team Viking car.
I think you're right, it was.
I mean, how your fortune can change. So just pure luck that. I mean, just the timing of the safety car. If Julian Floyd had waited another lap before throwing that safety car, it could have completely changed the destination of the championship.
We still don't know where it's going yet. It's still now 10 minutes to go, and it can still all change again, because it's changed so much in this, 2 hours, 1 hour and 50-minute period, which is just extraordinary.
PLR are showing 9th again, by the way. Sorry, Scott. They're showing back in 9th now. But they had been 8th, hadn't they, when we last checked? So they're back into 9th, which means that they lose 2 points. So they're a little bit further back now. Vikings still leading, and Team Olympian, just to double check, are still showing 17th, which is 38 points. So yeah, so they're now PLR. That's twice that's happened to PLR. As the safety cars, they've had to give it back, I think. So they are facing an uphill struggle.
There goes 92.
Yes, so they
right.
just avoided it, didn't they? I mean,
they did.
I don't even know if Olympian will have realised that's what's happened. They probably have now as the 92 car came past. But yes, they would have had exactly the same thoughts of you. Elation. Okay, finally, this is it now. It puts us in a position where we can actually do something about this. And then all of a sudden, oh no, actually, we're going to be a lap and a bit behind again. So just under a lap behind. Here is the reason for the safety car, the 14 car. It's not in a dangerous position, but like I said, it's Fun Cup policy that if a car stops on track, we'll throw a safety car if we have to make sure that it gets back to the garage so they can fix it up, get it back into the race. There's also a bit of debris there being cleared from Old Hall. And plastic bollard there from the apex of the corner that's been knocked adrift. Gets recovered to a place of safety, so a little bit of clean-up as well.
Imagine the safety cars just go a little slower because it's trying. I think the key thing is to try and gather up the 92 car on the back of the queue now, isn't it?
Yes, of course, yes.
So they're going to slow up a little bit to allow them to catch up. Once they've done that, then they can start to speed up and get things back underway again. But of course, even though they're doing that, there's still the Greenheath car to recover on top of that also.
Yes, also worth pointing out, top 3 cars in the race are the first 3 cars in the queue. So they're nose to tail as and when we go racing. They're not championship. Well, one of them is a championship Viking, who had a handy little lead. So again, if they did gain a chunk of time at that last pit stop through not fueling, advantage is gone now because they've lost their lead that they built up. So yes, they gained some track position, but they've lost a chunk of the time that they'd gained, and it brings those who did take fuel at the last stop closer to them. People like PLR Racing, for example, who once again do get saved a little bit by the timing of the safety car. So PLR Racing, despite having served that penalty, I don't know what the penalty was for. Let's see if we've had an update from Jamie. No, we haven't. So we don't know what the penalty was for PLR Racing. But whatever it was, again, they've dodged a bit of a bullet here, really. There is the Greenheath car being recovered. It's going to need not only a tow, but it's going to be lifted onto the flatbed, I think. So that is going to lead to, hopefully not a lengthy delay, probably one more lap behind the safety car. Hopefully the lap that they've just started. And then we'll go racing again with probably less than 5 minutes to go before the penultimate pit window of the season will be upon us. Potentially a significant one, because as I made the point before, Scott, your fueling strategy at this stop could now set your course for the rest of the race, because you should be able to make it that final hour if you want to without refueling. It's just down to whether you want to take that extra time in the stops now or later.
Difference comparing to where we're currently at in terms of how the championship hangs in the balance. So I remind you, as it currently stands, it's a 5-point spread between the top three, but at the moment it gives Olympian the championship by a point, and that's really going to be quite key. Viking can't go any higher. The only thing, well, they can do the kind of really tie on that is if they get the fastest lap, because the fastest lap is currently held by Signature RV, so they would get the bonus point for that. If Viking get the fastest lap of the race, it then puts them pretty much level on 501, and it would go to count back of victories, which would still give it to Olympian on count back of victories that they've taken 4 compared to Viking's single victory that they took at Silverstone. So interesting stuff on that one. Greenheath car just being put onto the loader. What they're doing, I think, is a bit of safety, is they're taking them through the non-chicane part of the section as they go uphill. As they come back under the safety cars. Just remind you of the order then, which is an hour and 5 minutes to go. So we're not getting too far away from our second to last pit window under the safety car. So Viking and Ursus Capital lead the way. Uvia and Hoffman's Motorsport are second. Axiometrics GRD are third. JPR Team BSP are fourth. EDF Motorsport have risen up quite well into 5th position. Let me double check which car that is. It's the Autotel 212 car. So currently with that car now off the pits, I think he's now in his 4th pit stop. Rob Croydon's really better fortunes compared to race 1, where they found themselves off the road. Spin up at Shell's hairpin, and in their efforts to try and recover, they ended up actually getting themselves stuck in the gravel, which brought out about the safety car in that scenario. So they're up in the 5th position. 6th place is MJ Tech, 7th is Ratters Racing, 8th is Signature RV with the fastest lap of the race briefly. So none of the championship contenders have the fastest lap at the moment. PLR Racing 9th, and Seed Data rounding up the top 10. As for the other championship contender, it is Team Olympian, who incredibly started 3rd in this. All of their dramas have dropped down to 17th, and it's quite interesting. But we'll wait and see how this works out. The safety car lights are not out as they run down and out of Druids and up towards Lodge. So it will be at least one more time around on the safety car, and I imagine we might go racing next time by right as the pit window is about to open, I would think. So let's keep an eye on how that's going to work. These laps underneath the safety car taking around about roughly anywhere between 3 minutes 30 and 3 minutes 40, 50 or so. So we're probably going to get just about racing underway, literally just before the safety car, the pit window opens for the 5th time, provided, sorry, the 4th time, provided that the restart takes place just before the hour mark goes on, because of course if they cross the line, then obviously the cars behind that are in that group, if they're all tightly bunched together, which they should be on a restart, provided that we do get going next time by, then I imagine that if they're all tightly bunched and they can get around quick enough, that they'll be able to go past the pits. Then when the pit then they'll all cross the line before it hits the hour mark exactly. Then the pit-in ball will go out. They'll have to pass it once, so there'll literally be 2 laps. Yeah, 2, maybe 3 laps before they can actually go ahead and make those pit stops for the second to last time. Interesting thing in terms of drivers going where, you've got Christopher who's going into the Team Olympian car, and he will go, no. Change it, right, so Christopher's actually in that car now. Christopher is into that car now, who started using it before. Oh no, they changed it, didn't they? I think they actually changed it. I think it's a different order now. I think it's now Chris Devella's in the mix. Whilst I try and figure that out in my head, let's head down to JP Dennis. I think he has some news down the pit lanes to what's going on. You might have found an interview or some news on another car. So Jamie, what have you got down in pit lane?
Yeah, thanks, Scott. I've just popped down to the JPR Young Guns garage with Jack Noller, who's having his first race in the Fun Cup Championship. It's different to what you're used to, Jack. The only similarity is rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, and the engine's not even in the same place. So, yeah, it's good fun out there, especially as this weekend's been full of different conditions and all that sort of stuff like that and everything. So, safety car at the moment, I think third one or something like that, but it's all the different paces of how the race evolves, of the pit stops, the safety cars, bunching up, who to overtake, who to fight, who to not. It's a really good learning curve. It's also learning what endurance racing is like rather than just sprint racing with the MX-5s.
And is this something you're looking at maybe for 2024?
Yeah, it's good to learn the different series and what they're all about and how they all work, and obviously budget's always the word that everyone's going to be using, and it's finding what we can afford to do next year, and fingers crossed that it'll go to play. I'll get to do what I want to do.
And as we saw, I mean, you, Gracie and Luke, you've had to learn very, very quickly because they take no prisoners out there, don't they?
Yeah, I've had quite a few red flags today practice as well. So I think Luke got 5 laps, I got 12. So, but it was really good to see how quickly you adapt to a different car, and that's You've got 4 cars on the first restart. Then that was really, really good fun. Learning how the car evolves and degrade and all that. It's really, really interesting to learn a new car.
Thanks a lot. We wish you all the best for the rest of the race. We've got she's just ready to get into the car on the next spin.
Thank you. Well, we've been doing more maths up in the box. We've got a race about to restart. We've got a pit window about to open. An hour left on the clock in the 2023 Fun Cup Endurance Championship season, and Team Viking are in a position that could be enough to win them the championship, but only Team Olympian were to lose another place. And actually, they are about to face a bit of a setback, because I'm just now that Team Olympian have a stop-go penalty serve earlier on, so it won't cost them a click. It will hamper their chances of winning the positions. So now attention turns to PLR into the top 6 as it stands, and they are 9th at the moment. So that's the car to watch. The 4-6 car, 9th position. They've got to try 6 car to their advantage. Some places the leaders, Britain's Vikings hanging on from Uvia. They're in behind Signature RV, so no places gained yet, Scott. And worryingly,
yeah, it's a bit of a bottleneck, it seems, as we see now here. If they want to do this, they ultimately really don't or make it more of a difficult situation for them to hit the race down in position. That'll be 6th and 7th. Jake Tech and Ratters. Ratters would love to get a good third place there, that's 3rd and 4th, so 3rd and 4th altogether. So you've literally then got 5th, 6th and 7th, a couple of cars. Athens was 1st for 3rd, and 6th and 7th.
I'm just seeing if PLR have got Signature RV. They're alongside Signature RV, and I think they're ahead. And I reckon that puts them into 8th place. Still isn't quite enough, of course, but it is getting close to being enough for PLR. 3 wide ahead of them going into Old Hall corner. That was Ratty at the inside of MJ Tech and gaining a position as a result. But, PLR Racing, yes, they've come across the line in 8. So 2 more points, 2 places, and then they might just be in a position to win the championship. But to do that now, next group of cars ahead of them, that's going to take a few laps.
Now open, that's going to be quite effective. Wearing the order. Uvio, of course, ahead of Viking and Chris. And their points, of course, that puts them down to 68 points now for them. So that's going to change things. 8. Level with PR Racing, but also intriguing here is Viking not challenge them. Team JPR Team BSP. This is the no doubt he's going to have he won't have a care in the world at all who's in front of him. If he wants to get past, he's coming past. He's going to try and get through. Then of course you've got Rita 195. It's going to be Mikey Porter to be the last. First, second, third, fourth past race logic on the track. Then you've got 5th, 6th, and 7th. They are with not quite so. They're 4.7. So that's not too bad for us. I guess by blue flags.
He won't be showing blue flags. You're only showing blue flags in Fun Cup if you're noticeably off the pace, which he is. He is now going to bail for the pit lane. So do Metric, so do MJ Tech. But yeah, blue flag rule only applies if you are noticeably slower than the cars behind, which clearly he wasn't.
New fastest lap of the race from Ted Bradbury. He's got 2 minutes now. He's done a 2 minutes .98. No, 969. So there's a change there. And Uvio going to try and hold on here if they can. Ted Bradbury around the outside. This is not what Viking needs. They're boxed in. They're behind Uvio. Got Ted Bradbury outside. This is not what Viking needs to be here, particularly pretty messy here. Your island bed in front of Bradbury. We can hold on. Their pit stop 28.5. Christian Rose won the one hope there's no more safety. Clear stint to hand over to Riley Phillips. He can do his thing for the last time. Goes quick or not, we'll have to wait and see how the race plays out. Who very wrongly say, oh, 3 hours. What's happening already? And there's still 55 minutes to go. 2 hours and 5 minutes. There's been an entire season worth of drama. Is happening again there. Oh, Bradbury, is that a bit of, I think the left rear of the Viking car, was it rubbing against the tyre? Yeah,
there was definitely a touch there. I think the Vikings leant on Ted Bradbury and folded the bodywork onto the tyre. Now, it's all right, they'll be pitting shortly, so they'll be able to get that sorted, but yeah, it's going to be a hopefully minor issue for them. They do lose 2nd place, though, so that's another couple of points slipping away. And with it, I think their championship hopes as well. So down to Lodge corner we go, and we've now got a lead change. That's Bradbury to the front, so Ted Bradbury gaining 2 places on this lap, although he runs a bit wide at the apex at Lodge, and so the Uvio car slips back through on the inside, I think, as they go towards Old Hall. Door handle to door handle then, almost dead level across the line, and the inside line will lie with Uvio, but Bradbury, we know, is not afraid about sticking it out round the outside line, side by side for the lead of the race. Oh, lovely racing respect by both of them there to leave enough space, and Bradbury just has to settle back in behind.
He's trying his heart out there, and Viking, I think, realised they don't need to get involved too much in that, so they've dropped back to 3rd. So what does that do now with points? Because they're down to 50... I have to remind you, down to 66 points they'll gain for being in 3rd place. So it changes actively again. Look what this is doing now. So it now puts them, ironically, 3rd now. It's now, Olympians still leading with 501 points. PLR still 2nd, 498 now. Viking now goes to 3rd with 496, but...
Except PLR are up to 6th. Now, granted, this is because others have been stopping, but they had been going quickly anyway. So actually, as it stands, technically, they would be champions by a point, but we need to wait really for this pit cycle to work its way through to confirm that.
twists and turns of the next 53 minutes we're going to get in this championship battle.
A big part of my stats spreadsheet is number of lead changes during a race. I think I need to have one for this race for number of championship lead changes, because we must be well into double figures by now. It's changing almost by the lap. It's remarkable.
This is almost like the Civic Cup, wasn't it? At Silverstone, when the lead changed, the championship lead changed in what's based on, what, 2 or 3 hours?
Yeah, exactly.
Between all 3 championship contenders. That was it. Alistair Camp went into the weekend leading the championship, then lost it to Thackeray.
Yes.
In after qualifying,
yes.
And then Edmondson got the lead in race 1.
Yes.
That was in like, what, 2 or 3 hours.
And of course, cast your mind back to the Civic Cup finale last year, where the championship winning driver had been in the barriers halfway through the race. I mean, how Team Olympian-esque is that? If Olympian can somehow hang on to win this, after all of their trials and tribulations in this race, that would be quite remarkable. But as we've said a few times, it's out of their hands now.
Viking have now dropped back behind Race Logic on the track now, and that's still smoking on the left rear.
Tyres are pretty strong. I wouldn't be too worried about it with a pit stop looming, but...
yeah, but you don't drop behind the top 2 and then drop back even further and then drop behind the lap car for no reason, do you?
No, you're right, you don't, and it is Johnny Hode still at the wheel, isn't it, as well? And we know he's rapid, so maybe it's knocked the tracking out slightly on the back of the car. Not really sure, but anyway, he is continuing on. What were his lap times like? What was that last lap time? It was a 2:05 compared to a 2:019 for the race leader. So, yes, suddenly a loss of pace for the Vikings, as PLR have moved up into the top 5 now. And that was, I think, no, that's because EDF have just pitted, I believe.
I'll tell you what, impressive outlap from Team Olympia. Did a 2 minutes 30 point.
Yeah.
And now the first proper lap gone through from Christian Rose. Probably trying to get the car back up to proper speed and adapt to the conditions, because it's different when he got out of the car at the start of the race. 2 minutes 4.602, because of course he hasn't had a proper chance to really give that car some proper pace, because he's had to limp round for most of the stint with that gear selector issue, which they had to fix in the pit stops. 92 is in. That's, we need to keep watching out for 92.
Yeah.
They're now making their second to last pit stop, so keep an eye out for them. That pit stop will be done very, very shortly. This is now going to be Chris Brown getting in for his second stint before he hands back to Martin Davies for the 6th and final stint of this race. And away he goes.
So, minute and a bit until the pit window closes for the penultimate time. There are PLR ahead of C Data. Now, that has been a change on track, I think, has it? No, C Data have pitted. So it's not C Data anyways, it's 99 now, actually, my apologies, which is the JPR Young Guns. So that's laps down, that car.
Just notice PLR's Jackpot Race's pit stop was 1 minute and 1 second.
Yes.
So that's quite a lot of time lost. That's at least 40 odd seconds or so, 30 to 40 seconds lost just on that pit stop alone. Team Olympia, they're one of the fastest operating pit teams out there doing the pit stop, so they're obviously going to lose time on that side. So that's a gain that they're going to get back in terms of times. Despite UVS setting a personal best in a 2 minute 1.8, they still are still 4/10 slower on that lap than BSP and Ted Bradbury, who's those today. No, that's Reza Saruthan, as EDF Motorsport Autotel are...
This is PLR in.
No, but the EDF Autotel is showing it's out.
No, I did wonder about this. Yes, I think they have stopped on track somewhere. We'll get to the bottom of that in a moment. Meanwhile, PLR are doing a dry stop. No fuel for PLR. That's interesting. I think that means they'll probably have to take a splash at the next stop. So the race, the 146 car in, but not taking fuel. And that was a slick pit stop. Off they go.
Now, if EDF had that 212 car has hit trouble, that was as high as at 5th or 6th at one point.
Yeah.
If it has hit trouble, the main benefactor that's going to be for if it's dropped down is, of course, Team Olympian, because they will get another spot that will catch Jackpot in the top 15. So they could potentially very soon get as many as two places here if they can possibly. So that's going to be intriguing. So yeah, so we, according to the timing screen, car 212 EDF Motorsport. No, it hasn't. It's pitted in. So it's in the pit lane. So that's interesting. So maybe that was a TSL glitch. So 212 is in the pit lane now. But it did say that the pit in was something like 5 minutes 13 or so. So they've obviously had a drama. Their last lap. What was the last lap? Their last lap was 5 minutes 3. So they've obviously had something out on track which meant they've stopped and then got back going again. They're in the pit lane now.
Now, that's good news for PLR because they were behind them on track. It's not good enough news for Olympian, is it, though, surely? Because I don't think they've fallen that far down, have they? If this is a lengthy pit stop, they might, but at the moment they're still ahead of Olympian.
They've just ripped a little piece of bodywork off the front splitters. Maybe they've gone off and just rejoined, and that's a little bit down. Yeah, you can see the front left has got a little bit of thing missing. 46.2 was the entire pit stop from pit in to pit out. You see here Axiometrics, who are still going back and forth. Technics is currently on the 7th place at the moment. See going through here. Right, someone else going pit lane.
Race Logic.
Oh, and
Vikings.
here as well.
Vikings.
Now, let's see if we do anything on the left rear. So with that Viking looking out of a comment box window, yeah, they're trying to put it back straight again, which they've managed to do successfully by the looks of it. So
they are fueling, Scott. Look, that's important.
Yeah, they're fueling as well.
And they can't do anything to the car whilst they're fueling. No one can touch the car whilst the fuel's going in. Now they can get to work.
The question is, though, despite that rule, did they amend the left rear on that car before they put the fuel churn in?
Possibly, and that is legal. It doesn't matter when you do the fuel. It's just you can't have anyone touching the car. So as long as you do the fuel before the driver change, that's all.
But that's what I mean, though. Did they pull that back before they started fueling?
I didn't see them do anything to it.
No.
If I'm honest.
But it's,
it would have only taken a second, wouldn't it, just to give it a quick pull?
But someone who's eagle-eyed will have spotted it.
Yes. You're allowed to do it before the fuel goes in. You just can't do it as the fuel is in. That's as you're pulling the driver out, you can then also be sorting the bodywork out. So
that's what I'm wondering.
Yes.
Seed data are in. So are the 97 GT Radial Marshall's car. That's in Richmond. So seed data leaving. Seed data is currently 5th position. That's the 99 car, isn't it?
No, I keep making that mistake.
Of course,
it used to be. It's now 214.
214. It's 214. No, 214 is the white car, isn't it? That's 212.
You saw 99, which I think has seed data on it, but isn't Team Seed data.
That's the Young Guns car. Right, that's the Young Guns car. Right.
Just to confuse us.
Yeah, even further. So Young Guns cars is coming into his pit stops. That would be for the second to last stint. That's going to be Racy Mitchell. Of course, she's just taking her first start in senior car racing out of campaign car. I mentioned also earlier on she's part of the latest intake of Motorsport UK Academy students for their first year. So you can see she's joined that sort of list of young drivers from karting and the junior series around the UK.
Is it mirror of Axiometrics? They're behind PLR on track, and they weren't before, were they?
Yeah. When was their last? They made their next.
They both pitted, yes. Everyone has now, apart from Ratters.
Okay, right.
Yeah, so that's a bit of slow stop.
That's probably the reason why they've dropped back, because they've just made their second to last stop.
Yeah,
probably the reason why.
Yeah, but I think they were ahead before the pit stops, were they not? Because they were in that leading trio at the pit stop, weren't they?
Yes, but I think PLR have made a quite quick pit stop. I think theirs was sub 30
Well, they didn't
seconds,
fuel, did they? So
yeah, there you go. So that's probably where that's come from. And the Axiometrics probably have, and obviously they've done their driver change on top of that. Ratters racing in from probably 3rd place. That's almost been quite sneakily risen up to 3rd, actually.
And there go the leaders, or the car that was leading, 195 going through, and Vikings are going to be ahead of 195 after the pit stops, interestingly. And 195 are going to come out just ahead of PLR Racing. Look, there goes PLR. 195 have left the pit lane already, so there's been a big sort out here, Scott.
Yeah, and Ratters are also going to come back around. We've got MJ Tech battling away with Race Logic and also Axiometrics. They're right in front. It's going to be close. They're going to be side by side, but Axiometrics just gets out in front. But crucially, they're slotted in between those two cars for positions. Now, Race Logic are behind MJ Tech.
Yes, indeed. So, right, we're just getting notification on the starting gantry of this stop-go penalty for Olympian. We'll get to that in a moment, though. Let's head down to the pit lane and hear from Jamie.
Yeah, I'm down with Johnny Hode. He's just having a chat with Paul Abraham.
Motor likes to be branded, and we're trying to promote, we're here because they want to be here, so, the pot.
Well, you look great. A little bit of a nudge with Ted, car right?
Yeah, we started to hit that rear tyre when it was rubbing on it. It was close racing, everyone sort of give each other room. I think it wasn't malicious or anything, it was just one of those things. It's fun cup racing.
And final round, obviously it's all to play for. You guys are in the hunt as well. It's changing by the lap. Are you just trying not to think about it and just crack on?
All I've got to do is try and win. That's all I've got to try and do. As long as we try and win, then everything else is out of our hands. So keep our head down. Car's not as good as we'd like it, but I think we're happy with the car at the moment. We've just got to keep at the strategy and keep pushing on.
And now it's starting to rain.
I love the rain. Carter in me loves the rain.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. That's from Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing, having a little bit of banter with Paul Abraham down in the pit lane. Back to Andy and Scott.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Right, into the pit lane are coming Team Olympian. This is to serve the stop-go penalty. This is for an unsafe release, we believe, earlier on. So that now drops them. Ironically, I think they were about to unlap themselves from the leader, but they now fall back and, frustratingly, lose time to this car, the number 92, that they are chasing for position. So that leaves them still in 17th place. The new order, then, Team Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. I don't think they took fuel at that stop. They have
just taken lead, I think.
Yes, by a large margin, though, 16.5 seconds, which tells me that they potentially had a really short pit stop. They lead. Team Viking with Ursus Capital Racing are in second place right now. And crucially, Team PLR Racing up into fourth after that dry stop that they just did. They didn't take any fuel, and that means provisionally they'd be champions by 5 points over Team Olympian. The big question now, Scott, is whether they and the rest of the front runners need to take any fuel at the final pit stop coming up. If they don't lose too much time there, PLR, they could be in the pound seats.
How do PLR still win this by 5 points?
I know.
That's extraordinary. And again, I stress again, having not won a race all season.
Yep.
It's extraordinary.
But when was their last win as a team? Because they haven't won for quite a long time.
You're the man to tell us because you've got the stats spreadsheet. It's not.
They didn't win last year.
And not in 21 or 2020.
No. They didn't win in 2019 either. The last win was back in the Honeywell days. 2018. And that was the second round of 2018 as well at Anglesey, which I think was the 6-hour race. No, it was a 3-hour race. It was the second round of the championships. That would have been April 2018, since Neil Plimmer, certainly, and Ben Pitch last won a race in the Fun Cup Championship. They may not win today, but they might net themselves a championship.
So literally 5.5 years since they last won a race, they could end up winning the title, despite not having won for so long.
Yeah.
That again is just, it proves the one key, particularly endurance, consistency. If you can keep your nose clean whilst anyone else is losing theirs, losing their heads, that's what wins your championship.
I think it also proves the significance of perseverance, because a lot of drivers who, let's be honest, are getting to the point of the career that Neil Plimmer is at, where he's been doing this for about 67 years. he's been around, he's been here, done it all. A lot of drivers at his point would think, I haven't won a race for 5 years. Maybe it's time that I packed it in. I'd, just take up knitting or something, just sit and watch motorsport, not take part in it. He hasn't. He's never lost the faith that he is as quick as he ever was. They've still got the potential to compete at the top level of what is a hugely competitive championship. They never lost the faith. And here they are, perhaps now, 41 minutes away from being rewarded for that perseverance.
I tell you, this is also going to be a big benefit for, a big achievement for as well, is Ben Pitch as well, because Ben, of course, has been quite fantastic with a young co-driver alongside Neil, of course, to really push it forwards and helped Neil's car maintain its pace a little bit. PCR potential champions elect, given how the rest of these 40 minutes is going to play out, including this final pit stop sequence. PLR currently fourth now. There's Viking right in front of them. Look at lap times, see if they can possibly take a couple more places.
Well, yes, they were a second and a half quicker on the last lap, Scott.
That might say everything. Of course, they're pulling away from Axiometrics. It's now. Last time they come across the line, BSP and Viking were only 17 seconds apart. So, in fact, they're still quite close to each other, just going up the hill there in second and third. But BSP have pulled away up slightly. There they are, look. That would be Reza Suerthan at the wheel. That's still being chased down by the Vikings. There goes PLR, there goes Axiometrics. That's all for position. And MJ Tech already just in the background. So you've literally got the first 9 cars all on the lead lap together, all covered by less than a minute, which is quite extraordinary.
Really is. Now we have got Ben Pitch in the 146 car at the moment, 103 just behind, being driven by Simon Rudd, who started the race but interestingly isn't finishing it. And then just ahead of them, the Team Viking car, as we've said, with now with Colin Kingsdorf at the wheel. There is Team Olympian after their stop-go penalty. Heading through Deer Leap, surrounded by a bunch of traffic. They are still 17th, but they're a lap out. Now they're showing, they're 4 wide into Old Hall Corner, and they charge through on the inside. That's Christian Rose at his absolute best, just not lifting, not backing out one little bit. Interestingly, Scott, they're showing us only 48 seconds behind Jackpot Racing, so they're on the same lap again now after Jackpot's slow pit stop. So it's not over this for Olympian. If they gain an extra place, then it means that PLR have to make absolutely sure that they stay at least within the top 5. So if PLR are perhaps staring at down the barrel of a slower pit stop at the end, if they do need to take fuel and others don't, it does just keep the pressure on PLR Racing as far as this championship battle is concerned.
It keeps the pressure on us trying to work it out more than them. Incredible how it just keeps on changing practically lap after lap, which is quite extraordinary. So Olympian now carry on. He's made more changes in points,
if Olympian gain a place, PLR would have to lose 2 in order to hand it back to Olympian, if that makes sense.
And pace-wise, they're not on a pace where they would lose 2. They're actually going quicker than the cars in front. The key thing is that Olympian, Christian Rose, at least before he pits, which I'd imagine probably doesn't. I'm surprised he doesn't do that quite straight away, because he's got what, another 8 minutes until the pit window opens.
Oh no, 246 are off, and they almost took Race Logic with them, just keeping it out of the barriers. Good driving in the end, actually, from Vlad Vasiliev. And the EDF with Vape Club car will rejoin, but he went up the inside of Race Logic, got it all wrong, had a huge tank slapper, and nearly took the Race Logic car off the road as well. That could so easily have been contact that caused a safety car that took a couple of cars out of the race, that handed the championship back to Team Olympian. I mean, any little incident like that could have huge, huge ramifications.
I think one thing that Christian Rose is fortunate for is that if he knew that happened, that he's not in that group of cars, that he cleared them.
He'd just gone through, hadn't he?
Oh, and that was Race Logic getting all sorts out of shape under brakes. This is not for position, but Race Logic trying to unlap themselves on Rattus Racing. All sorts of snaking and undulating under brakes, trying to get that car stopped. But either way, he managed it, but only just.
So, 16.8 seconds suddenly is Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport lead. I don't know whether Jamie can find out for us, actually, whether or not Uvio took fuel that time, because that could be significant as well. They suddenly seem to have shot out into the sort of lead that no one else has had, really, at any point in this race. Especially so relatively soon after a safety car. Well, we'll get an answer from Jamie in that in a moment. In the meantime, though, I think we can head down and hear, am I right in saying we're hearing from our Lord and Master Paul Rose, Jamie?
I am with the one and only Right Honourable Paul Rose. It's changing every lap, this, isn't it? I can't keep up.
Do you know, it's a really entertaining race, this is. I mean, there's so much going on. I lose track myself.
And great to see new winners, our youngest ever winners in the first race, a combined age of 50 between all 3 of them, and also fantastic, again, 11 new drivers for this weekend.
It's great to have those young lads. I mean, they showed everybody the way in race 1, and they're right up there now. Not sure whether they're second now or leading, but UVO definitely want this race. So it should be interesting how we go on with that one. But the 99 car, obviously got young guys in it, and it's great to see these young kids coming through. It really is.
It is, and also we've got to mention it, the 97 car, fantastic marshals. It's been in the wars, but they're all still smiling and they're having a great time, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they weren't here to win, as we know. It's their first ever race, and to be fair, they've done really well, and on qualifying they were going well. Yesterday was a different matter. Obviously, the car ended up upside down at Druids, I think it was. But yeah, they've had a great time, and they're still out there now.
And we're already looking forward to an exciting 2024. You've got some taster days and things planned for the winter, and again, a huge response.
Yeah, we've got a few taster days, and of course we're doing the Brscc weekend at Silverstone on the 18th and 19th of next month, and we've got a lot of people want to try the cars. We've got 3 cars there running, and a lot of new customers at this time of year, which is unusual for us. It's normally we see the new customers, in the new year, but we sold 2 cars yesterday, which is really good. So yeah, things are looking really positive,
and potentially some older customers coming back as well next year, and also nice to see Chris Hart back in the pit lane. We need him back in a car, don't we?
Well, as you know, what Chris is like is a bit of a character, and it would be good to get him out. It really would. I know he's thinking about maybe bringing his son out next year, halfway through next year, but it'd be good to get Chris and even Henry Dawes back,
according to Chris, he's busy elsewhere with his standing jokes, as we know. Prediction for the race? I mean, nobody can call it at the moment, can we?
No, nobody knows. I mean, obviously UVO are pretty high up there as a favourite, but with these young guys as well, I mean, you don't know. And of course Viking as well, they're up there. So no, I have no idea. And most races, nobody knows. They really don't. One thing I am pleased about is we didn't lose the £10,000 prize money, but
you very nearly did.
I know, I was worried about that, but no, it's. I think I owe Ted a bit of a favour, I think, because Ted was in with the young guys, and so they didn't qualify for the £10,000 prize.
And is that going to carry on for next year as well?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's there, £10,000 for a race win, providing it's your first race in Fun Cup, and £3,000 for second, £1,000 for third.
Excellent. Well, let's go and work out the points and see what happens.
Thanks very much, Jamie.
Thanks a lot, Paul. Back to Andy and Scott.
I was only mentioning because PLR are showing a 6th now.
Oh, yes. Now, hang on. There they
PLR
are.
dropped to 6th position. Sorry, we just got, thanks, Jamie, and thanks, Paul, for that. We'll talk about some of the stuff they mentioned in a minute. But I've only just noticed on the timing screen, PLR are down to 6th.
That's 2 places lost.
The big question is, how and why?
They had a 2:09 lap. So they've lost about 6 seconds. That's... Oh, hello.
Oh.
That is MJ Tech in the barriers.
No, is that 212?
It might be 212.
No,
214, so you're right. It's 214.
So it's seed data.
Seed data off. So that's Mike Devlin. That's exiting Britain's.
Yeah.
Linked to PLR, who knows? But the 9 seconds is about what you'd lose from a spin and a continue, or a tangle with someone and then continuing. So...
And actually, Metrics and MJ Tech were already not that far behind them, so maybe it was a spin and a mistake.
Okay.
So is this changes it yet again?
It means Olympian would now be... it means PLR would still be champions by a point, but we think they might have a longer pit stop coming, PLR, because we're certain that they're going to need some fuel, almost certain, and others around them might not. So... I really don't know. Here they come towards us. Are they going slowly?
Olympia just unlapped themselves going past them, so that's almost hard to tell, isn't it? Pit window's about to open in 1 minute and 40 seconds, the final pit window of the entire season. And it could be literally the most critical pit window of the lot.
Car looks okay. There's no obvious damage. There's no smoke. There's nothing hanging off it, and it's keeping pace, I'd say.
Yeah, Christian is pulling away a bit, though. Quite. If that was going at the same sort of pace, you'd expect him to kind of just get back up to speed and be sort of running at a similar sort of pace, even if you'd let him through, wouldn't you?
Yes. It may be that he had just had the moment and was getting up to speed, and that's why it looked like Christian had gone through so easily. We'll have to monitor the lap times. There is barrier damage at Britain's being investigated. Look, you can see. Are they going to decide that that needs a race stoppage or a safety car as we head into the final pit window?
I was going to say, do we say the dreaded word safety car? Ratter's racing and coming in.
That's early, I think.
That's our stop-go penalty. That's
yes,
for their stop-go, so that's not going to affect him. Coming in for their stop-go. Yeah, but are we going to see the dreaded SC on the board?
PLR just did
2 minutes 9.
Another 2:09.
That's off the pace then.
It is off the pace.
Well, severely by about what, 7-8 seconds compared to the front runners?
Yes. Now, why is the question? One bad lap you can forgive. Another is a pattern, and that rather GT radial have got some damage as well. Look, bits of bodywork flying. But yes, is that the start of a mechanical drama for PLR Racing? Again, I'm sure Jamie's already on the case trying to find out for us, but that would be heartbreaking if it is. Safety car is out, so this is for barrier repairs at the exit of Britain's chicane, and the pit window has just opened, Scott.
So cue pandemonium in pit lane. So this is going to look busier than the M25 yesterday when I was trying to get here yesterday. So safety car has been deployed then. We're just literally into the last half an hour of the race, and basically everyone needs to come in the pit. And I imagine, I'd be surprised if everyone doesn't come in straight away, because of course they're going to lose a minimum amount of time under the safety car. But
you have to pass the board, though. You have to pass the board. Don't anticipate it. Don't try and get clever here, because that will land you with a pretty sizable penalty.
But the thing is, everyone's going to have to stack up on the safety car. Now they're passing the board the first time. Everyone's going to stack up, which means they probably are going to get everyone to go through. Now, this is interesting, because that's 214 that's now behind the barriers. 214
Oh, yes,
were
yes.
13th. Now then, does this hand the lifeline again to Team Olympia? And of course, what this also benefits they'll get straight into the back of these guys too. So
there's a chance of 2 places.
So it's just going to be another lifeline after everything that's happened this afternoon, back to Team Olympian.
Unbelievable. I mean, yes, because here they come. So they are going to be within about 6 or 7 seconds, probably, of the 92 car.
And who are they sticking in for their final pit stop?
Riley Phillips. And the car we know is fixed now.
Yes.
Now, could they gain any more places? They're on the same lap as Jackpot Racing, who I think were on the same lap as Seed Data, although Seed Data... No, I think they're going to be behind them in the safety car queue, so it'll be the best part of a lap. So on pace alone, he can pass Jackpot Racing. They're probably going to get past Seed Data because Seed Data are in the process of being recovered trackside. So that means Olympian could conceivably end up in 15th position, which would score them 42 championship points. PLR are currently 6th, so if PLR finish 6th and Olympian gain these 2 extra places, Olympian will be champions. So PLR on almost now in a position where they have to gain places and they might have a wounded car. And of course, because we've now gone safety car, we don't get the chance, Scott, to analyse those lap times and see exactly what's going on with PLR.
I can't keep up anymore now. This is getting too extraordinary for words, how close this is going to be. And this really is proving just how dramatic it can be. You've got 3 cars all in contention for the championship, and the order keeps changing practically every few minutes in terms of different connotations of the championship, certain events benefiting other drivers, etc. This whole situation massively benefits Team Olympian now. They're going to gain at least 1 place. I'm certain when Riley Phillips gets in that car, he will catch and pass the 92 car and make that up to 15th position, provided that Seed Data will drop back behind everyone else, given that they are stationary at the moment. And then, of course, if PLR's car's also wounded, of course, that will certainly hamper them further. Viking currently sit in 3rd place at the moment, but I anticipate, though, because now the pit window open board is open and everyone has gone past it, I anticipate, and I can just look down the pit lane, yeah, practically every single team has got their sort of pit-in boards, like sort of the lollipops, driver suits and everything. Practically everyone is racing down the pit lane to welcome a car down there. Keith is going to be, of course, with the pit lane that busy. Is that going to risk any more potential unsafe releases? And if so, is that going to befall anyone that could be picking the champions? Because you've got a pit lane that busy. 21 cars coming in at once. That's going to be 20 cars, of course, because Sport's not running. So 20 cars coming in at once. Because Seed Data are right there parked at the side of the road with an issue after having gone into the barrier. There's got to be the potential, not that we want it, but there's got to be at least the risk or the potential. There's going to be possibly some kind of scramble between 2 cars trying to get out at the same time. There's got to be.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't bet against it. We've seen it already under green flag conditions. You've got to be careful, though. Obviously, the pressure's on. You know, the intensity levels are through the roof. Everyone's fighting for every second that they can find down there. But you've got to do it safely. You cannot afford a penalty. Safety perspective, it's not really the best of things to be doing, but sometimes these things do sort of leave the minds of the teams and the drivers as they fight for what could be a vital position or 2 during this round of pit stops. So we'll keep an eye to the PLR car. We'll see whether or not they decide to conduct any repairs at all, or any open up the engine cover and have a look. They've been sort of touring around alongside the Olympian car, I've noticed, for the majority of this safety car period. There's the damage look on the front of the 214 car after it's been into the barriers at Britain's. But we now need to have our eyes turned to the pit lane. We're not no one's coming in yet, Scott. Had that board not quite gone out then, I wonder, when the cars came by last time? Nobody is pitting at all. Not even just from the front of the field, so I wonder if they withheld that pit open board just for a moment, maybe to try and avoid the mad scramble. But whatever it is, Scott, no one pitting for the time being.
No, but I imagine one of the first pit calls, not the first pit call, has got to be Olympian.
Yes, it will
because Christian will want to put Riley in that car for the last 20-25 odd minutes in order to try and get himself up there as high as possible. So interesting stuff, and again, more tense times at the moment going on between the front runners. So just to recap of where we are then, into the last 25 minutes of the Fun Cup Endurance season, with still 3 teams in it, and possibly Team Olympia still able to win this championship if results go their way and they can make up the 2 places. They'll made up one place on Seed Data, who have stopped the back on the low loader. If they can catch and pass Jackpot Racing and get past them, they will get another 2 points and they will be back into championship winning contention. Top 10 as it stands right now in this race, Uvia Hoppers Motorsport lead. JPR Team BSP, who won the race earlier on this morning, the 1 hour race, is second. Team Viking versus Capital Racing, the highest placed of our 3 championship contenders, sits in third right now, 5.9 seconds off, but we're under safety car anyway. Fourth is Axiometrics GRD Racing. Fifth is MJ Tech. Sixth is PLR Racing. They need to try and get a couple more places if they can, keep themselves in contention, otherwise they might lose the championship. But they can also be suffering some kind of an issue, as at racing speeds, their lap times were starting to come off a little bit, so they could be possibly nursing an issue of some kind. 7th place for Signature RV powered by BPC Motorsport. 8th for Team Ratters Racing, who just served a stop-go penalty. 9th for former champions Race Logic, and 10th is Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. As for Team Olympian, they are currently 16th, but they are on the same lap as Jackpot Racing. They're definitely faster than Jackpot Racing, and if they do pit and change over to Wiley Phillips, either Christian Rose and or Wiley Phillips will pick up the third place on them up to 15th, and that can potentially give them the championship with some few minutes to go. It has been quite an extraordinary story in this back and forth tape battle for the championship. So there is the 214 C data car being hoisted back to pit lane. This is interesting because surely everyone's going to have to come in this lap because the pit window is nearly over. So looking where we are on the safety car, surely everyone's going to have to come in, which means we are going to get a traffic jam in pit lane. It's going to be quite frantic because the next time they come past, well, obviously they can pass the pit lane closed board, but if they come past it now, they won't see it. The next time past, they'll close it. So technically, they can go past this time, then the next time when they see it, and then come in the next time at the end of that third lap. But it'll depend because everyone will want to try and take advantage underneath the pit lane. And now that everyone's caught up again, if you have the camera looking literally above the pit lane, you can see there is a sea of kind of orange tabards, sort of fluorescent tabards, sort of that signal people. There are drivers down there in helmets. There's obviously camera people. There's lollipops and everything else. This is going to be quite an extreme final few minutes of this pit window. They're all stacking up here. Question's got to be: surely everyone's got a pit in on this one. This is going to be literal NASCAR caution style busy pit lane. This is going to be, I'm certain.
Now keep an eye on the PLR car. I have just been down into their garage and they have confirmed they have an engine problem. It's costing them about 5 seconds a lap, they think. Will they try and diagnose and fix it now whilst we've got this round of pit stops? Everyone diving in. I think the safety car's going on for another lap. So if they're going to have a look, do it now. Try and get it fixed. Lose a bit of time now. Better than losing it under green flag conditions. Right, in they come. Uvio taking fuel. 195 are not taking fuel. I can see this out of the window. There's a real traffic jam behind, waiting for PLR to pull into their pit stall. Here they come. There is fuel waiting. But are they going to do anything about the engine issue? Just see them there on the screen.
No fuel for Olympian. Olympian are not taking fuel. And the key thing can also be, knowing how slow the pit stops are for 92, they can leapfrog Jackpot Racing in the pits here. They have. They've leapfrogged us. That's another place gain. That's into 15th now. And that, again, I think puts them back into championship winning contention.
Now, they've had the window open on the back of the PLR car looking into the engine bay, but they didn't do anything to it that I saw. So have they just admitted defeat? They said they were just going to persevere, but they're now in a position where they might well have to gain some places to get themselves back into the championship lead. So PLR Racing have gone back out on track. The safety car might save them again here because it's eating into this final stint. Fewer green flag laps during which they're going to be off the pace. But did they manage to sort the problem out? If they didn't, this could be handing the championship back to Team Olympian, because to Scott's point, they've gained 1 place already with C Data's off. They have just leapfrogged ahead of Jackpot Racing. They are in to 15th place now. And that, as it stood before the pit stops, was enough for the championship. We need to see, of course, where PLR came out, because they took fuel. And as we know, Scott, a few others didn't.
Yeah, so that will have dropped them down possibly a couple of places. Again, that swings it further in Team Olympian. So literally Team Olympians have been the biggest benefactor of all in this one, because they've gained a place to C Data, dropping back off. They went off. They've now leapfrogged the Team Jackpot Racing. If PLR have had a slow stop as well, that'll have dropped them back a few spots. What about Viking? Also, Viking may well have dropped lost some time or gained some time on top of that as well. Yeah, so this could be a major this entire safety car period only benefit to them. All the good luck on this point in time. There they are. Now with Riley Phillips at the wheel. So their next car, which is a lap ahead of them, is JPR Team LRS, but they're not going to. They won't gain a lap back on them in 20 minutes or so. I don't think that's going to happen. I think all Riley can do now is drive as hard as possible, maintain P15, and just hope the rest of the results go his and the team's way. Yeah, he's
I think PLR is still sixth. I think you've got Uvio the leader, 195 a second.
Yeah.
Vikings third, Axiometric MJ10 fifth.
Yes, I think you're right. I think they have. But they've gained at least the one because they're past the head of seat days now anyway, and they definitely passed Jackpot in the pits because Jackpot's pit stop was about 20 odd seconds slower, also 15-20 seconds slower, and Olympia definitely left their pit stop first before Jackpot. So I'm 100% certain they have leapfrogged, which is the 2 spots they need.
So it is Neil Plymouth into the PLR racing car, but a PLR racing car that potentially has this engine issue that is costing them a fair chunk of time per lap. Ahead of him, Mitchell is the MJ10 car. He's got Jeffs, he's no slouch, but he's going to have less time to actually do this.
That'll be for the barrier pairs over at Britain's that are still going on, I think. This is you might just see those fast cars possibly start to sail away from them. Of course, the cars behind also might take advantage. Right, the 2 cars that ironically didn't pit in that sequence have come in. That is Team 3 Motorsport, who of course are back out after they had their issue at Hickford, and also Team Greenheath as well, who of course have had their own issues throughout the race, but they're making their own pit stop because Team 3 stayed out to try and gain a lap back if they could on the rest of the field. But of course, I think they're going to not lose it back, but they're going to just at least sort of drop back behind all the cars they were ahead on track anyway. So just under 17 minutes to go now, and I think hopefully we can get going next time by. But yeah, I think you're right. I think the next time, the 7th now on the turn is going to showing a 7th.
Because I'm forgetting about Signature RV.
Yes.
On the lead lap, and if they've just put Marcus Clutton in,
I think they have. No, Steve Ruston.
If they had Marcus Clutton, they could be a tick for the race.
Yeah, you could.
Okay, so PLR Racing 58 points.
Oops.
So they would be 5 points behind Olympian by our mathematics, because Olympian are now confirmed as 50. So 42. So it is 3 places required for PLR. Olympian to have trouble, but look, Olympian have looked in again because they're at the front of the queue. They're away from all of the messiness and the confusion that can happen in the group.
You say that, but look who's right in front of them.
Yeah, well,
Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport, and when is it never messy between those two on track? It's always competitive, but it always tends to get, sometimes one of them takes it a bit too far sometimes, and it just gets way too scrappy. I think they did have a pretty good dice here. What was it, last year or a year or 2 years ago here? I think it was. I can't remember exactly who. I think Uvia won, but those two had a really, really good dice at the front between the pair. It was an Oulton Park race. I can't remember exactly which year it was, whether it was last year or the year before. It might have been that one. I think it... Yes. Yeah, we've stepped since then. Stobart Sport. Right, come out there. God, where have they disappeared to? Oh, I see, right. Yeah, I think you're right.
Now races with Team Viking in the same car. And of course, one of the great things about Fun Cup is that the car numbers don't change unless it's the championship winning team and they want to run number 1. Everyone else's number always stays the same. Like I said, it's the chassis number of the car. So you can at least track the history of the cars reasonably well.
I think that's quite a smart thing, because you usually go by chassis numbers and stuff like that. Everything else in terms of actually, but you have to go with the codes and look them up. But that's good with these cars. They can just look at the car number and that's it. Is that the EDF car with an issue? But they're all just going slow. we're inside the final 15 minutes of the season, still with no firm certainty as to who's going to come out on top of this one. There's still, at least as far as we can see, a 9-point spread at the top of the championship. Currently, as it stands, Olympian leads by 5 points from PLR. There's a further 4 points back to Viking in third place. But as we've seen so far in this race, literally anything else can happen. I'm certain I'm certain that it will. I'm trying to get my words out, but let's see. Are the safety car lights out? Yeah, I think so. Possibly. We'll get to come under the bridge. No, not yet. Right, and they would have extinguished by now. So look, they're still doing a little bit of last minute sort of tweaking to the barriers. What I would say is not knocking anyone's job, but I have found that when it comes to barrier repairs, Oulton Parks do take a little longer than other circuits, I should say.
They've been here for longer, Scott. These are antiques, these barriers, and
I wasn't knocking it. I was stating a fact. That's what I think. An observation, is what I was saying.
David Addison once said there's a reason, and I'm not putting myself in this category just before anyone says anything, but there's a reason there are lots of good commentators from this part of the country, because we learn very early in our careers to talk about nothing, because lots of us who work here at Oulton Park do tend to have to sit through some fairly lengthy barrier repairs, and you learn to find something interesting to talk about, even if there isn't actually anything happening.
I think simply the rebuttal from those, would you rather we did it quickly or did it well?
Exactly.
And I guess that would essentially be the rebuttal for them, and that's a very fair point in itself. So,
indeed,
right,
so.
97 are back in. They're trying to fix. And what's amazing also is that brake light is still working on that piece of bodywork, just hanging off there. They're going to have to rip it off at some point. You can see the wire that's still connecting it there. Look, so they're going to try and paste it, using the brake to stick it back together again, or simply just rip it off. And I think they've gone with the latter option, just literally simply rip it off and. They've got the whole winter to rewire it. They'll be fine.
Yes, exactly. I think the wire was the only thing keeping that attached. They've got a few stories to tell, haven't they, from their first weekend as racing drivers? But they've certainly been good additions to the grid, and it's a fantastic initiative, isn't it? That, and hopefully that can become something that we see happen regularly, giving marshals an opportunity to get hands-on. Of course, a lot of people become marshals because they want to be very hands-on with the sport that they love, but nothing quite compares to getting behind the wheel of a car yourself. And the Fun Cup, the ideal place to do that, because we do have drivers and teams of varying experience levels. You've got those who've been doing this for now over 20 years, and then you've got those who have never raced a car before, and they're all welcome in this fantastic championship. Yes, who knows, we might see a few of those drivers in the 97 car back out again in the future. So we're hoping for a restart of the race at the end of this lap. There will be probably 10 minutes to go, I would have thought. 10-minute shootout then at the end of the race. It's going to be a fairly short race as far as laps are concerned, because it's the first time we've ever done a 3-hour race here at Oulton Park. They've always been either 4 or 1 hour, the majority of them 4 hours. So we're not going to be breaking any distance records. Well, in a way, we're setting a new distance record for 3-hour races here in Oulton, but with all of the safety cars that we've had 4 in total, it is including 3 within 30 laps of each other, actually. It's been not the fastest of races. Weather not helped with that either, but it's certainly been exciting. And the state of the 97 car now, it's back out on track. That looks like a car that's taken part in a rally. There is a rally taking place here at Oulton Park actually in a week's time, and that car looks as though it's been competing off-road for the day, but at least it is still running just about, Scott.
Just about. It's carrying on. So if it can still run, it's still got 4 wheels and an engine, it's still running. We'll certainly keep on going. I think we're about to get just sub 10 minutes of racing to end the season. And the way it stands, it's still going to be Olympian after everything that's happened this afternoon. Still needs to change. Yeah, how that's possible, I have absolutely no idea. But ultimately, they will end this off with quite an extraordinary thing. Now, the safety lights out. Yes, they are this time. Right, so this time, we get on the restart. And crucially, as you mentioned, look where Olympian are. They're only second in the queue now. Yes, they are between the top 2 in the race, ultimately, so that's going to be quite intriguing. But Riley Phillips is a fighter here, so he will try and pick his way through if he can. And Uvi have gone early on the safety car here, so they've got the jump. So this is it then. Hopefully, the last 10 minutes to decide just which way at all this time is going to go. Back over the green flag conditions. Strap yourselves in. It's going to be quite the story, I think.
Right then, what, if anything, can Neil Plimmer do to try and salvage this championship? The PLR racing car crossing the line now and does seem noticeably off the pace, I have to say. Down through Old Hall Corner they go. We've got a thrilling fight in prospect, though, for the race win, if nothing else, with Uvio leading, but of course in second position, that 195 car that is now in the hands of Mikey Porter. We've seen all three of the drivers in that car have been quick, and they've got the Vikings right behind. The Vikings knowing that a race win is the bare minimum that they can accept in this race if they want to be champions, but even then, they need Olympian to have a bit. Oh, and Olympian are slowing. Now, what's this all about? Olympian are slowing. Are they just getting out of the fight? I think they might have been, Scott, because they're now picking up speed, are they? Is this just a very cautious Riley Phillips, or is this yet more drama in the championship? They can't afford to lose too many places, but I don't think they have lost any there, have they?
They're back up to speed against MJ Tech.
I think that was on purpose. I think that was a decision taken by Riley Phillips to just get out of that situation.
Don't do that, Riley Phillips. Don't do that to us with 8.5 minutes to go. But, oh, goodness me. Now you've got Signature RV looking to try and get past Axiometrics. They're almost side by side, and that is going to be... That is Steve Ruston trying to look round the outside and try and get past the 103, which currently has in its last stint Neil Burrows at the wheel. This is now for position.
Top 6 cars in the queue, Scott, are the top 6 in the race as well. There's no back markers now. Now that Olympiad have bailed, that is a genuine fight for the top 6 places.
Oh, we had some great battles before. Do you remember that battle with, what was it, Anthony Reid's car? Can we get a 6-car scrap for the lead? That would be amazing with 8 minutes to go. To cap off everything that's happened this afternoon, top 6 all together on the same lap. If we can get a 6-way fight for the lead in the podium, that would just cap off the season.
And we're hearing it's Marcus Clutton in the 49, so a change of driver.
Right.
That's interesting. Right, then down into Lodge Corner they go. So that's the blue and orange Gulf liveried car, sat in 5th position. But it is Marcus Clutton at the wheel. And again, with no championship to fight for today, Marcus Clutton's just going to be going for it. So Uvio holding on to the lead, but under big pressure now from Mikey Porter, who goes to the outside line. Can he go right round the outside at Old Hall Corner? This would be a proper Ginetta Junior move if it were to pay off, but it didn't quite. And so the Uvio car stays in front. Remember, the Uvio machine pedalled now by Farkini in the final stint, but Mikey Porter's looking to the inside at Cascades. He's not quite close enough to make the move. PLR, meanwhile, came through in 8th position on that lap, so they've lost another spot, and the championship now seemingly is slipping from their grasp.
Jackpot Racing just come in for a stop-go penalty for what I'm not quite sure, but they're behind anyway, not going to help out. I think you're absolutely right. It was going side by side with Mikey Porter. Look to the outside line. Now this puts T Viking on their outside for second. Tries to move across.
There's contact!
Hold up and look at Marcus Clutton round the outside. It's 3 abreast at Shellhole's corner. I've never seen that before. Activex is back up the inside. Marcus Clutton possibly loses out on that one. Neil Burrows is back up the inside. That was all down to, ultimately, Viking trying to stick their nose around the outside to try and outbrake the BSP car. Couldn't make it stick. And of course, then put Marcus Clutton right down the outside line. He had no choice but to go right round the outside. But 3 abreast at Shellhole's hairpin, that should never work, and it just about did.
You can see why Riley Phillips wanted out of this, can't you, really? He did.
Yeah.
Oh, there's contact for the race lead now. Uvio sideways into Hislops. That was Mikey Porter into the back of him again as they went into the chicane. Really close quarter stuff. It's getting a bit rough out there now in the final 6 minutes of racing this season, but somehow Uvio hang on.
Do you know what? I wouldn't blame if now, at the moment, Riley Phillips is sitting there going, do you know what, I don't fancy it, to be honest. I'll just sit back and just hold back and watch. He's technically got the best seat in the house. He can watch all 6 of these battle amongst each other, just sit there and not get the popcorn out. He's got the jobs to do, but just sit there and just almost slightly relax and just look and go, it's quite enjoying this. Now, is that Viking with more damage to its car, I think, maybe?
It could be Uvio, or it could be any of them. Oh, no, it's the 195, isn't it? Front splitter is dragging.
Right front,
yeah, that's fine. Nothing too much to worry about, so I don't think that will deter Mikey.
This is the top 6 on the lead lap. This is genuinely the finish to official season. Axiometrics in.
Now, that could be a penalty. Yes, it is. Stop-go penalty for 103. Not sure why.
Scratch that. 5 for the lead now.
And a place potentially for PLR Racing, but they need more than that. Are PLR going to come through? Where are they? Where are they? They're not there yet. They're still not there. They've really dropped back, haven't they? That car's got no pace.
Yeah, it's back in P8 now. It's again still not in sight. Where is it?
No, I think it's
there. It is
limping.
That's definitely not a full beat. That's really back out a little bit. And Axiometrics can take that penalty, come back out, and they're still ahead.
Yeah.
So that really hasn't been. So that's now PLR. Well, that's Axiometrics down to 7th because they've lost out to Ratters now, and there is Neil Clever's car there. Oh, and that's now for second. Now goes Viking. So that changes their points table for this race. We'll recognise what it might do for the championship.
Yes, it does,
So
but they need a win and they need Olympian to drop some places, but they could now steal second place actually from PLR, which they would on countback because they've got a win and PLR haven't. They'd be tied at the moment for second in the championship, but they really now just want the race win, don't they? Through the British chicane they go. Johnny Hode is pushing hard in that Team Viking with Ursus Capital racing car, and he's on the tail now of Fabio in the 225 Team Uvio Hoffman's motorsport machine. Over hilltop they come, the top 5 as one as they drop downhill into the braking zone at Hislop's. Hode thinks about the inside line. Clutton's through into third as well. And the leader is off. Straight onto the grass goes Farkini, bounces back on the road into the side of Marcus Clutton's car. How did Marcus save it? Clutton through into second place. Vikings lead the way, but that could have so easily ended in disaster for the lot, Scott.
And that was all Uvio outbraking themselves into the chicane. They just messed it up. Vikings went through, skipped across the grass, and Clutton went trying to get around the outside. And oi, excuse me, do you mind not making contact? But he still made it through anyway. I've never seen someone who actually gets hit into and yet still completes the pass. That's extraordinary. And us as well, effectively, everybody keeps doubting Fun Cup. Just watch this final few minutes, effectively, because this is this simple advert after 3 hours of racing almost. The top 5 are all together, and it's still no certain exactly not who wins the race, who's on the podium, even who wins the championship.
Marcus Clutton, I think, could be in the pound seat here unless Mikey Porter can get back on his tail. I think they're the 2 fastest drivers in this group right now. Here comes Clutton then, challenging Johnny Hode for the race lead. 3.5 minutes to go to the outside line into Old Hall Corner. Hode is sideways on the inside line and just manages to hang on, but the tight line in is the slower line out, and so Marcus Clutton gets in the slipstream, perhaps now considers an attack into Cascades, but Johnny Hode moves to the middle of the road to cover. Surely Marcus can't go around the outside. No, he can't, and so the Viking car stays in front, but all the while they battle, it bottles everyone up, brings the others back into contention. MJ Tech, remember, still looking for their first victory in the championship. It could yet happen today.
How dare you doubt Marcus Clutton going around the outside? He tried it once at Shoals and it almost worked. He's going to get around the outside here at Island B. He's trying to prove you wrong. Looks to the outside, then looks back to the outside again for next time, looking one way then the other, almost to the dummy in towards Shellor's hairpin, but he's locked underneath the rear wing. Third now for JPR Team BSP, 4th for MJ Tech. How are Uvio back to 5th now after all of that? That's extraordinary. And the key thing is also, still in the mix them again, just hanging back sensibly. Riley Phillips, they'll be on the radio. They're just saying, I know you're tempted, but under any circumstances, do not get involved with this.
He's dropped back again.
He's dropped back because he knows what he has to do. Yeah. He's in the position he needs. Just keep it calm for the next 2.5 minutes. Just get it over the line. Let's just get this done. Let these guys scrap amongst themselves, and they're still going at it. Clutton tries to do the dummy again. Looks one way then the other again, but the Viking parks it on the apex of the first part. Looks again. He's doing wheel to wheel. They're almost touching wheel rims. They do clip again. And that left rear has been clipped once against the wheel. It's happened again for a second time now. Top 4 literally nose to tail. The MJ Tech have dropped back a little bit. They've dropped behind on the road Race Logic and almost the JPR Young Drivers team.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a mistake or a problem for the MJ Tech car, but anyway, they've dropped back, as you quite rightly said.
And I think next lap is the last lap of the season because it's now 1 minute 44 to go, and here comes Clutton up the inside. But I think looks like that's the Viking car still trying to hold on if he can. So John Hogue going one way then the other. Now we see Clutton has somehow got it in front, gets it just about stopped for the apex. And now comes Mikey Porter on the exit of the corner. Here comes also Farkini to put his foot down. So again, 4 for Malik. No certainty of the victory and the lead here. Side by side for second. On to the last lap of the season. 3 abreast for second place. This is too close for words.
Mikey Porter's going to go through on the inside. He's into the squeeze. The Vikings get elbowed almost off the road. How are they all still going? This is incredible stuff. Sideways over the curb. But Mikey Porter's into second place. Uvio go through into third as well. Now, has Mikey Porter got the time and the speed to reel in Marcus Clutton? He's got damage to the front side and back of the car, but he's not going to slow down for a moment. He's also got the multiple former champions Uvio right behind as well as they head down the Lakeside Straight for the final time in towards Island Bend. There is the Team Olympian car, now less than a lap away from wrapping up the title, but who is going to win the final race of the season? Mikey Porter with a big slide through the middle of Island Bend, defends that inside line, locks up the inside front wheel. This is letting Clutton off the hook, Scott.
It is. It's letting him get away here. And these, again, I've said it before and I'll say it again, the harder these two fight each other, easier it is for Clutton to make a break and pull away in this final lap. Up towards the Essex at Britons now. It's almost too close for words in many cases. There's still a victory and a title on the line here, but it's not done until they cross the line.
Good run for Porter there through Britons, although a bit scrappy on the exit. Clutton's weaving around to break the slipstream, which he's done, I think, over Hilltop. Porter sort of busy defending from Uvio as well, and that might just rescue Clutton. Wide over the curve for Porter. Uvio sideways on the grass, can't quite find a way through. And as they head through Hickford corner for the final final time. Marcus Clutton looks as though he's going to get a victory for Signature Motorhomes, Signature RV powered by BPC Motorsport, I should say. This will be another new team to win. Of course, Clutton's won before, but Steve Ruston and John Whitehouse, I don't believe, have. They head towards the final few corners of what's been an absolutely extraordinary final race of the season, and it looks as though Marcus Clutton is going to bring the number 49 car home a race winner, but Team Olympian should now be one corner away from the championship. The teams are running over to the pit wall to celebrate. There's still battling to be done though. The Vikings into the back of Uvio as they fight for third place at the final turn. Over Deers Leap they will go. It is going to be Marcus Clutton who claims victory for Signature RV powered by BPC Motorsport. Second place, a brilliant day's work for JPR Team BSP with Uvio third, but in sixth, not sixth place, down in 15th place, it is Team Olympian who we think have done enough for the championship. After all of their dramas, they've spent the majority of this race multiple laps down without a hope, and amazingly, it all fell back into their lap right at the very end. Commiserations to PLR Racing though, their season of consistency ultimately not quite enough to net them the championship. Mechanical dramas inside the final half an hour are seemingly going to rob Neil Plimmer and Ben Pitch of the championship. They come across the line now in 7th place after Axiometrics stop-go penalty and some other sort of drama there, I think, at the end. 7th place for PLR Racing.
So that still earns them 2nd place in the championship.
It does. That actually saves them. You're absolutely right. Although Viking ended up where they 4th anyway. So yeah, I think they'd have done it anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it will be Olympian the champions. It will be PLR Racing 2nd and Team Viking with Ursus Capital Racing 3rd. Right, we need a lie down, Scott. Let's head down to Jamie, who is catching up with our champions.
I think Chris, the reaction says it all. You've done it.
I can't believe we did it. I mean, I've never seen the end. I've been in Fun Cup 7-8 years now. 5 years with this guy here, and on the last lap, and yet we were back in 15th, struggling away, knowing half an hour ago we had to pick up 2 paces, or PLR had to slip 2 places, and it happened. I mean, I couldn't have written the story. I just can't believe it. I still can't believe it.
No, amazing.
You're absolutely speechless, and you're never speechless.
You're right. You asked me after our little mistake at the start of the race if we could do it. There was a small chance we could, and luckily things have come together. The guys drove really well, and we made it. So no, it's just incredible.
Well, I think we can safely say, you guys, you are provisionally the 2023 Fun Cup Endurance Championship champions.
Hooray!
You can go and have a beer now. Right, let's quickly run down to the Signature Motorhomes garage. Hopefully there is either Steve Ruston or John Whitehouse in the pit lane. No, unfortunately they've gone down to Parc Ferme. So what I'll do is, Andy, if you can hear me, if you'd like to quickly pop down to the we'll have a quick sign off from there. But that was just an outstanding race by everybody, and yeah, as we say, it's never say never with the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and it goes right down to the last 10 minutes, as we saw after that safety car period. And yeah, I think certainly over the winter we'll all need a lie down after that race, and it's just been absolutely extraordinary. Hats off obviously to all of our marshals for giving up their time this weekend so that we can enjoy the sport we love, and also the marshals team that were racing in the GT radial car. The car came back a little bit battered and bruised, but they did it. They got 2 finishes, and that was the main thing. And Andy, another year. We've done it, mate.
I mean, what a final race. I don't think I've ever seen a final race quite like that. There was the famous one a few years ago where it was kind of this close, but it was just no holes barred at the end there. No one wanted to back down, and yeah, Fun Cup racing at its best. Huge congratulations to Team Olympian. They've done a phenomenal job all season long. Deserving champions, really, with all of the wins that they had, but my heart does go out to PLR Racing. They were in a position there to win it, and it just got snatched away at the death.
And do you know what? We get to do it all again next year.
We do. Can't wait. Another season. My 12th now, I think, with Fun Cup. And there's a reason that we keep coming back, isn't there, Jamie? Because there is no other championship like it. On a personal level, we become very good friends with everyone up and down this paddock over the years. And it does have a sentimental value, I think, for both of us. But also the racing, you just can't argue with the racing. As much as some people try to, honestly, you can't beat it. And yeah, I'm already looking forward to 2024.
And the young guns in the 195 car, extraordinary. Bear in mind, 2 of them hadn't even sat in the car before Friday.
Exactly, and excitingly, I think we're going to see more of these youngsters coming into the championship in the future. And you know, that can only be a good thing for the series. More young drivers means more competitive racing, and yeah, they have driven incredibly well. A win earlier on, a 2nd place today. Some teams who have been doing this for 20 years would struggle with that consistency over what's been a grueling day. So yeah, they should be really proud.
And unfortunately, guys, next year you're stuck with us. I think we need to go and have beer now. Should we go and have one?
Good idea.
And thank you.
Good stuff, Jamie. Well done.
Thanks a lot. Right, that was Andy McEwen, the voice of the Fun Cup UK Championship. I've been Jamie Peters-Ennis. Thank you, everybody, for watching this year, and we'll see you in 2024.
Thank you, Jamie. And you can't quite have a beer just yet. We've still got 2. If you can stomach it, we've got still got 2 more races to go. So here's the result then for what was, again, one of the most extraordinary Fun Cup races that you'll see in credit to the side of the championship. It's Signature RV, powered by BPC Motorsport, that win their first Fun Cup race from Team JPR, Team BSB, one of the sensations today after winning earlier on in this 1-hour sprint race. Team Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport, a 3rd. Team Viking miss out on the championship but finished 4th, ahead of MJ Tech in 5th. Then with Team Ratters Racing, PLR Racing limping home to 7th, then Axiometrics 8th after their late penalty. 9th for Race Logic and 10th for EDF Motorsport Autotel. 11th place for their teammates, the Vape Club with EDF car. 12th for Fueled Up Racing. 13th goes to JPR Young Guns. 14th to JPR Team LRS. And 15th place, incredibly, is enough to give Chris Devell, Christian Rose and Riley Phillips provisionally the 2023 Fun Cup Endurance Championship title after everything that's happened to them today. That is quite extraordinary. 16th to Jackpot Racing, 17th to EDF Motorsports 104 car, and then the cars which also hit troubles throughout the race with C-Data 214, which had that incident exiting the Britain chicane. They were back in 18th position. GT Radial, the Marshall's car, congratulations for them for making it to the finish in one piece despite all the dramas they had with several offs. We had the Team 3 Motorsport car that was off at Knickerbrook. That was classified in 20th place. Team Greenheath also had their own drama. Was on the first lap as well, and they finished 21st. And Red River Sport were the only proper retirement from the race, and they were in 22nd classified after they pulled in 62 laps down on the leaders. A big thank you to Paul Rose and to everyone involved in Fun Cup for all their amazing work this season. What a season it's been so far for Fun Cup, and we do get to do it all over again. I'm really pleased to hear that Paul Rose was saying that they've got lots of new inquiries, which is, he said is unusual this time of year, but have done quite a lot in terms of promoting the championship, or the live stream coverage that they've had, or with new teams and drivers coming in throughout the season, and just waxing lyrical about how great it is. I personally can't wait for next season. I think there's still, as Andy said, there's still unfairly some doubters of Fun Cup Endurance Championship. You still think, well, it's 3 hours, 4 hours, it must be a dull race. If that ain't an advert, the last 15 minutes of what Fun Cup is all about, after 3 hours of racing, they're still the top 6 altogether on the lead lap. I don't know what else there is to convince anyone else that Fun Cup is just that good. So I've been a convert, and he's managed to convert me as have other people, and I'm certain it's going to be more action for next year. And of course, if you want to check out Fun Cup and any other Brscc championships, you can do so at the new Driven by Racing exhibition event, as Paul Rose mentioned in the interview. That's taking place at Silverstone on November 18th and 19th. You can check that out if you want to. You can come and see the cars themselves, you can come and test drive them, you can come meet the teams, you can find out how to be a marshal or a clerk of the course or a scrutineer or a rescue unit person or anyone else that wants to volunteer and get involved. So you can do that, and also you can even, if you want to, even take your ARDS test if you want to at Silverstone. All that and more. If you want to get involved, head to the Brscc website, head to the little banner that says Driven by Racing below the sort of main areas. You can find the information there, and you can even apply for free tickets. Yes, it's free tickets to go if you want to, and you can also check out anything you want and find out what you want to do for possibly getting involved with Brscc for 2024. And of course, don't forget there is also extra race events after this. There's also one special event, the Race of Remembrance, which is almost like a race event which is centered or built around the main event, which is the Remembrance Sunday service. Can't even speak. Remembrance Sunday service, which is very important to remember, of course, our fallen and current armed forces heroes that do such a phenomenal effort to ensure that we have the world that we have to live in. So that's Fun Cup done for another season. Congratulations provisionally to Christian Rose, Chris Devell and Riley Phillips of Team Olympian, who take 15th place provisionally of the title, and congrats also to Signature RV, who take their first victory, which had the lineup of John Whitehouse, Marcus Clutton, Steve Steve Ruston. Right, not quite just done yet here at Oulton Park and for the season. We've still got 2 more sprint races to go, the first of which is the second of the weekend for the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula 4 Championship. Effectively, all 4 class titles are pretty much settled because only one of the 4 class championship contenders is here this weekend. The other 3 were more than 70 points ahead, which is what the maximum you could score from a weekend in Super Classic Formula Ford. And that, as in turn, means that essentially they are all pretty much champions elect. This is pretty much still a battle for second place in the points, and the grid is set for race 2 after the results of race number 1. So that means that starting from pole is going to be Richard Frey. He's alongside Paul Mason on the front row of the grid. That's then Neil Hunt and Grace Parkington on the second row of the grid, from Scott Rawlinson and Raymond Fain, Colin Williams and Juicy Brucey, and Christopher Stones round out the top 9. Now, one car that we are missing, it's probably tell me if there's a car that's been withdrawn. It's car 52 has been withdrawn, sadly, so we don't have car 52 on the grid. And car 52, if I can remind myself who that is, car 52 is Trevor Morgan. So sadly, Trevor Morgan not on the grid for this one. That race 1 was his last appearance of the season. So in the earlier race, in race 1, after all, it was a victory, as I said, for Richard Frey. That's the grid set by the results of race 1. All 3 of the cars being Super Classic A-class cars, and of course they're all battling for second place in the championship because Morgan Dempsey effectively is champion-elect. He was more than 70 points ahead of everyone else, which means that he effectively wrapped up the title provisionally back at Croft. And so ultimately he may well have just elected to choose not to do the last rounds because he didn't need to get involved or do anything which might have potentially hampered anything. And even if, I think the man who was second place coming, Paul Mason, had taken the maximum 70 points, which is 32 points for each race victory, then plus it was the 2 points for qualifying and pole, and the 2 points for fastest lap in each race as well. That would have been 70. He still would have been 12 points back on Morgan Dempsey anyway. There is also the champion of Oulton, which is for this year not by class, but it's just one big points table. Morgan Dempsey was leading that from Paul Mason, but of course Morgan not here, which means that should certainly change things anyway in terms of who comes out on top on that. As for Class B, that was already settled for Andrew Schofield, and so he's not here this weekend. So Trevor Morgan, the only cars we've got in there are Juicy Brucey and Christopher Stones, both of which actually retired from race 1, but they are back on the grid for race 2, which is nice to see. Class C, the only point scoring car for Class C is Grace Parkington. She took a class win last time, as well as, of course, pole and fastest lap, so she'll get the maximum points from the weekend anyway. And then Class D, the only car that's in there ready to score any points is Scott Rawlinson. Now, he didn't finish, no, he did finish the race. He had that spin late on, that was it. And that actually put him down into 5th position, but he still won his class and took maximum points anyway. He's the only one of the 4 class leaders that is here racing this weekend. The rest of them, which were Morgan Dempsey in Super Classic A, Andrew Schofield in Super Classic B, and Scott Guthrie in Super Classic C, not here this weekend, ultimately because they don't, in a way they don't need to be, which is understandable, but it would be nice to have them on the grid anyway. And of course, some exciting times for next year for Super Classic Formula 4. The slightly more national calendar, you've got 2 visits to Silverstone, got Brands Hatch Indy, Donington Park, all of which are very good Formula 4 circuits, plus Mallory Park, which seems to get a pretty decent grid. There are about 20-21 cars on the grid for the season. And Mallory Park is very much a Formula 4 circuit in itself. It's like a little oval with a short little hairpin sort of tacked on it as well. We've got other layouts you can pick into as well. And of course, they have 2 rounds here at Oulton Park, so if it's some more the northern element to kind of as a nod to where the champions come from, primarily a Western-based championship. But that's changed in the last couple of years, being also a Super Classic only championship. It used to be a P class for non-modern cars aged between 1999 and the current day. So now as we get ourselves ready for race. Now, one car's not on the grid, there's Paul Mason. As he comes to the pit lane, like he has. So the man that was going to start on the front row of the grid, Paul Mason, looks like he's having troubles already. He's not going to start from the front row of the grid. That means to say it's a clear run for Richard Frey from the front row then. Green flag at the back. So our final race of the season for the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula 4 Championship. All set to go. Lights are out and we're underway at Oulton Park. It's a strong start from the front row on his own from Richard Frey. Neil Hunt easily slots into 2nd place. Good start from Scott Rawlinson into 3rd. Up already past Grace Parkington into 4th place is the yellow PRS of Colin Williams. The 3, he goes into P4. Parkinson 5th. Brucey 6th. It's Chris Stones in 7th place. And are we also missing somebody else from that grid? I think maybe Raymond Fain took a slow start or is not there at the back of the grid. Either way, that's a shame. But either way, it is still Richard Frey that leads the way then out of Cascades and on towards the back straight past Lakeside for the first time. And Raymond Fain, yes, he did take the start, I think, but he's right towards the back of the field, number Lotus, the Lotus 61. So you've got 8 cars on track. Hopefully, if so Paul Mason didn't take that start. So where he's gone to, I'm not sure. I did see his car, I'm certain I did, but that car, either it stopped somewhere on track out of the way, or has just come to the top of the pit lane and retired, which is a shame, but it now means that it gives a free pass for Richard Frey to try and go on and take another victory here. There's Colin Williams, who ended his race on the inside of the exit of Cascades, coming onto Lakeside after he had a spin, possibly getting tangled up with a couple of cars in the mix. Down the hill they go, and it's still Richard Frey who leads it on his opening lap into Van Diemen. Van Diemen, of course, always a prominent mark in Formula 4, as it always has been, and still continues to be, particularly with these 80s and 90s cars, because that's when they're in their prime, their dominance at one point. Juicy Brscc, who, for those wondering, yes, that is his real name by deed poll, so that is literally what you call him. And he always jokes that car's got so many stickers on it that the car's practically held, the bodywork's practically held together, and that's always his words, not Tony Mine. There's Chris Stones, who's a little bit further back. He's possibly just getting back up to speed after he had his race 1 dramas. But now down towards the right-hander at Lodge for the first time. Richard Frey's got that nice gap he's building here by a couple of seconds over Neil Hunt in second place. And Scott Rawlinson, in practically the oldest, one of, if not the oldest car in the field, doing a grand job. And it's reaffirming the point that I had earlier on, is that you don't necessarily have to have the oldest, the youngest car on the grid to be the fastest, because you've got a car that's well engineered, you can run it just as fast as anyone else. Scott Rawlinson's sailing round the outside at Old Hall Corner, great move, and that catches Neil Hunt unawares. Here comes Colin Williams up the inside to try and make a move here down the avenue. Of course, Cascades, he forced Neil Hunt to get out front. Meanwhile, looks like that's Juicy Brscc and Grace Parkington. Now, whether the two have come to blows, I'm not 100%, but Grace Parkington's car is stuck in the infield at Old Hall Corner. Whether she stalled it or not, I'm not 100%. But that might well, if you can't get it going, it could potentially prompt a safety car. So we'll wait and see how that plays out. So, right, Grace Parkinson does get that car going again, so she's now back on the road. And now as we head on to the short straight here, back towards the British chicane, running left and then right. Now back down the hill again. He's got the nice command lead here. Rawlinson doing a fine job in that Merlin in second place. And again, just to reaffirm what I was about to say, that it doesn't matter the age of the car really in Formula 4. If you've got it well set up and you've got a capable driver at the wheel of it, you can go pretty fast at any age of Formula 4 against any other age of Formula 4 you want. So that's one of the oldest cars on the grid, but certainly it's been driven like one of the youngest. Scott certainly reaffirming his Super Classic D champion-elect status. As Richard Frey continues to spread eagle the field here in his Van Diemen over the humps of the little back straight towards Lodge Corner. Here he goes to complete the second lap. Now towards the end of lap number 2. Still Frey in the lead now. Yeah, Paul Mason being confirmed is out of the race, sadly. So unfortunately, no start for the Swift, unfortunately, and that will possibly affect him in the points for. Potentially for second or third, actually. You might well get something back as a dropped score, because there's no rule here that states that you can't drop any of the last couple of rounds in this championship. You can use them, as far as I'm aware. It's not quite like National Formula 4, where they have that same sort of round, as far as I was aware. Yes, they had that rule where you couldn't drop them. Now to the back straight, now back towards... This is Raymond Fain here, who's just been chased down by Grace Parkinson again. So Grace Parkinson, after she recovered, is now setting off after Raymond Fain to try and repass the Lotus. As the pack goes through, this is now a battle still for can't speak properly. This is now the battle for second place that's brewing here. Hill again. Rawlinson now trying to make a race of it here. So is Neil Hunt. He darts out to have a look at the Mondial, dives up the inside in towards the rider of his slots, almost goes straight on and loops it round. And Neil Hunt a bit too ambitious up the inside there of Scott Parkinson, and thankfully Scott Rawlinson just onto the wet grass and just spinning around like a top, but gets it going again. He's dropped back down to 4th outright. He's still second in class. That's still going to earn him the points as P2 in class, but ultimately he's dropped back to 4th overall. This now brings Rawlinson versus Williams the battle for second and third on the overall podium places. There's Grace Parkinson. She's in the Crosley with the yellow square with the black cross. That's the novice plate to say that she's done less than 6 race weekends. Richard Frey comes across the line and sets a new fastest lap of the race, 1:52.632. I imagine that with the calendar that we have for next year, that there's a pool of cars that I think would benefit from racing in this championship. In particular, because ultimately they've got the 2 competitive classes here to do so. It's certainly proved to be on very popular Formula Ford circuits. I mean, any Formula Ford races I've seen, or in terms of entries mostly, 3 colour circuits that are conducive to Formula Ford racing I've seen around the country typically tend to be Brands Hatch, Silverstone and Oulton Park. Now, obviously some might argue other colour circuits like Castle Combe, which is very good, and they have their own Castle Combe Formula Ford Championship, and others in there too. The Vicks like Oulton Park, of course, in its own right, maybe Anglesey, maybe Mallory Park on top of that as well. But ultimately, when you look at entry lists in many cases, Silverstone, Brands Hatch and Donington typically tend to have some of the strongest runs because they are proper Formula Ford circuits. If you look at the likes of Silverstone and Brands Hatch, of course, they host the 2 big end-of-season events. Of course, the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch that we just had last weekend, fabulous festival last weekend. As Juicy Brscc has confirmed is out of the race, having had his own mechanical dramas. It's been a season where whenever Brsc's been out, it hasn't been the smoothest of weekends for him at all. And there's been a couple of occasions when the mechanical issues that he's had have even stopped him from racing very sadly. But he's still at least, I like to think, enjoyed himself, having another day out on the Formula Ford racetrack. Yeah, the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch, and of course the Walter Hayes Trophy at Silverstone, which is taking place next weekend, of course, 2 weeks apart from the festival. So probably a lot of teams and drivers planning for that. There's also a few more Formula Ford events that have been going on. It's been quite a congested end-of-season calendar for anyone that wants to race Formula Ford. There's been final rounds, not just of National Formula Ford, but also of Super Classic Formula Ford here today. We've had also as well, on top of that, other contests. I mentioned the context like Champion of Brands, and the Northern Irish Formula Ford Championship was taking place last weekend at Kirkistown, hence some of the Northern Irish drivers missed out on the festival because of that. Also Classic and Historics were out there the weekend before the festival. So lots of Formula Ford action that's really tightly compacted right at the end of the season. If you're a Formula Ford racer and you've got the budget and you just love going, and it's not quite the same era as when you could simply do when we had the weekends, for example, where you could do Formula Ford racing on a Saturday, a Sunday and a Monday if you wanted to, on a bank holiday Monday. It's not quite in the same era now because Formula Ford, of course, has moved on. It's a different period now, it's a different position than it was before. But there's still a lot that Formula Ford can teach you, regardless of what people might think. Some people might choose to wrongly dismiss it, but there's a lot you can learn of Formula 4, particularly racecraft and racing on mechanical grip alone, that other formulas, even more modern formulas or anything else, simply just won't teach you. It teaches you racecraft wheel to wheel in cars that are kind of can easily intertwine if you put a foot wrong or a wheel wrong somewhere. So it really teaches you about spatial awareness, it teaches you about racecraft, it teaches you about properly setting a car and driving it purely on mechanical grip, on low grip tyres. These are all skills that are really valuable to learn if you're coming up in motorsport. That's why I'm quite pleased to see drivers like Grace Parkinson, who she's only sort of still in her teens, but she's taking her first steps into senior racing in Formula Ford, classic Formula Ford racing. These are proper old school cars, and they really do teach you a heck of a lot. And certainly she's getting an amazing education on race car dynamics and how to set a car up on mechanical grip. And it's them. That's the key base you need as a racing driver, to learn how to run a car on mechanical grip first, and then start to dial on the aerodynamics. And there's quite a few drivers, especially young drivers these days, that go straight into Formula that have lots of aerodynamics or still some form of aerodynamics, but they just still need to possibly get their footings onto understanding the mechanical side of these cars first before anything else. But some drivers learn in different ways, and ultimately Formula Ford still has its place in the sport, which is a different place than it was some maybe 20-30 years ago when it was the junior single seater category. But there are still those in the know that will still give the nod to Formula Ford and say that's the best category to go and learn it. And even categories over in places like Australia and in New Zealand still run championships for them quite successfully, and they are quite large pools of talent to bring drivers through. If you look at the supercars grid, I'm practically sure at least a third of them have all come through, currently on the grid right now, have come through the ranks of Formula Ford in Australia and New Zealand because they've used it as that breathing ground. And it's quite still a good place to race, and still a good place to enjoy themselves out there on track, which is always a positive thing to do. So Richard Frey then, 4.5 minutes away from taking victory in the final race of the season. Nice and comfortable out in front. He's got a lead of almost 16 seconds over Scott Rawlins. I think we're going to get 3 class winners on the podium as well, which would be quite beneficial, quite nice. I think we might also, if we've got time, if we can get the round quick enough, to have a chat to Grace Parkington as well, of course. We have a quick word with her and see what her view is on racing Formula Ford at such a young age, particularly a classic Formula Ford. So out of Hickford and up the hill to Clay Hill goes. He's been quite a supporter of Formula Ford in Brscc circles for a while. Good to see him back out there again. I'm certain he'll be looking forward to next year and the calendar that's in store. There's Grace Parkington in the Crosley. Actually, when you look at the design of that car, it's a really lovely, well sorted out car, that Crosley. Really nice to see. As we come now over the crest and down the avenue. As they're coming back down towards Cascades at the end of this, start of the 6th lap. So down in towards the braking zone here. This is Scott Rawlinson putting a lap on Raymond Fane in the Lotus 61. Really nice to see the Lotus back out here, we were talking about earlier on. So as they head down towards Old Hall again, there goes Colin Williams putting a lap on the Lotus 2, so as he squeezes past. And now as they come down towards the end of another lap, let's see if Colin Williams can make any more inroads. The gap between Rawlinson and Williams is 1.8 seconds at this point. So we come back to our overall leader, also in Super Classic A. I'm looking forward to see if Richard Frey, I'm certain Richard Frey will come back for next year, I'd like to think, and we'll give it a go next year. And I think the results he'll have this weekend, given the fact that, look at the rest of the guys. Neil Hunt is back in for, he's second in class, but he's finished ahead of Neil Hunt. And also the fact that Paul Mason said he finished one of the 2 races. I think he'll get some points back on the drop score, but he might be able to use this as a drop score himself if he hasn't already. Although there might be some results he might be able to get back, because I think we'll have to make some final calculations after the weekend. That's one of the jobs to do after the weekend, to double check exactly who is where in the championship. As they turn in, again, I think he's definitely one of the drivers of the season. Just every time he's turned out, that car really has outperformed its age. You look at that car, I think, understandably, some will mistakenly look at that car and think, oh, it's not very old Ford, it's not going to be competitive. Far from it. Scott Rawlinson, I've said it a few times now, but Scott Rawlinson really knows how to drive that Merlin chassis, and he's definitely proving it out on track here this weekend. Richard Frey sets a new fastest lap of the race just for good measure. He comes across the line, does a 1 minute 52.241 and goes on to the fastest lap of the last lap of the race here at Oulton Park. See Grace Parkinson crest the rise. That's Scott Rawlinson, excuse me. He's now still got a gap on Williams. Personal best for Rawlinson. He was about 0.6 quicker than Williams that time by. So no change in second and third. In fact, the gap has gone out now to just about 2.5 seconds between second and third places. So down the avenue for what will be the last time in this race. Rawlinson points clear of the next best Super Classic C car, so that won't change anything in terms of that one. Here comes Richard Frey. I think we'll be quite happy with his day's work, and he won't care too much about how many cars on the grid or how good the winning margin is, simply just the fact that he's going on course to win both races, both outright and in class. And that will certainly at least provisionally cement him as a top 3 runner, possibly even second in the championship in the Super Classic A class. As he turns his way out through his slops, on towards Hickford for the final time. Nice simple Saturday. In most cases, had that sort of safety car restart to take care of in race 1 earlier on, but apart from that, it's been pretty much plain sailing for them all the way through from that one. He's got the gap out to over 20 seconds out in front. This will be a pretty easy victory. I think there's nothing else you can call it other than easy. But Rawlinson, meanwhile, certainly very, very impressive stuff for him. I know I've watched him race before in slightly more modern machinery, in like a late 80s, early 90s Formula 4, but at least in this older Merlin, has been genuinely one of the cars of the week, drivers of the week of that performance. But out the final corners he'll come, out of Lodge and over Deer Leap, will come to the checker flag. Richard Frey to round off the Super Classic Pre-9 Formula 14, up to the checker flag, and he will take victory in the final race of the year. And it doesn't matter how far in front he is, still punching the air with delight, and still even sets the fastest lap of the race, goes sub 152, just for good measure, just to push it in a little bit further. Scott Rawlinson will take Super Classic D, on track at least, provisionally crown him Super Classic D champion. Quite fine every single time he's jumped out in this car, and he's going to be rewarded with a fine second place overall and the class win. And again, provisionally champion as well on top of that. A little wave to acknowledgement to his team. Colin Williams, who is a guest this weekend, he picks up 3rd place and is Class C winner. And then we also need to wait for Chris Stones, I think, as well, as Neil Hunt comes across the line 2nd in Super Classic A. And then it'll be Chris Stones here in his Van Diemen RF88, who will come across the line in 5th position and will win Super Classic B, the final Super Classic season. And whilst it's coming through, a big thank you to all of the drivers that have competed in the Super Classic Formula 4 this year throughout the season. And very much looking forward to see what 2024 has in store with a more national calendar and hopefully more cars coming out of the garages and more out of the pit lane across the championship to populate the grids. There's Richard Frey, the last winner of the season for the Super Classic Pre-99 Championship, and their season will begin again in the middle of March. Once again, when it all starts again at Silverstone on the international circuit in conditions hopefully not as cold and murky as this. But as he heads down towards pit lane, I'm going to very quickly run down because they're going to be stopping at the top of the pit lane, because as far as I understand it, Fun Cup are still in the process of doing their lengthy podium, so they were earlier on. So whilst I'm doing that, I shall once again put you back in the very capable hands of Mr. Andy McEwen to get us ready for the regular season, very final race of the entire season, bar the race Remembrance, which has been quite extraordinary considering that always feels like March at Silverstone GP feels like it was almost yesterday to me, doesn't it? But extraordinary season. It's hopefully about to end. We know where the championship's going for the Metros. It's provisionally gone to Rhys Claydon, and he's acknowledged that on top of that as well. So hopefully we just get a race here, 15 minutes of Metro racing, which will hopefully give us one last good hurrah and a really good entertaining battle to finish what's been quite a long and exhausting, but in many cases quite enjoyable Brscc season all round, I think.
Indeed so. Thank you, Scott. Apologies for leaving you to fly solo there. The Fun Cup podium actually hadn't started when I came upstairs, if I'm completely honest. It was taking a while to gather all the drivers together. But anyway, this is how we will officially see the results for the final Formula Ford race, Super Classic Pre-99 Formula 4 Championship race of the season. Richard Frey claiming the victory ahead of Rawlinson, Williams, Hunt, Stones, Parkington and Fine, with Brscc a non-finisher, and so to unfortunately Mason in the number 42. But as Scott quite rightly said, we've got one more race to go, and that is for the Hickford Engineering Limited MG Metro Cup. They provided a very exciting first race of the day earlier on, which saw a reasonably commanding victory for Rhys Claydon, although not massively clear of Mike Williams at any point, really. Mike Williams had this habit of closing in at certain parts of the track and then dropping back again at others, and gaps sort of ebbed and flowed a little bit as they worked their way around the track, and it was only really in the closing stages that Rhys Claydon looked secure as the race winner, which he eventually was, and as Scott quite rightly said, that race victory enough in the end to hand him the championship. So Rhys Claydon solidifies himself as the champion for 2023, but there is still a question mark over some of the lower positions in the standings, because particularly the fight for third position still pretty close. Coming into the weekend, there was only a single point between Matthew Simpson and Ben Williams, and after that first race, which saw Simpson finished 4th and Ben Williams finished 7th, that gap went out ever so slightly, but we'll see what it ends up as after our final race of the season. That coming up in a few moments' time, but before then, let's head downstairs to hear from Scott Woodwis and our Formula Ford podium finishers.
So the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula 4 Championship comes to a close with its final race, and taking a double win today, of course, we're bringing Richard Frey. That's double overall and class win, and that was slightly simpler than race number 1, but smile on your face says it all. You enjoyed that?
Yeah, massively so, yeah. I don't know what happened to Paul Mason. I saw him pull in, but I just want to get my head down. I got a new PB on a 151 on my last lap, so buzzing, and as I said before, like, massive thanks to the team.
Yeah. Of course, it's been quite a season in terms of the transition with the championships had in the last 2 or 3 years. There's an exciting calendar for next year and stuff like that. Are you looking forward to next year?
Yeah, massively so. I think the Brscc have done really well, actually, in terms of how they put their calendar together, the locations we've got, a number of one-day sessions. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to next year, to be honest.
98 and 83, which your car falls into. I think there's cars in the garage. Grow that grid a bit more and hopefully bring some of the historic. We could have something pretty special for next year.
Yeah, I hope so. Better races, more people involved in Formula 4. So yeah, fingers crossed, to be honest. Yeah.
Have a chat with him, but well done, congratulations on that one side of things. Let's have a chat with second place Scott Woodwis. Scott, I think in terms of the your car like it's one of the young guns.
I've been trying. We had a good race this morning, to be honest, which was a shame because we developed a good race. It was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
It's been a good year.
The week before that, you had already kind of said you had the Class 2 title sewn up because you're more than 70 points ahead. That's kind of taken care of. One of the things that shows is that if I was good enough, it could be just any age. I think you've been one of the best examples.
Yeah, it's. I would say the of the vehicle. To be honest, I would say the car's an extension. No, I've had a lot of fun this year, to be fair.
Yeah.
I'll look on 2023.
Have a chat to you, so we'll let you go. But well done. Well done.
Thank
Excellent stuff. We'll have a chat with him. And we'll get a chat with Williams, who was
I've had a couple of sort of podium, yeah, it really is going back at it. But I just feel in the last couple of races, the last few races, I seem to be so to speak. So couldn't do anything about Scott, unfortunately. He was just keeping that nice distance. There was one back mark. I was hoping just by him slightly, but unfortunately they got away. So I couldn't do anything about him, unfortunately. But again,
next year, whatever your plans might be.
Yes. I mean, I've been with HSCC. Yeah, and I've just come out in this one, so to speak, just because I couldn't be bothered driving all the way down to Manchester last weekend. So, yeah, I think as well, but I just love for years. So,
yeah. Well, next year at that point in time. And so that's it. Literally one more race to go in the regular season since we started back in March at the Silverstone GP circuit. One more race to go. The championship already provisionally settled the race. Clayton's favour, the grid now. So we're quickly transition down to really entertaining final race of the entire season. Cup. Fingers crossed. This is a good one.
And the Hickford Limited MG Metro and their final race of the season will take place over 15 minutes, 20-minute race to just the 15. And it is pole position for Reece Claydon by virtue of winning that first race. It is the race results from the first one that give us the grid for race 2. So Reece Claydon and Mike Williams row 1, Robbie Kenning and Matthew Simpson row 2, ahead of Mark Wilson and Dan Willers row 3. Ben Williams and John Moore then are on the 4th row. Phil Goodwin and Richard Garrett on row 5 with Tim Shooter and Tim Davis on row number 6. Row 7 will then be Ben Young and Richard Cowley with Melanie Garrett and Paul Deacon at the back of the 16-car grid. So last cars lining up in position. Reece Claydon and Mike Williams already set as the top 2 in the championship. The battle for 3rd place between Matthew Simpson and Ben Williams. A little bit closer, but Williams needs to try and do something special here from 7th on the grid if he's going to snatch that. Lights out then. Away we go for the final time this season here at Oulton Park. And it's a very, very even start from both of the front row men then. On the inside line, Reece Claydon. On the outside line, Mike Williams. And Williams is going to try and tough it out right round the long way, and he's done it. I think Mike Williams has got the lead as they go out of Old Hall Corner. Is Reece Claydon coming back at him, though, as they head for Cascades? No, not quite. So Williams holds on to or gets the advantage from Claydon in 2nd position. Side-by-side battling there for 3rd. That is Mark Wilson slipping behind Ben Williams. And Williams had another really good start, as he did in the earlier race. And like I said, it's he and Matthew Simpson who are doing battle for third in the points. But Mike Williams then with the early lead, having gone right round the outside at turn 1. Supreme bravery on relatively cold tyres. And he was left plenty of racing room, in fairness, by Rhys Claydon. He's got no reason to get his elbows out too much now in this final race of the season. So Williams then with the advantage. Claydon in behind in second place. And who is that in third? Is that Matthew Simpson? I think it is, isn't it? The number 16. Yes, with Ben Williams in fourth position. Kenning, I think, down into fifth. Over hill top. Down towards Hislop's. Brilliant view that is as the cars filter over the hill and hit the brakes. Ben Williams under threat now, though. Up the inside looks Robbie Kenning, but can't quite get back ahead of him. So Ben Williams holds on to fourth position, but Kenning keeps trying to move back through. Remember, he started third on the grid. John Moore there going through. He had a good battle with Phil Goodwin in the race earlier on today. But a couple of places ahead of his race 1 sparring partner for now. Over hill top, over Clay Hill I should say, past the old water tower into Druids, and Williams still leading the way, but Rhys Claydon and Matthew Simpson, in fairness, very much going with him this time. 3 for the lead then as they arrive down at Lodge Corner at the end of the opening lap. These Metros very low to the ground, but still quite softly sprung, so they do sort of bounce their way over the curbs and accelerate up over Deers Lee. But we're going to see Rhys Claydon have a go here into Old Hall Corner. He's almost close enough to think about it. Williams, though, stays in front, pitches and holds on to the race lead, but really it was all done in the first few seconds of the race, that for Williams. Just got not actually a better launch than Claydon, but on the wide line was just able to carry good momentum through the first turn and managed to get that advantage on the run down into Cascades Corner. Now as they run towards Island Bend, they are side by side. Rhys Claydon on the inside line, Williams on the outside. Can he hang on and get the inside line for Shell, though? I think he will. Late on the brakes, he's sideways into Shell hairpin, just gets the car stopped and parked on the apex, using the camber of the road to save himself there, really. And as they head towards the Britain chicane, it's still car number 28 with this narrow advantage. But Rhys Claydon definitely had a big go there as they went through Island Bend, over the curbs at the Britain chicane. Claydon actually a bit slow off the chicane there, and so Matthew Simpson pulls up alongside him to challenge for second place. I don't think he's quite got the momentum over the hill, though, so Rhys Claydon stays behind. Chicane into Knickerbrook. There is number 89 next. That's Robbie Kenning, so he has now got past Ben Williams. Williams then down to 5th. And Willers there coming through. But Ben Williams is now 2 places behind Matthew Simpson. Needed to be about 3 or 4 maybe ahead of him come the end of the race to reclaim that 3rd place in the championship. Now nose to tail for the race lead again as we go out of Druids, and look at Claydon weaving around behind Mike Williams, who moved very early there over to the inside of the road to defend. Now that tight line in could yield an opportunity on the exit, but Williams parks the car nicely, tried to rob Claydon of his momentum, but I think Rhys might have an overlap here. He's on the inside line, and Rhys Claydon is going to be fully up the inside now towards Old Hall Corner. They will go. Rhys Claydon on the inside line goes back into the race lead, but watch for the exit speed here for Mike Williams as Claydon bounces wide over the curb. Williams comes right back at him again. Brilliant racing this, just what we hoped for in the final round of the season. Mike Williams bursts back through into the race lead. Claydon late on the brakes on the inside line, but Williams will just about manage to hang on. Terrific racing though here between the top 3 cars, and as they head for Island Bend, Rhys Claydon once again frustrated has to sit behind Mark Williams. He's had 2 or 3 really good goes here. Getting through, he's on the inside, he's on the dirt. Wow, what a move, what an outrageous overtake from Rhys Claydon. He gets bangs into the side of Williams' car. There's contact, there's damage, and that was major drama there. Rhys Claydon hugely sideways up the inside line, and I think in the process of gathering it together, he sideswiped Mike Williams, who ends up with damage. He got Simpson around the outside, hit It's a Williams car dropping onto the road and now out of absolutely nowhere. Here comes Robbie Kenning up into third, and that might even become second as they go over Hilltop. Remarkable. So Claydon's got damage now. I think Reece Claydon's got damage. Either that or he's redressing the situation. No, I think he has got some damage. So somehow, having started the lap in fourth, it is Robbie Kenning who leads Scott Woodwis as they head through Knickerbrook.
That was extraordinary, particularly that move down the inside. It's like almost banzai moves, thinking how is he going to stop it? He did get it stopped, but of course I think it was as he was trying to gather himself back up and try to get back to the apex on the exit, he found Williams right there. The two just came together at the same point, unintentionally, just found themselves at the same piece of track at the same time, just going for it at exactly the same point. So that seems as though that it's had a possible effect. It might well have been. Let's look at the pace of what I think that possibly that was more. That was more Reece Claydon just let us redress the situation just out of courtesy, letting Mike back through because he realised there was contact and thought, I don't want to take the place like that. And what he doesn't want is anything that's going to possibly compromise. Even if he wasn't scoring a point in this race, it wouldn't change the fact that he's provisional champion. He doesn't want to get anything like an exclusion or anything like that, or a penalty that could possibly hamper him further and ruin it further. So, or potentially have a chance to ruin it. Just he wants to do the right thing, so he sat back, let him through, and let Williams carry on. And despite the damage, it hasn't really slowed down Williams very much. He's still at the back of Robbie Kenning and pushing him hard now for the lead once again. But it's bringing the pack back together there. You've got Ben Williams and Mark Wilson in there too. Could get sixth for the lead here at one point.
Proper metro racing this, isn't it? This is old school stuff. Mike Williams still now with a chance of winning the race, carries lots of speed out of Cascade, a bit too much speed honestly. I think hard to tell from that camera angle, but it might just have sort of veered beyond the track limits there, but we'll pretend we didn't notice that and focus on this intriguing battle for the race lead. Is he now going to try the Claydon move on the inside? Yes, he does. Manages to keep it pointing in the right direction, though, does Williams. Goes through into the lead, and we've got our third different leader of the race, although Williams, of course, led earlier on as well. But the state of the left front corner of that car, I'm amazed actually. They must have built them strong back in the day, these Metros. And Williams' car still performing reasonably well. Hops over the curbs through the Brscc chicane, and it's now really down to Claydon, who's got sparks flying from underneath his car as it bottomed out over the curb. It's down to him really to try and get up there and challenge Williams again, because I think Claydon probably is quick enough to do so. But it's now whether he feels it necessary to take any risks to try and close in on the lead group.
There's a neat little battle also developing in seventh in the background too, between John Moore, Dan Williams and Phil Goodwin. They're scrapping over the best of the rest outside the top six. There goes Mark Wilson, just fell back. Where are they? Oh, that's where they are. Glad we cut to that. It was Dan Willers who was into the side of John Moore, and through goes Phil Goodwin thinking, thanks for that, boys. So that's 2-3 easy passes for him, back from 9th to 7th. So in a way, it was good that we caught that because there was almost what's going on. They were quite close exiting out of Britain's up the hill. I didn't realise they were getting that close at Knickerbrook, but either way, that's looking quite entertaining. Now, top six is spread out a little bit more now because Reece Claydon has fallen back from the top three slightly. He's keeping his power dry a little bit. Closing back in down the run towards Lodge. You see Matt Simpson just try to dart out, have a look up the inside of Kenny. Just trying to squeeze his way through if he can. Williams and Wilson are also keeping a watching brief in 5th and 6th. There's still 6 minutes to go in this race. There's still plenty going on. So it's quite an entertaining, but we wanted an entertaining race to finish off the 2023 Brscc season, and we're getting it for the Metros in fine style here.
We are, certainly. Williams then back to the lead of the race. Top 5 covered by 2.5 seconds, not bad going. Actually, the top 6 covered by only just over 3 seconds. As through Old Hall Corner goes Moore once again. John Moore started 8th, runs in 8th, but that doesn't really tell the full story of his race. He had gained a few places before that moment down at the Hizzy chicane. Wonder whether maybe Reece Claydon's just thinking, you know what, it would be nice to win this race, but actually 4th place might not be a bad place to finish with the championship wrapped up already, because of course what he doesn't want to do is have contact that ends with a penalty and perhaps some penalty points applied. If he were to be disqualified from a race, for example, he wouldn't be able to use it as a dropped score, and he might have some penalty points applied. Either that or he's got some damage, because he's really dropped back through the shell hairpin actually into the clutches now. Ben Williams almost, who of course has got his sights set very much on Matthew Simpson up the road to try and reclaim 3rd in the points, but that's going to be difficult, I think, for him to achieve, really. Williams, though, starting to get away now, isn't he? Kenning hasn't been quite as quick as him all day, really. Despite that battle, looking more secure now as the race leader. It is all about that fight behind Scott.
What I find amazing is it on side exhaust that I keep seeing what it's like a haze, like a smoke or something. It's not. It's the heat haze from the side of the exhaust. Maybe that's not.
Yes.
Something else. That's not quite that. But there's a lockup from the car in front of us. That was from Tim Davies, I think it was. That's 49, which is Richard Garrett. So he's running quite well. That was Dan Willers, which is ahead of him now. That was a lockup from Dan Willers into the chicane. But and off the road has gone. That is Benjamin Young. Is off the road.
That's a shell.
That's is that a shell hairpin?
Yeah.
Oh, it is a shell hairpin. Yeah, it's right in the middle of it. So he's obviously skated off under brakes, and that hasn't quite worked out for him. Mike Williams then is looking to end the season how he started it, because remember he won the very first race of the season. He took 2 wins after he won the second race on the result because he was behind Rhys Clayton on the road, but Rhys got a penalty because of that. They got 5-second penalty for track limits. So because of that, it was a double win for Mike Williams at the first race of the weekend, race weekend of the season. Whereas now Mike is trying to end the season exactly the way he started it. He's trying to end it on a high with a good piece of silverware. Needs a bit of bragging rights going into next season. There's a huge spit of flame on the upshift there from Mark Wilson. Again, they've defined the term pocket rockets, these cars, because they look great, and the fact they can spit flame like an old school. Any car I've seen spit flame like that before is something like the old school early 90s Nissan GTRs from Japan, Australia. What have you spotted?
Rhys Clayton had his hand out the window there. I think he was waving Ben Williams through. So I think he might. I've just noticed the ding in the door, and yeah, he's let Wilson through as well. So the big sort of ding in the right-hand side of his car after that contact with Williams. So I think it might have done a bit of damage to that car, and I think Rhys is perhaps just limping around now. So that's a shame. Rhys Clayton not going to be a factor in this race. It's the right-hand side of the car that's damaged. That yellow and black car sat in. So yeah, just noticed as he came out of Cascades, he had the sort of waving out of the right-hand side window. So that takes him out of the lead battle then, really. Still leaves 5 of them contesting the podium places. They drop down into the Hislop's chicane. Number 3 is Phil Goodwin, in one of the cleanest looking cars. And I don't mean to do any disservice to anyone else. It's just a very clean livery, isn't it? And there isn't really a scratch on that number 3 Metro.
It's probably the reason why I chose that as the button picture for the MG Metro Cup on the website. It's just a nice looking, clean looking car. I'd agree with that. Again, no disservice to anyone else because each car has its own good look. But
I mean, Mike Williams doesn't look particularly clean right now. But yes, I take your points.
No. But ultimately, each car has its own personality, livery wise. It's good. And there's plenty of reds and oranges and greens and yellows in this one, which is you don't see too many cars with a field full of that. It's usually kind of blues and blacks and whites and silvers and stuff, but they're not afraid to get the paint cans out and paint these in some pretty nice colours. Red is a quite popular colour anyway, but oranges, greens, yellows. It's a nice colourful field in MG Metros, along with the racing on top of it. It's a nice, good, decent group of cars. I miss the Ashtons when they used to race in this. When they used to race with the purple livery car, and they rather questionably named Purple Helmets team. I'll let you try and interpret where that came from, but we could see the Ashtons back in it because I think we did have an Andrew Ashton, I think that's his name, who came in and put in a great drive in one of the races at Silverstone the round before and got an overall podium in 3rd place. We think from someone at the back of the grid, which was extraordinary. So I could see if I know that Dan Ashton these days is piloting I think he's piloting one of these MGs, but slightly upgraded. He runs it in one of the Hot Hatch championships that exist out there, and actually does quite a decent job in itself. There's a lot of esports stuff, I think, for the Fordzilla team. I think in the past he has done. I can't remember if he's in the same team or not, but I'm intrigued to see if Dan did come back and see if he could possibly come up against Rhys Clayton or not. Although I did hear Mike Williams say in the first interview that Rhys wasn't thinking of sticking around next year, which is intriguing. It's almost like it's like the book Eats, Shoots and Leaves. Kind of just comes in. Championship, came into the championship, took it first time out, and thought, right, cheers lads, and he sends it off, and then has somebody else take his title-winning car. But interesting stuff, and it's been quite a fun little first season for the Metros as part of it. They across after a long association with the MG Car Club, but it seems that they've been enjoying their first season with the club and rounding it off in style with the quite entertaining final races. We hope we get. And forward to see what they can do here, and hopefully we'll get a few more cars and we'll regularly get them nearer towards 20 plus cars going forward for next year, because I think given some of the racing that they can put on, it's certainly going to be a good advert this year in general for this championship, as Benjamin Young has come back in the pits after he had his excursion at Charlotte, that is Paul Deacon going past the pits. But I think Checker Flag might come out this time by, and if so, it's going to be a victory in exactly the same way that Mike Williams started the season all the way back at Brands Hatch.
It is indeed, although in fairness Robbie Kenning has closed in here towards the end. The checkered flag can't come soon enough really for Mike Williams, who survived Well, quite a lot in this race, really, including that bruising battle with Rhys Claydon. He may not win the championship, but he is going to win the final race of the season. Checkered flag waves for Mike Williams. Hand out of the window to celebrate, and deservedly so. Second place goes to Henning, third in the end for Matthew Simpson, and that should be enough to wrap up third in the championship. Ben Williams comes home in fourth, ahead of Wilson in fifth position. Rhys Claydon has to settle in the end for sixth place. And then it's 7th place for Goodwin, 8th John Moore, 9th place for Dan Willers, and a very smoky 10th position in the end for Richard Garrett. I think that engine's on its way out, Richard. Might need a bit of TLC over the winter, but they've got the winter to do that, and these are the kind of drivers, aren't they, Scott, who will work on their cars themselves. This will be their project now over the winter. I'll get it ready for next year, do it all again.
Well, I think just count that for pretty much everyone with the paddock, I think, in every single championship that we've got. But as it's ending off, and they'll come down towards it, I think we've got time to gather the drivers in for one last bit, because of course it's the final race of the day. But whilst we're on broadcast here, whilst I might not say it down there, whilst I'm on microphone, can I just say a personal thank you, Andy, to you for all your work you've done this season, of course, with TCR and everything else on top of it. I think, as always, I know we joke and jest and say you've been all right, but I think as ever you've been
praise.
But I think as ever, call it a soppy moment, whatever it is, I don't care, but it's genuine praise. I think you've done, as always, a fantastic job for the stuff that we've done on broadcast, whether it's with TCR regular race weekend. So again, for me, at least on behalf of the club, thank you very much once again, and looking forward to more of the same next year, buddy.
Yeah, I am speaking about your replacement for next year, Scott, if I'm honest. But no, thank you very much.
Oh, thanks.
Very kind words, Scott.
No one told me that.
No, thank you very much, Scott. That means a lot. And it's been another long, hard year. Looking forward very much to doing it all again. And it would not be the same without you, Scott, and the rest of the Brscc team as well. Fantastic team of people who I am very fortunate to count as very close friends as well. And they have done an incredible job this season.
Yeah, big shout out. I'm not going to just blow my own trumpet, but big shout out to everyone part of the team. So Paul, to Greg, to Luke, to Chloe, and also Charlotte is not here this weekend, but she's watching as well. She does a fantastic job, as much as anyone else does in this team as well. And just everyone has worked incredibly hard, particularly this season. It's felt like quite a long, hard season, particularly this year, with everything stuff with TCR on top of it and everything else on top of it. But place to be excited about for next year. We're still not done this year, of course. We've still got Race Remembrance in a couple of weeks' time, then our first ever exhibition that's driven by racing, and then we've got our awards dinner on the 2nd of December. And then it's into the off-season, we do all over again.
We do indeed, and Mike Williams will go into the off-season as a race winner once again in the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. Not a champion, but a race winner anyway. Second place went the way of Robbie Kenning. Third for Matthew Simpson. Ben Williams was fourth. Mark Wilson fifth. And Rhys Claydon in sixth place, already crowned champion after race number 1. Then it was Phil Goodwin, John Moore, Dan Willers, Richard Garrett, Tim Shooter and Tim Davis, with Richard Cowley 13th and Paul Deacon 14th. Benjamin Young, as we saw, slipped off the road up at the Shell hairpin, but he was the only non-finisher in the end from the final race of the season. And yeah, echo Scott's sentiments, really. It's been a fantastic season. This, for me, possibly best season ever for the Brscc. It certainly felt like a bigger season than any other that I've been involved with. They have certainly had an increased presence as far as live stream coverage is concerned, and I'm sure that's going to continue into 2024. Be sure to follow their social media channels for updates on live stream and indeed just the race events for next year. As we mentioned earlier on today, calendars are all out already for the 2024 Brscc Championships. So if you're thinking of racing with us, or you're just thinking of coming along to spectate and enjoy a good weekend's racing, then you can head over to their social media pages, and all of the dates are there, and I'm sure they'll very shortly be on the website as well. And yeah, myself, Scott, and everyone else who we've had the pleasure of working with this year will be back again in 2024 to cover what should be another hugely exciting season of racing here at Oulton Park. Our final championship event has concluded, but the Brscc these days in charge of a very special event that will take place in a couple of weeks' time over in North Wales at Anglesey on the 10th to the 12th of November, the Race of Remembrance weekend. There will, I believe, be some live coverage of that as well, which is a fascinating event, really. It's truly unique in international motorsport, actually. It is a remembrance event, an opportunity for those who wish to pay tribute and remember those that we've lost in conflict over the years, and really support our armed forces, but also a very exciting race meeting sort of linked into it as well, including the signature Into the Night endurance race. So that is at Anglesey on the 10th to the 12th of November. Again, head over to the Brscc social media pages for more information action on that one, and might try and get myself over to Anglesey for that one. It's all done not for profit. Everyone volunteers, regardless of what the role is that they're doing there. They all volunteer for that event, and they are there simply to show their support for what is a very, very special event in British motorsport. So wait for the Metro drivers to make their way back down to the podium area, and we'll hear from our top 3 drivers, I am sure. And Scott Woodwiss will gather them together in the gathering darkness. It is light starting to fade. We couldn't really have raced much later than this. The camera, as ever, brightens the sky a little bit. It is certainly starting to get dark out there now. And a very atmospheric conclusion to the day's racing here at Oulton. A venue that has hosted some fantastic Brscc racing this year. Across the handful of meetings that they've had here, I think 5 or 6 Oulton Park meetings organised by the Brscc this season. Hub of motorsport within the northwest of the United Kingdom. A real driver's favourite. Other circuits come and go on motor racing calendars, but Oulton Park will always be a feature because of the fact that the drivers absolutely adore racing here. And you can see why, because it's produced some really good racing throughout the course of the day. So waiting still for drivers. We've seen already today that this can be a challenge. They often are in not much of a rush when they get out of their cars to come over and have a chat, which is a shame because we want to hear from them, but we've also got homes to go to. And the marshals and officials already starting to clear out of the Oulton Park circuit, but hopefully we will have drivers assembled down by the podium within the next minute or so. And we can hear the stories that they've got to tell from a final race of the season that had it all, really, didn't it? Lots of lead changes, good racing, a little bit of contact there between Williams and Claydon, those 2 sparring partners throughout the course of the season. Who, I won't say came to blows, but did have a little bit of paint traded in that final race of the season. Right then, let's head down to the podium for the final time this season to hear from Scott Woodwiss.
So that's it. The final race of the regular Brscc season and the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup is complete, and Mike Williams comes out on top of it. But after a slightly eventful affair, particularly after what happened up at Shellall's hairpin, just talk us through that.
Yeah, so it was a bit of a moment, that, to be funny. Yeah, so I just had a chat with Reese, and he lost the brakes going into the corner, so he went in the corner far too fast. We were alongside each other. I just basically kept my foot down, pulled it as far to the right as I could to try and get past, but he shot across us. You know how fast they come across sideways. So yeah, he come across sideways, and obviously we collected each other. But I lost the lead at that point to Robbie, because obviously it slowed us down, but I managed to catch it back and get into the lead and win the race. Quite lucky. The bumper and stuff's all caved in on the tyres, so it started rubbing and stuff. I wasn't sure how long that might last, but it's lasted the race, and that's all that matters. I wasn't going to lift off until someone told me not to. So
you've ended the season the way you started it, because you took 2 victories at the beginning of the season at Brands Hatch, so you've ended it in the same way that you began it, so that's a positive. And so I guess now the project is to get the car straight for next year and see if we come back and see if we can go one step higher, I suppose.
Yeah, we'll race next weekend, so
oh right, okay, interesting.
We're doing a charity one, the Walter Hayes Trophy at Silverstone. Okay. So we're all involved in that, so I think it'd be a case of getting the lump hammer out and straightening that out a little bit but yeah, the car was running right in this race, which gave me a good stead to get past Reese, which I did. I got a good lead. It only cut out a couple of times, which point he got alongside me, and I think that's when his brakes failed, and you know the rest. So, but no, it was a good race. I finished. That's all that matters, and I went round and had a smile on my face the whole time, so can't really fault that.
Or are you looking forward to next year?
Yeah, sort of.
Need a break?
Well, it's like, yeah, it's going to be. It takes ages to get to that point, you know. We have 8 months of racing and 4 months off, and the 8 months goes 5 times quicker than the 4 months off. So, Yeah, it's just that's why we do some of these charity events and stuff, to keep your hand in and just keep the fun up, because there's 4 months we're not racing each other. It is boring. But I'm looking forward to next year, like I am every year. So
well, you guys put on great entertainment as a first year running with the club. Thank you very much. It's been great stuff. Well done this weekend, and that great result. Excellent stuff. Let's bring in second place Robbie Kenning, who is quite a weekend, so I've just been directed to go in position. It's Robbie. So it's the third in race one place better in race number 2, and that was quite energetic at the front, wasn't it?
It was a bit spicy. I thought, I'm happy. I probably had 2 or 3 seconds behind the front 3. I thought, I'm going to sit back and see if anything happens. It did. I managed to capitalise on it, which was quite good. Gained a bit of momentum on Mike up, and I think I led for a lap. But yeah, it was good. Same sort of finish to the end of this season as I had last season, so a third and a second, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah. Good to see you back in the championship this weekend as well, so you thoroughly enjoyed coming back and seeing some familiar faces?
Yeah, it's mega. I've done everything I can this year to try and make up the numbers with the guys. I've been lent, obviously, the car by John and Phil Goodwin, one of the other racers, has been helping me sort of set it up throughout the whole weekend, so massive thanks to them. I wouldn't have been here literally without the phone call on Monday saying, do you want to come? Yeah. So thank you.
Yeah. Open for more for next year?
No, year off. I need to concentrate on family life. I've done this for 2 years. This year was supposed to be my gap year, and I took the mickey.
Yeah. Well, whenever we see you back out, it's great to see you. Thanks so much, and we'll see you for the next one whenever we see you. And great stuff for second place. So for Mike Williams in third as well. Mike Simpson, sorry. Long season, long weekend. Right, even it's the one day, what we're talking about. But anyway, third place. Again, that was a pretty intriguing race all round, but looked like it was big fun towards the front.
Oh, it was epic, yeah. For once, they didn't just get away, and I managed to get... And it was they were swapping places in front of me, and they were like sideways, and they were having a proper battle, and I was right in amongst it. And I wasn't pushing quite as hard in the first race because it was a bit damp, and I've just spent a fortune putting the car back together after Silverstone. So yeah, I was a bit tentative in the first race, but this race, yeah, it was just so much fun. And when they had their little ding dong in the hairpin, they shot a load of mud over my screen and the whole front of my car, so I couldn't see anything for the rest of the race. So I was sort of guessing where the apexes were and stuff. But it was a case of do or die for the last race of the season, and I think I may have managed to get third in the championship, which is quite good.
Yeah. We'll double check it after all the points work out we need to do. But on the whole, this season, you've enjoyed it?
Oh, I've loved it. Yeah. I mean, I've had a few down days where I've had DNFs, I think 3 in a row or something, and broken car and fixing it all the time. But yeah, it's all back together now, and it's running brilliantly. So yeah, it's good.
Back for next year?
Oh yeah, always. I can't get out of it now.
Racing in the bubble. Listen, great job today. Well done, third place. We'll see you for next year.
Yeah,
great stuff. Thanks for racing with us. Good stuff. And that's it. Just as much we started back in March at Silverstone GP. We finished off the regular season here at Oulton Park in October. It's been quite a whirlwind year, so much going on, so many great things that have happened this year so far. A big thank you to everyone that's been a part of it, to everyone that's part of the HQ team, to every single person who's been involved in drivers, teams, championship organisers, volunteers, marshals, officials, everyone's been a part of it on top of it, sponsors, suppliers, partners, everyone on top of it. Thank you ever so much to everyone who's played their parts this year for what's been quite a season to remember for Brscc for many reasons in 2023, and there's so much more to look forward to in 2024. We've got, of course, Ginetta coming on board for next year. The Audi TT is becoming a championship. There's more new things coming on board on top of that, and everything else in between. It's going to be quite the season in store, and it's still not over just yet for us as a club. We've still got the race of remembrance in a couple of weeks' time, so if you can make it there or even race, be sure to either enter for that or join us, or even, I believe it's being live streamed as well, so watch that too. Also, there's the first ever Driven by Racing exhibition event, which is happening on the 18th and 19th of November, a weekend after Race Remembrance. If you want to get involved as a driver or as a marshal, as a volunteer, as a scrutineer, or as a race official, or anything else on top of that, you want to take your arts test, anything you want to get involved about or find out about the Brscc, even just get a passenger ride or even just have a go in a car, you can head to the website, find the Driven by Racing button, which is on the main part of the website, and get involved in that too. And then apart from the awards event, which is happening in December, that pretty much wraps up the season. Then we do it all again in mid-March, at the beginning of next year, with some more fantastic action in store. Big thank you, of course, as well to to our production company Digitex TV and everyone else that's filmed our footage over the season. Thanks to Andy on commentary as well as everyone else has helped out, to Richard, John, Neil, to Rob Lewis and all the other guys and girls that have played their parts throughout the year. And a big thanks to you for watching as well, for all those who've been subscribed. We've got over 15,000 subscribers this year as well. Keep subscribing over the winter to get yourselves ready for 2024, and it's going to be certainly a year I'm certain there'll be just as much to remember as it was for this year. So from myself, Scott Woodward, on behalf of everyone at Brscc, thank you for watching and supporting the club this year. And it's not over quite just yet, still have more things to go, but for 2024 we're very much looking forward to it. Hope you can join us there. So have a fantastic Christmas and New Year if we don't see you beforehand, and for 2024 wish you all the best. From all of us here, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. But until then, bye for now.